Welcome, dear friends, to our cozy corner of stories where relaxation meets gentle dreams. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend your precious moments with us this evening. As the year wraps us in its calm embrace, it's the perfect time to unwind with calming tales that soothe the mind and heart. Let us journey together into a world of comfort and imagination. Thank you for being here, and get ready to drift into a night of blissful stories. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage tucked away in a forest valley, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her heart was a tapestry of curiosity, stitched with threads of wonder for the unexplored mysteries of the world. The cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, was a sanctuary from the bustling world beyond, surrounded by towering oaks that whispered secrets to the wind. Willow often sat on the porch swing, letting her imagination roam free as the sun cast dappled patterns through the leaves. The gentle creak of the swing blended with the symphony of chirping birds and rustling leaves, creating a harmonious lullaby that fueled her daydreams. The interior of the cottage was a warm embrace of familiarity and comfort. The scent of lavender and old books lingered in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of cinnamon from the apple pies her grandmother would often bake. Willow's room was an extension of her soul, walls adorned with sketches of mythical creatures and maps of lands she dreamed of visiting. Her bookshelf, though modest, held a wealth of stories that she had devoured time and time again, each tale contributing to the colorful mosaic of her imagination. One crisp autumn morning, the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet aroma of apples ripening in the nearby orchard. The forest seemed to hum with an energy that made Willow's heart flutter with anticipation. As Willow gently swayed back and forth on the swing, she noticed a small glowing light flickering in the distance, dancing among the trees like a firefly caught in a sunbeam. Her eyes widened with intrigue as she leaned forward, her breath visible in the chilly air, forming tiny clouds that quickly vanished. The light was unlike anything she had ever seen. It pulsed with a gentle warmth, beckoning her to uncover its secrets. Intrigued, Willow followed the mesmerizing glow, her feet crunching on the fallen leaves that blanketed the forest floor in a tapestry of gold and amber. The deeper she ventured into the forest, the more enchanting her surroundings became. Towering trees twisted into whimsical shapes, their branches adorned with vibrant leaves that shimmered like gems under the morning sun. Mushrooms the size of stepping stones dotted the mossy ground, their caps painted in vivid hues. Willow had never seen before, each one a tiny world unto itself. The air was filled with the earthy scent of damp moss and the sweet, woody aroma of the forest, a fragrance that made Willow feel at home in this magical place. As she drew closer to the flickering light, she heard the faint sound of tinkling laughter, like the gentle chime of distant bells. Suddenly, a tiny figure zipped past her, leaving a trail of glittering dust in its wake. Willow's eyes widened in wonder as she realized she had stumbled upon a gathering of pixies. These whimsical creatures flitted about, their gossamer wings humming with every flap. Some perched on mushroom caps, their laughter echoing through the glade, while others danced among the glowing wildflowers that illuminated the clearing like a field of stars. The wildflowers released a fragrance reminiscent of honey and fresh rain, enveloping Willow in a cocoon of warmth and delight. One particularly daring pixie, with hair the color of dandelion fluff, landed on Willow's nose, causing her to giggle. "Welcome to our enchanted glade, dear Willow," the pixie said in a melodious voice, her eyes twinkling like the night sky. "Few humans have ever laid eyes upon our hidden realm." Willow couldn't believe her luck. She had always dreamed of discovering a magical place like this, a world where the impossible became possible, but never imagined it could be real. As she explored the glade, she encountered more wonders. Talking trees that shared ancient wisdom in voices that rumbled like distant thunder, friendly woodland sprites that guided her path with lanterns made of fireflies, and a crystal-clear brook that seemed to sing with every ripple, its waters cool and inviting. The water sparkled under the sunlight, casting dancing reflections on the surrounding foliage, and creating a kaleidoscope of colors that mesmerized Willow. Though the sights and sounds were extraordinary, Willow's favorite part was the feeling of pure joy and wonder that enveloped her. It was as if all her worries and fears had melted away, leaving only a sense of childlike enchantment. Yet, even in this idyllic realm, Willow faced gentle challenges. At one point, she became turned around on the winding paths, unsure of which way led back home. Instead of panicking, she took a deep breath, the crisp air filling her lungs, and trusted her instincts, eventually finding her way back to the glade. Another time, a mischievous group of pixies playfully hid her beloved teddy bear, challenging Willow to search high and low for her treasured companion. Through determination and a keen eye for detail, she located the bear nestled in a hollowed tree trunk, its button eyes twinkling with delight, as if sharing in her adventure. The discovery made her heart swell with relief and joy, reinforcing her determination and resilience in the face of uncertainty. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the enchanted glade, Willow knew her extraordinary adventure was drawing to a close. The pixies gathered around her, their wings shimmering like jewels in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft hum of their wings and the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a melody that would linger in Willow's heart. "Remember, Willow," said the pixie who had first welcomed her, "this magical realm will always exist as long as you keep the spirit of wonder and curiosity alive in your heart." With a gentle kiss on Willow's forehead, the pixies bid her farewell, and she found herself back in the familiar forest, the glade nowhere to be seen. But as she made her way home, Willow carried a piece of that enchantment with her, forever changed by the wonders she had witnessed. From that day on, Willow approached every new experience with open eyes and an open heart, ready to embrace the magic that surrounded her. She became known in her village as the girl with a heart full of stories, inspiring others to seek out the wonders in their own lives. And whenever she felt discouraged or afraid, she would close her eyes and remember the enchanted glade, drawing strength and courage from the memory of that extraordinary place, knowing that magic was always just a heartbeat away. In the years that followed, Willow's life was filled with countless adventures, each one colored by the memory of the enchanted glade. She discovered hidden trails that led to secret waterfalls, befriended animals who shared their whispers of the forest, and learned to listen to the language of the wind. Willow's heart, once a tapestry of curiosity, now brimmed with the wisdom of countless experiences, each thread a story waiting to be told. Her newfound confidence encouraged her to explore the world beyond her village, embarking on journeys that took her to distant lands and exotic cultures. On one such journey, Willow encountered a wise old wanderer who told tales of a time when humans and magical creatures lived side by side. His stories were filled with lessons of harmony and coexistence, and Willow listened intently, her heart resonating with the truths buried within. These encounters deepened her understanding of the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds, and she realized that the spirit of wonder she cherished was the bridge that connected them. And so, her legend spread far and wide, a beacon of hope and wonder for all who dared to dream. Willow's legacy, woven from the threads of her adventures, became a testament to the power of curiosity and the endless possibilities that lay beyond the boundaries of the known world. Story 2. In the heart of a forest so ancient that time seemed to slow its pace, where the trees towered like the spires of forgotten cathedrals, there thrived a world unseen by most. This was the realm of the Hushwood, a place where nature's creatures lived in a delicate, harmonious balance, and where magic danced on the edges of perception. As the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in dappled hues of gold and green, a gentle rustling stirred the underbrush. Out from the thicket hopped Brindle, a small, soft-furred rabbit with ears that seemed almost too large for his head and eyes as bright as polished amber. Brindle was known throughout the Hushwood for his gentle nature and inquisitive spirit. On this particular morning, the forest was abuzz with the whispers of change. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp moss, mingling with the sweetness of wild honeysuckle that clung to the branches. Overhead, the sky blushed with the promise of a new day, and a gentle breeze carried with it the soft sigh of the trees, their leaves rustling in a language older than time itself. Brindle bounded across the soft carpet of fallen leaves, his nose twitching with curiosity. He had heard the elders speak of the whispering wind, a magical phenomenon that visited the hushwood at the cusp of each season, bringing with it messages from the spirit of the forest. It was said to be a time of renewal and balance, when the wisdom of the forest was passed down to those who listened closely. As Brindle made his way to the heart of the forest, he was joined by his friends, Willow, the graceful deer with eyes like pools of deep forest green, and Thistle, the wise old turtle, whose shell bore the marks of countless years. The trio had often shared their adventures, learning from the forest and each other, their bonds strengthened by their shared love for their home. "Today is a special day," Thistle murmured, his voice as slow and steady as the river that wove through the hushwood. "The whispering wind will soon arrive, and it brings tidings of great importance." The friends gathered in a clearing where the sunlight spilled like liquid gold, warming the earth beneath their feet. They settled down in a circle, their hearts calm and open, ready to receive whatever wisdom the forest would impart. As they waited, the forest around them began to stir with life. The birds trilled their morning songs, a symphony of chirps and whistles that wove through the air like an intricate tapestry. The gentle sound of a nearby stream added a soothing rhythm, its waters glistening as they danced over smooth stones. Then, as if summoned by their quiet anticipation, a soft breeze swept through the clearing. It curled around the trees, setting the leaves to whispering, their voices a gentle susurration that filled the air with an ancient melody. Brindle closed his eyes, letting the sound wash over him, feeling its wisdom seep into his very being. "The forest speaks of balance," Willow said softly, her voice carrying the same cadence as the wind. "It reminds us that every creature, every tree, every drop of water plays a role in the harmony of life." Thistle nodded, the lines on his face deepening with understanding. "We are all connected, each of us a thread in the tapestry of this world. The seasons change, the weather shifts, yet our bond with the earth remains constant." As the whispering wind sang its song, Brindle felt a deep sense of peace settle over him. He understood, in that moment, the importance of listening, not just with his ears, but with his heart. The forest held lessons in every rustle of leaves, every ripple of water, and every whisper of the wind. Just then, a new sound entered the symphony of the forest, a low, melodic hum that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath them. It was the voice of the elder oak, the oldest tree in the hushwood, whose roots ran deep into the heart of the forest. Its voice was rarely heard, only in moments of great significance. Brindle, Willow, Thistle, the elder oak intoned, its voice resonating with the wisdom of centuries. "The whispering wind speaks of a challenge to come. The balance of our home is threatened by forces beyond our borders. You must journey beyond the hushwood, to the Valley of Echoes, where the source of this discord lies." The friends exchanged glances, their hearts stirring with a mix of trepidation and determination. The Valley of Echoes was a place shrouded in mystery, known only in the tales whispered by the elders. It was said to be a realm where the echoes of history could be heard, a place where the past and present intertwined. "The journey will not be easy," the elder oak continued, its branches swaying gently, "but you are the chosen keepers of the hushwood's wisdom. Trust in the knowledge you have gained, and let the forest guide you." With newfound resolve, Brindle and his friends rose, feeling the weight of their responsibility settle upon them. They knew their journey would be fraught with challenges, but their hearts were united in their purpose. The hushwood had given them much, and now it was their turn to protect it. As they began their journey towards the Valley of Echoes, the forest seemed to rally around them. The trees whispered encouragement, and the creatures of the hushwood watched with admiration, knowing that the trio carried with them the hopes of their home. The path ahead was uncertain, but Brindle, Willow, and Thistle were ready to face whatever lay beyond the hushwood. They moved forward with courage, bonded by friendship and the timeless wisdom of the forest, determined to restore the harmony that had allowed their world to thrive for so long. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, the trio set up camp at the edge of a glistening pond. The water mirrored the twilight sky, and the gentle croaks of frogs harmonized with the soft rustle of reeds. They gathered around a small fire, its flickering light casting shadows that danced playfully in the encroaching darkness. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the valley?" Willow mused, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the serenity of the moment. Her eyes reflected the firelight, glinting with a mix of excitement and fear of the unknown. "I do," Brindle replied, his voice thoughtful. "But it's not just about what's there. It's about what we can learn from it. Every journey changes us, just like every season changes the forest." Thistle, listening quietly, added, "Our journey isn't just about protecting the Hushwood. It's about understanding our place in the world. The Valley of Echoes might hold answers not just for the forest, but for us as well." The conversation lulled into a comfortable silence, punctuated only by the gentle crackle of the fire. As the stars began to pepper the night sky, Brindle found himself reflecting on the day's revelations. The weight of their mission pressed upon him, but it was met with an equal force of resolve and companionship. He felt a pull deep within his being, a calling that went beyond words. With the morning light, they resumed their journey, entering a part of the forest where the trees grew sparse and the undergrowth was thick with brambles and wildflowers. The landscape shifted subtly, from the familiar scents of pine and moss to the exotic fragrance of orchids and jasmine. The air felt different here, charged with a quiet anticipation. As they traveled, they encountered a band of birds, vibrant plumes of blue and gold, flitting between branches. Brindle marveled at their grace, each movement a dance, each song a story. One particularly bold bird landed on a nearby branch, tilting its head as if assessing the travelers. "You seek the Valley of Echoes," it chirped, its voice clear and melodic. "Beware the shadows that lurk at its edges. They are echoes of forgotten fears, remnants of those who once ventured and lost their way." Brindle nodded in gratitude, the bird's words echoing in his mind long after it had flown. Each step brought them closer to their destination, and as they neared the valley, the air grew thicker, as though time itself held its breath. Finally, they stood at the precipice of the Valley of Echoes. Below them, the land stretched out in a patchwork of memories and whispers, the air alive with the murmurs of bygone eras. The valley seemed to pulse with energy, a living testament to the stories that had shaped it. The friends exchanged a glance, their hearts beating in unison. They knew the challenges that awaited would be unlike any they had faced, but they also knew they would face them together. The Hushwood had prepared them well, gifting them not just with wisdom, but with each other. As they descended into the valley, they carried with them the hopes of the forest, the dreams of its creatures, and the timeless wisdom of the whispering wind. Their journey had only just begun, but already they felt the pull of destiny guiding their steps, weaving their story into the eternal tapestry of life. As they ventured deeper into the Valley of Echoes, the landscape shifted once more. The air grew cooler, touched by the ghostly remnants of a long-forgotten winter. Mist clung to the ground like a shroud, curling around their feet as they walked. The echo of each step seemed to linger, as if the valley itself was waking from a deep slumber. Suddenly, the trio stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, its weathered monolith standing solemnly against the twilight sky. Runes, etched by hands long turned to dust, glowed faintly, casting an ethereal light that danced across their faces. The stones hummed with a quiet power, a resonance that seemed to vibrate through the very marrow of the earth. Willow's eyes widened with awe. "These stones," she whispered, "they tell the story of this place, of those who came before us, who sought wisdom and balance just as we do now." Brindle approached the nearest stone, tracing the runes with a gentle paw. As he did, a vision unfurled in his mind's eye, a tale of a great rift that had once threatened the harmony of the Hushwood. It was a story of courage, of creatures banding together to heal the wounds of the world. "The past speaks to us," Thistle said, his voice reverent. "It shows us the path we've been given and the choices we must make." The friends lingered in the circle, absorbing the stories etched into the stones, feeling the weight of their legacy. They knew that their journey was not just for themselves, but for the echoes of all who had walked before them. As they moved on, the mist began to lift, unveiling a hidden path that wound through the valley. The road ahead was still uncertain, but they carried with them the light of ancient wisdom, a beacon to guide their way. The echoes of the past whispered around them, shaping their journey, forging their bond, and as they pressed forward, the Valley of Echoes embraced them, adding their story to its eternal song. As they continued, the landscape shifted yet again, and they found themselves facing a vast expanse of crystalline waters. The Lake of Reflections lay before them, its surface smooth as glass, mirroring the sky in all its expansive glory. It was said that the lake held the power to reveal truths hidden within the heart, a gift to those who dared to gaze into its depths. Brindle felt an inexplicable urge to approach the water's edge. As he peered into the lake, his reflection wavered, and soon images began to form. He saw his past, each moment of doubt, every triumph and failure. But more importantly, he saw his potential, a future where his choices could shape the fate of the Hushwood. Willow and Thistle joined him, each seeing their own journeys reflected back at them. For Willow, the lake showed the strength of her heart, her courage in the face of adversity. Thistle saw the wisdom he had gathered over the years, a reminder of the importance of patience and understanding. The lake's revelations stirred something profound within them. It was a reminder that their journey was not just about confronting external threats, but also about understanding themselves and the roles they played in the greater story of the world. As they turned away from the lake, a newfound resolve took root in their hearts. They understood that the path ahead would require not only courage and strength, but also the humility to learn and grow from each encounter. With the sun rising once more, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the trio continued their journey through the Valley of Echoes. They carried with them the wisdom of the past, the hopes of the present, and the promise of a future yet to be written. As they pressed on, the valley welcomed them, its whispers a gentle guide, its mysteries a reminder of the endless possibilities that lay before them. Together they moved forward, their spirits intertwined, ready to face whatever awaited beyond the horizon, knowing that they were not just travelers in search of answers, but guardians of the stories that would shape the world for generations to come. Their path took them to the edge of the valley, where the landscape opened into a meadow of wildflowers, each petal a splash of vibrant color against the green expanse. The sweet scent of blooming lavender mingled with the sharp tang of mint, a symphony of scents that promised renewal. Brindle, Willow, and Thistle paused to take in the vista, their hearts swelling with the realization of how far they had come. The meadow seemed to breathe with life, the flowers swaying gently as if in greeting. It was a place of beauty and tranquility, a reminder of the harmony they sought to protect. As they stood there, a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. It was a fox, its fur a striking mix of russet and gold. The fox regarded them with keen eyes, a knowing smile playing on its lips. "Welcome, travelers," it said, its voice smooth and enigmatic. "I am Ember, guardian of this meadow and keeper of its secrets." The trio exchanged glances, intrigued by this new encounter. "We seek the source of the discord that threatens our home," Brindle said, his voice steady but curious. Ember nodded, understanding their quest. "The Valley of Echoes holds many truths, but it is here, in this meadow, where the heart of the matter lies. The balance has been disrupted by those who forget the lessons of the past, who seek to control what should remain free." The fox's words resonated with the truth of their journey. It was a reminder of the delicate balance they all depended upon, a balance that had been maintained through respect and understanding. "How can we restore the balance?" Willow asked, her voice filled with determination. Ember looked at them, eyes gleaming with wisdom. "By remembering the lessons of those who came before, and by forging a new path with the knowledge you carry. The power to heal lies within you, not just in your actions, but in your hearts." The trio felt a profound sense of purpose settle over them. They understood now that their journey was not just to confront the external forces that threatened their world, but to embody the harmony they sought to restore. As they left the meadow, the scent of wildflowers lingering in the air, Brindle, Willow, and Thistle felt a renewed sense of hope. They were not just guardians of the Hushwood, but stewards of the balance that connected all life. Their journey was far from over, but they carried with them a deeper understanding, one that would guide them as they continued towards their ultimate goal. With each step, they knew they were writing a new chapter in the story of the Hushwood, one that would echo through the ages, a testament to the power of unity, courage, and the timeless wisdom of the natural world. Story 3. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of the wind carried tales older than time, there lay a clearing that seemed to breathe with life itself. This was the forest of ever-changing seasons, a place where the natural world existed in a perfect balance of harmony and magic. Each season here was more than a change in weather. It was a symphony of enchanting transformations, orchestrated by the unseen hands of nature's most gentle creatures. The forest was a realm of vibrant hues and sounds, a living tapestry of colors that shifted with the sun's passage. As dawn kissed the world with its soft golden light, the forest awoke with a symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds, the air alive with the sweet scent of dew-kissed earth and wildflowers. In this hidden realm, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the rhythm of the seasons. Among them was a wise, old tortoise named Thalion, whose shell was etched with the patterns of countless seasons past. Thalion was the keeper of stories, a gentle soul who had spent many years wandering the forest paths, observing the dance of life in its myriad forms. His eyes, like pools of deep amber, held the wisdom of ages, and his voice was a soft murmur, like the distant rumble of a waterfall. His presence was a calming force, as steady as the ancient oaks that towered overhead, their branches swaying in the gentle breeze. One crisp autumn morning, beneath the fiery canopy of red and gold leaves, Talion gathered the young creatures of the forest. The air was filled with the scent of earth and fallen leaves, a reminder of the cycle of life. Sitting in a circle were Luna, the spirited squirrel with a fur coat as soft as the autumn breeze; Bramble, the curious hedgehog whose quills glistened with morning dew; and a pair of twin rabbits, Willow and Wisp, whose ears twitched eagerly at every sound. As they settled into the comforting embrace of the forest, their eyes wide with anticipation, Thalion began, his voice a gentle lullaby. Today I shall tell you a tale of balance and harmony, of how our forest came to thrive through the magic of the seasons. The young creatures leaned in closer, their breaths quieted by the weight of the story unfolding. As Thalion spoke, his words painted vivid pictures in their minds, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, listening. Long ago, when the world was still young and the stars were but a sprinkle of silver dust in the sky, the forest was a place of chaos. Each season fought for dominance, and the creatures lived in fear of the untamed elements. Winter's icy breath would freeze the rivers, while summer's scorching sun would parch the land. Spring and autumn, too, came and went in fits and starts, never finding their place. Luna's tail flicked with concern, her bright eyes reflecting the hues of the autumn leaves. How did the forest survive such turmoil? Thalion smiled, his eyes twinkling like the first stars of evening. It was the creatures of the forest who brought peace. They realized that for the forest to flourish, they must work together, each playing their part in the grand cycle of life. They became the guardians of the seasons, ensuring that each had its time and place. Bramble shifted on his tiny paws, the leaves beneath him crackling softly. What did they do? The creatures held a council, Talion continued, each bringing their unique gifts. The foxes, with their cunning, crafted a plan. The birds, with their songs, spread the word across the land. The deer, gentle and wise, offered their strength and grace, and so a pact was made. The breeze sighed gently through the trees, as if in agreement with the tale. The seasons agreed to follow a cycle, each embracing the forest in turn. Spring would awaken the world with its gentle rains and blooms. Summer would nurture it with warmth, autumn would prepare it for rest, and winter would blanket it in quiet reflection. Willow and Wisp exchanged a glance, their whiskers twitching with curiosity. "And what of the magic?" they asked in unison. "Ah, the magic," Thalion replied, a note of reverence in his voice. "The magic is in the harmony, in the balance that allows the forest to thrive. It is the unseen thread that connects us all, from the tallest trees to the tiniest ants. It is in the way the sun warms our backs and the moon guides us at night. The magic is within us and around us." As Thalion's story wove its spell, the young creatures began to understand the delicate dance of life within their forest home. They learned that each creature, no matter how small, had a role to play in maintaining the balance. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows through the trees, Talion paused, his gaze thoughtful. "There is more to this tale," he said softly, as the young ones leaned in closer, their interest piqued. "In the heart of the forest lies the Well of Seasons," Talion revealed, his voice carrying an ancient echo, "a place where the essence of each season is stored. It is said that the well is guarded by the elders of the forest, creatures as old as the trees themselves, who ensure the balance is maintained." Luna's eyes widened with wonder. "Have you seen it, Talion?" The old tortoise chuckled, the sound like the rustling of leaves. "I have once, when I was but a young tortoise. It is a place of profound beauty and power, where the air shimmers with the colors of the seasons. It reminded me that while balance is delicate, it is also resilient, a testament to the strength of our community." The young creatures were silent, their hearts filled with a newfound respect for their forest home. With the story drawing to a close, Talion looked around at the young faces before him. "Remember, my dear friends, that wisdom is passed down through the generations, not just in words, but in actions. We must cherish and protect our home, for we are as much a part of it as it is of us." The sun sank lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of wood smoke from a distant hearth. The creatures huddled closer, feeling the comforting warmth of their shared understanding. As twilight descended, the forest seemed to glow with an inner light, a testament to the magic that lingered in every leaf and stone. The creatures, filled with newfound wisdom, returned to their homes, each carrying a piece of Thalion's story in their hearts. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, the forest of ever-changing seasons continued its eternal dance, a haven of harmony and peace, where magic flowed as freely as the wind, and the gentle whispers of nature were as timeless as the sky itself. The night of the crescent moon. As the creatures dispersed, Luna lingered, her thoughts swirling like the leaves in the gentle breeze. She felt a tug of curiosity about the Well of Seasons and the ancient guardians Thalion had mentioned. That night, as the crescent moon bathed the forest in silvery light, Luna made her way to Thalion's dwelling, a sheltered nook beneath the roots of a mighty oak. "Thalion?" she called softly, her voice barely a whisper against the night. The old tortoise emerged slowly, his eyes reflecting the moonlight. "What brings you here, little one?" Luna shifted nervously, the cool earth beneath her paws grounding her. "I want to learn more about the Well of Seasons. Can you tell me where it lies?" Talion regarded her with a mixture of pride and caution. "The well is not a place one finds easily, nor should it be sought without purpose. Its location is hidden to protect it from those who might misuse its power." "But what if I could help?" Luna insisted, her determination shining through. "I want to be a guardian, like those in your story." Thalion smiled gently, recognizing the spark of adventure in her eyes. "To be a guardian, one must first understand the forest and its needs. Your journey begins not with the well, but with listening to the whispers of the forest, learning its secrets, and respecting its wisdom." Luna nodded, feeling the weight of his words. She realized that the path of a guardian was one of patience and observation, of being attuned to the subtle rhythms of the world around her. In the days that followed, Luna embarked on her journey of discovery. She spent her mornings exploring the forest, her eyes wide to its wonders, her ears attuned to the stories carried by the wind. She watched as the birds crafted nests with meticulous care, marveled at the way the dewdrops clung to spider webs, and listened to the songs of the river as it wound its way through the trees. With each passing day, Luna's understanding grew, her heart swelling with a love for her home that was as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks. She learned to see the magic in the mundane, to find joy in the simple act of being present. One dusky evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of violet and gold, Luna returned to Thalion with newfound confidence. "I think I'm beginning to understand," she said, her voice carrying a hint of wonder. Thalion nodded, his heart warmed by her growth. "You are on the right path, Luna. Remember, the forest thrives because we all play our part. It is our duty to protect it, to ensure that its magic endures for those who come after us." As the stars twinkled above, Luna felt a sense of belonging, a connection to the forest that was as enduring as the cycle of the seasons. She knew that her journey was just beginning, and she was ready to embrace the challenges and joys that lay ahead. And so, the forest of ever-changing seasons continued to flourish, its magic preserved by those who understood the delicate balance of life within its bounds. Under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Luna and her friends took their place as guardians, their hearts united in their love for the world they called home. Story 4. In the heart of the ancient verdantwood forest, where towering trees wove a dense tapestry of emerald canopy, the air always hummed with a gentle melodic whisper. This was a place where reality and magic were indistinguishable, where the creatures of the forest moved with an effortless grace and carried the wisdom of the ages in their hearts. It was dawn, and the forest awoke with a symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the branches, dappling the forest floor with warm golden light. The air was crisp, tinged with the scent of dew-kissed ferns and the earthy aroma of the damp forest floor. The gentle rustle of leaves was accompanied by the soft patter of tiny paws on the ground as creatures emerged from their slumber. Amongst the roots of an old oak tree, in a cozy burrow lined with soft moss and leaves, lived a wise old badger named Bramwell. His fur was a tapestry of silver streaks, and his eyes held the depth of countless stories. He had a gentle demeanor, his movements slow and deliberate, as if each step was a dance with the earth itself. Bramwell was known throughout the verdantwood for his understanding of the forest's delicate balance. He had learned from his ancestors the rhythms of nature, how the changing seasons influenced the life around him and the magical phenomena that accompanied them. He often shared his knowledge with the younger creatures, guiding them in maintaining the harmony that was essential for their survival. His voice, rich and resonant, was a beacon of wisdom to all who sought his counsel. One crisp morning, as the first mists of autumn began to weave through the trees, a gentle rustling announced the arrival of Pippa, a young squirrel with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a bushy tail that seemed to dance in the breeze. She had a boundless energy, her movements quick and lively, as if the very essence of the forest flowed through her veins. Pippa skittered to a stop before Bramwell, her tiny paws clutching a golden acorn. "Good morning, Bramwell," she chirped, her voice a blend of excitement and curiosity. "I've found something strange. This acorn doesn't seem ordinary." Bramwell examined the acorn carefully. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if it held the captured light of 1,000 sunsets. "Ah!" Bramwell murmured, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "This is no ordinary acorn, dear Pippa. This is a sunstone acorn, a rare gift of the forest." Pippa's eyes widened with wonder. "A sunstone acorn? What does it do?" "It is said," Bramwell began, settling into a comfortable storytelling posture, "that these acorns are imbued with the magic of the sun. They appear only when the forest is in perfect harmony. Each sunstone acorn carries a piece of the sun's warmth and can bring light to the darkest places." Pippa shivered with excitement. "Can we use it to light up the old hollow tree? The one that's always so dark and gloomy?" Bramwell nodded, his heart warmed by Pippa's enthusiasm. "Indeed, but remember, Pippa, magic must be used with care, and only for the good of all." Together, they set off through the forest, following winding paths carpeted with crisp fallen leaves. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp soil. As they journeyed, Bramwell shared stories of the forest's history, tales of how the creatures had learned to live in harmony with the land and each other. Their path took them past a grove of ancient willow trees, their branches trailing like delicate fingers over a pond that mirrored the sky. Here, the water was so still it seemed like glass, capturing the essence of the heavens above. Bramwell often stopped to reflect in places such as this, where the veil between the world and its reflection was thinnest. "Every creature, every plant has its role," Bramwell explained, his gaze sweeping over the peaceful scene. "The willows offer shelter and shade, the pond provides water and a home for many. We are all interconnected." As they walked, Bramwell paused by a small, bubbling brook that wound its way through the woods like a silver ribbon. "This brook," he said, gesturing with one paw, "is the lifeblood of our forest. It nourishes the roots of the trees and quenches the thirst of all who live here. Without it, the verdant wood would not thrive. Pippa listened intently, her eyes reflecting the sparkling water. "I never realized how important it was," she said softly. "I'll make sure to always take care of it." Her voice was solemn, underscoring her newfound appreciation for the delicate balance of their home. As they ventured deeper, they encountered a clearing where the sunlight poured like liquid gold through the trees, illuminating a hidden meadow. Wildflowers of every color imaginable dotted the landscape, their petals swaying gently in the breeze. The air was fragrant with the sweet scent of blooms and the earthy undertones of fresh grass. It was a place untouched by time, a living canvas that spoke of nature's artistic grace. "Ah, this meadow," Bramwell mused, his voice filled with reverence, "is the heart of verdant wood. It is said that the first creatures of the forest danced here under the moonlight, celebrating the beauty of their new home. It is a place of beginnings, where dreams are born." Pippa twirled among the flowers, her laughter mingling with the song of the wind. She paused, her gaze lingering on a single bluebell that seemed to glow with an inner light. "It's like the forest is alive," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. Bramwell chuckled softly. "Indeed it is. The forest is a living entity, a tapestry woven from the threads of every creature and plant. We are but a part of its grand design." They continued on, the sunlight now casting long, dappled shadows. When they finally reached the hollow tree, its ancient boughs twisted like gnarled fingers reaching for the sky, they paused at its entrance. It loomed like a shadowed giant, its interior cloaked in perpetual twilight. Pippa clutched the sunstone acorn tightly, her heart fluttering with anticipation. "What should I do, Bramwell?" "Place it at the heart of the tree," Bramwell instructed softly, his voice as calming as the forest itself. "And speak from your heart." Pippa nodded and scampered into the hollow. Her small form was soon swallowed by the darkness, but Bramwell could hear her clear, gentle voice. "Great tree, we bring you the light of the sun, that you may never know darkness." As her words echoed through the hollow, a soft, golden light began to emanate from within. The sunstone acorn pulsed gently, casting a warm, comforting glow that filled every corner of the tree. Shadows fled, replaced by a luminous radiance that seemed to breathe life into the ancient wood. Pippa emerged, her face alight with joy. "It worked, Bramwell. The tree is filled with light." Bramwell chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound like the purr of a contented cat. "Well done, Pippa. You have brought light and warmth to a place that needed it." As they made their way back home, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, the leaves rustling gently in applause. Creatures peeked from their nests and burrows, their eyes reflecting the newfound light of the hollow tree. In the days that followed, the hollow tree became a sanctuary for those seeking warmth and light. Birds nested within its branches, and woodland creatures gathered beneath its boughs, sharing stories and laughter. The light of the sunstone acorn reached far and wide, touching every corner of the forest with its gentle glow. Meanwhile, an unexpected scene unfolded deeper within the forest. In a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, a mysterious figure emerged. It was an ancient stag, his antlers adorned with soft moss and tiny flowers. He had seen many cycles of the forest and was a guardian of its secrets. His presence was rare, a testament to the harmony that Pippa and Bramwell had bestowed upon the land. The stag approached the hollow tree one silent night, his eyes reflecting the moonlight. He bowed his head slightly, a gesture of respect and acknowledgement of the light now emanating from the tree. With a gentle nod, he vanished back into the shadows, a silent guardian of the forest's newfound peace. As Bramwell and Pippa continued their daily routines, a new challenge emerged, testing their dedication to the forest's harmony. A sudden chill swept through verdant wood, unheard of for the season. The brook's gentle song became muted as a thin layer of frost clung to its edges, and the vibrant meadow seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Sensing the forest's distress, Bramwell called a gathering of the forest creatures. Around the base of the hollow tree, they assembled, a tapestry of fur, feathers, and scales, all worried and whispering among themselves. "The balance has been disrupted," Bramwell began, his voice carrying a gravity that silenced the crowd. "We must discover the cause and restore the peace." Pippa, ever eager, volunteered to scout ahead, her agile form weaving through the trees. She discovered the source of the chill in a distant part of the forest, where a great stone lay, covered in unnatural frost. From it emanated a cold that seemed to sap the warmth from the world. Returning to Bramwell, Pippa described the stone. "It's like the heart of winter has found its way here," she said, her voice tinged with concern. Bramwell nodded, understanding dawning in his ancient eyes. "That is the frost stone, a relic of a time when the forest was young. It must be returned to its rightful place." With a plan forming, Bramwell and Pippa set out with a group of willing creatures. They navigated the forest, now under a veil of frost, guided by the wisdom of the elder badger and the youthful energy of the squirrel. Reaching the stone, they worked together, using their combined strengths. The birds sang songs of warmth, the deer and boars nudged the stone with their combined might, while the smaller creatures like Pippa and her kin gathered around, their hearts united in purpose. As they labored, an understanding spread among them. The true magic of Verdantwood wasn't just in its mystical artifacts, but in the unity and cooperation of its inhabitants. Finally, with a great heave, the frost stone was moved, its chill dissipating as it was returned to a hidden cave where the earth could absorb its cold embrace. Back at the hollow tree, the warmth returned, melting the frost and allowing the brook to sing once more. The forest breathed a collective sigh of relief, the balance restored. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a final golden glow across the forest, Bramwell found himself at the edge of a clearing. Here the stars seemed to hang closer, their light mingling with the glow from the hollow tree. It was a place where he often came to ponder the mysteries of the forest and his role within it. He remembered his own youthful days, filled with questions and a thirst for understanding. It was this very forest, with its endless wonders, that had taught him patience and the value of listening to the whispers of the world around him. Pippa joined him, sitting quietly by his side. "Bramwell," she said softly, "do you ever wonder what lies beyond the verdant wood?" Bramwell smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflected starlight. "I have, dear Pippa, but I've learned that the answers we seek are often found within the very places we know best. The forest is vast and full of secrets, and there is always something new to discover." As the stars blinked down upon them, Bramwell knew that the future of the verdant wood was bright, as long as there were those willing to nurture its harmony and pass on its timeless wisdom. And in the gentle embrace of twilight, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, a soothing melody that promised peace and dreams as sweet as the stories shared beneath its ancient trees. As the light from the hollow tree reached even the most reclusive corners of the forest, a new chapter began for the creatures of Verdantwood. They realized that the magic of the sunstone acorn was not just in its light, but in the sense of unity and purpose it inspired. Each creature, from the tiniest insect to the mightiest stag, found renewed strength in the bonds they shared, understanding that the true magic of their world lay within their collective spirit. And so, under the light of the sunstone acorn, Verdantwood thrived, its stories woven into the very fabric of the forest, passed down through generations, ensuring that its magic would never fade. As the seasons cycled and the forest continued to flourish, Bramwell and Pippa found themselves drawn to a new adventure. A mysterious map had surfaced, discovered by a curious hedgehog named Thistle, hidden within the roots of an ancient tree. It was inscribed with strange symbols and pathways that hinted at a hidden grove, a place spoken of only in whispers, a sanctuary of the fabled moonstone lily, a flower said to bloom once every century and imbue the forest with a new kind of magic. Intrigued, Bramwell and Pippa, along with Thistle, decided to embark on this quest. They set off, guided by the map and the light of the sunstone acorn, which Pippa carried in a little pouch crafted from leaves. Their journey led them through parts of the forest they had only dreamed of, where the air was thick with the scent of ancient trees and the ground was soft underfoot, a tapestry of moss and fallen leaves. As they traveled, they encountered new friends and challenges, each teaching them more about the interconnectedness of their world. They crossed a rushing river on the back of a wise old turtle, navigated a labyrinth of towering ferns with the guidance of fireflies, and rested beneath the watchful gaze of an owl who shared stories of the skies. Finally, after many days and nights, they reached the hidden grove. It was a place of profound serenity, where the moonlight danced upon the leaves and a gentle mist swirled around their feet. In the center stood the moonstone lily, its petals glowing with a soft, silvery light that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself. As they approached, the air filled with a melody, as if the forest itself was singing. The moonstone lily unfurled its petals, revealing a luminescent core that bathed the grove in its gentle glow. It was a moment of pure magic, a testament to the wonders of their world. Bramwell, Pippa, and Thistle stood in awe, their hearts swelling with gratitude and a deeper understanding of their place in the verdant wood. They realized that the true magic of their journey lay not just in the destination, but in the bonds they had forged and the lessons they had learned along the way. With the blessing of the moonstone lily, they returned home, their spirits renewed, and their hearts open to the endless possibilities that lay before them. And as the moonstone lily's light mingled with that of the sunstone acorn, the forest shone brighter than ever, a beacon of hope and harmony for all its inhabitants. Story 5. In the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled within the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, a mystery fluttered like a curious breeze through the ancient trees. Willowbrook was a village like no other, where the air was perfumed with the scent of lilacs, and the cobblestone paths were kissed by golden sunlight filtering through the leafy canopy above. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted from the village bakery, mingling with floral fragrances, and the soft murmur of the brook that wound through the village provided a soothing melody to the rhythm of everyday life. In this enchanted village, every morning began with the sweet song of Aurora, the nightingale who perched upon the gnarled branch of the oldest oak tree. Her melody was the village's gentle alarm, rousing the denizens to another day of harmony and peace. It was here, in this place of quiet wonder, that young Finn lived in a quaint cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden filled with blooming marigolds. The cottage, with its thatched roof and smoke curling lazily from the chimney, was a sanctuary of warmth and welcome, where Finn's laughter often echoed amid the walls. Finn was a kind-hearted soul, known for his warm smile and eyes that sparkled like the stars at twilight. He adored exploring the whispering woods, which were rumored to be alive with magic and secrets. His curiosity was insatiable, always seeking the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. His companion on these adventures was a wise old tortoise named Tully, who had seen many seasons come and go. Tully was not just any tortoise. He possessed a shell that shimmered like a mosaic of gemstones, and his wisdom ran as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. His slow, contemplative nature balanced Finn's youthful exuberance, and together they made a formidable pair, each adventure deepening their bond. One dewy morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Tully set out on another adventure. Today felt different. As they meandered through the woods, they noticed something peculiar. The leaves, usually vibrant and lush, seemed to shimmer with an unusual glow, as if whispering secrets to one another. Tiny orbs of light danced playfully among the branches, and the air was thick with mystery, carrying a faint, sweet scent of jasmine that seemed to pull them deeper into the woods. "Do you feel that, Tully?" Finn asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Tully nodded slowly, his eyes scanning the forest. "Indeed, my dear Finn, the woods are speaking. Something unusual is afoot." His voice, though soft, held a gravity that matched the odd feeling that clung to the air. Intrigued, they ventured deeper into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew taller and the light dappled the forest floor in a mosaic of shadows and sunbeams. It was here that they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms, perfectly formed and glowing faintly in the morning light. At its center lay a silver feather, shimmering with a soft luminescence. The moment was suspended in time, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. Finn knelt down, his fingers brushing the delicate feather. "What do you think it means, Tully?" The tortoise pondered for a moment, the patterns on his shell catching the light. "This is no ordinary feather, Finn. It belongs to the moonlit owl, a creature of great wisdom and mystery. It is said that when the owl leaves behind its feather, it is a sign of an enigma needing resolution." Tully's words carried the weight of legends and history, and Finn felt a thrill of excitement mixed with awe. With a newfound sense of purpose, Finn and Tully decided to seek out the moonlit owl, hoping to unravel the mystery that hung like a mist over the forest. As they journeyed, the path grew more enchanting, with flowers that glowed softly and vines that seemed to hum a gentle tune. The deeper they went, the more vibrant the colors became, as if the forest itself was guiding them toward a revelation. Their first stop was the Willowbrook Library, a haven of knowledge nestled within a hollowed-out tree where books lined every inch of the walls. Here they hoped to find guidance from Miss Waverly, the village librarian, whose knowledge of the magical and the mundane was unparalleled. The library exuded a comforting scent of old parchment and ink, a testament to the countless tales and wisdom contained within its walls. Miss Waverly greeted them with her usual warmth, her spectacles perched on the edge of her nose. Her eyes, sharp and kind, twinkled with curiosity. "What a delightful surprise to see you both. What brings you to the library this fine morning?" Finn explained their discovery and their quest to find the moonlit owl. Miss Waverly listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "Ah, the moonlit owl. It is a rare sight indeed. Legend has it that the owl resides near the Crystal Falls, where the waters sing and the moonlight dances upon the surface. Perhaps you will find your answers there." Her words, woven with the cadence of ancient stories, painted a vivid picture in Finn's mind. Thanking Miss Waverly, Finn and Tully made their way towards the Crystal Falls, following a path lined with silver ferns and twinkling fireflies. The sound of rushing water grew louder as they approached, and soon they stood before the falls, where the water cascaded down in a curtain of liquid crystal. The air was cool and refreshing, with a faint mist that kissed their skin. It was here, under the canopy of stars and the gentle gaze of the moon, that they saw the moonlit owl perched upon a branch, its eyes glowing with the light of 1,000 stories. The owl regarded them with a knowing look, its presence both comforting and awe-inspiring. Its feathers glistened under the moonlight, a tapestry of silver and shadow. Finn stepped forward, holding out the feather. "Great moonlit owl, we found this in the woods. Can you help us understand its meaning?" The owl's voice was soft yet resonant, like the whisper of a breeze through leaves. "The feather you hold is a symbol of unity and understanding. It was left as a reminder that sometimes the key to solving mysteries lies in the bonds we share and the wisdom we seek together." The owl's gaze seemed to pierce through to Finn's very soul, imparting a profound truth that resonated deeply within him. As the owl spoke, Finn recalled his grandfather's tales of the moonlit owl, stories told by the fire on long winter nights. His grandfather, a man of great wisdom and humor, had always insisted that the world was full of unseen wonders, if only one had the eyes to see them. Finn realized that this moment was a testament to those tales, and his heart swelled with the realization that he was indeed a part of something greater. With a gentle flap of its wings, the moonlit owl ascended into the night sky, leaving behind a trail of shimmering stardust. Finn and Tully watched as the owl disappeared into the horizon, feeling a sense of peace and clarity wash over them. They realized that their journey had not only been about solving a mystery, but also about deepening their understanding of the world and each other. As they made their way back through the forest, the strange occurrences seemed to settle, as if the woods themselves were calmed by the resolution of the mystery. The leaves returned to their usual vibrant hue, and the orbs of light ceased their playful dance. The air was filled with the symphony of the woods, the rustle of leaves, and the distant call of a nightingale. Back in Willowbrook, Finn and Tully shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and gratitude. The village once again buzzed with the comforting hum of life, its heart beating in harmony with the whispering woods. The story of the moonlit owl and its feather became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the magic and mysteries that the world held. In the days that followed, Finn found himself reflecting on his journey and the lessons he had learned. He realized that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered, not just in the whispering woods, but within the hearts of those around him. He marveled at how the forest seemed to weave its own stories, inviting all who dared to listen and learn. One afternoon, as Finn tended to his garden, a gentle breeze carried the scent of marigolds through the air, and he was reminded of the day he and Tully ventured into the woods. The memory brought a smile to his face, and he realized that the adventure had left an indelible mark on his heart. It was then that he noticed something shimmering amidst the marigolds, a small, delicate pendant shaped like an owl, intricately carved from silver. Curiosity piqued. Finn picked up the pendant, feeling its weight and the coolness of the metal against his skin. He wondered if it was a gift from the moonlit owl, or perhaps a token of the forest's gratitude. As he pondered its origin, Tully ambled over, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom that only time could bestow. "It seems, dear Finn, that the forest has gifted you with a reminder of our adventure," Tully said, his voice carrying a hint of mirth. "Perhaps it is a sign that our journey is only just beginning, and that there are more wonders yet to be discovered." Finn nodded, slipping the pendant into his pocket with a sense of wonder and anticipation. The forest had indeed woven its magic into his life, and he felt a renewed sense of purpose. The world was full of mysteries, and with Tully by his side, he knew that they would uncover them together. As Finn and Tully continued their jaunts through the familiar paths and unexplored nooks of the Whispering Woods, they began to notice more subtle changes around them. The forest, once a backdrop to their adventures, seemed to grow more vibrant, more alive. It was as if the trees themselves leaned closer to listen to their stories, and the brook sang a little softer so as not to drown out their laughter. Then one day, as they rested under the shade of a sprawling willow, Finn spoke of dreams that had begun to visit him in the quiet of the night. "I've been seeing places, Tully," Finn confessed, his voice tinged with wonder. "Places that I don't recognize, but feel like they've been waiting for me." His eyes, usually bright with curiosity, now held a deeper reflection, as though he had glimpsed the edges of a world yet unseen. Tully listened with the patience of the ages, nodding slowly. "Dreams can be the whispers of what is to come, or echoes of what has been," he said, his voice a gentle rumble. "Perhaps the forest is inviting you to see beyond the surface, to find the stories that lie hidden beneath." Encouraged by Tully's words, Finn began to pay more attention to these dreams, allowing them to guide his explorations. He found himself drawn to the ancient standing stones on the edge of the village, their silent forms holding secrets of the past. On one such visit, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the stones, Finn felt a shiver of recognition. The stones seemed to hum with an energy that matched the rhythm of his heart, and he realized that they were part of the dreamscape that had been calling to him. As he placed his hand on one of the stones, a vision unfolded before him, a tapestry of time woven with threads of light and shadow. He saw the village as it once was, a place of gathering and stories, where people came to share knowledge and forge bonds. The image shifted, showing the moonlit owl, its wings casting a protective shadow over the village, guiding its people with wisdom and grace. When the vision faded, Finn sat in silence, the weight of understanding settling over him like a comforting cloak. The stones were not just remnants of the past, but anchors of memory and hope, linking the villagers to the wisdom of the ages. They were a testament to the enduring spirit of Willowbrook, a reminder that the stories of the past could light the way to the future. With a newfound determination, Finn shared his vision with the villagers, igniting a spark of curiosity and reverence among them. Together, they began to gather at the stones once more, reviving the old traditions and weaving new stories into the fabric of their lives. The village, once a serene haven, now thrummed with a vibrant energy, its people bound together by the magic of shared history and dreams. In the quiet moments, as Finn and Tully sat by the fire, they spoke of the journeys yet to come, of mysteries still waiting to be unraveled. Finn knew that with Tully by his side, and the wisdom of the forest guiding him, every adventure would lead to new discoveries and deeper understandings. The world was vast and full of wonders, and together they would explore its boundless mysteries. Then, one crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to tumble from the trees, Finn awoke with a sense of urgency. The dreams had become more vivid, more insistent, pulling him toward a new path. He shared this with Tully, who nodded in understanding. "The forest calls, Finn, We must heed its invitation. Determined, they set out once again, this time following a new trail that wound deeper into the woods than they had ever ventured before. The path was shaded by ancient oaks and bordered by a carpet of moss that cushioned their steps. As they walked, the air grew cooler, and the whispers of the forest became a chorus, guiding them onward. After a time, they arrived at a clearing unlike any they had seen before. In its center stood a massive, ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward like open arms. The tree seemed to pulse with life, its bark etched with patterns that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. Finn felt a pull toward the tree, an invitation to step closer. As he approached, he noticed a doorway carved into the trunk, its edges smooth and worn with age. "What do you suppose this is, Tully?" Finn asked, his voice hushed with awe. Tully regarded the doorway with a thoughtful gaze. "It is a portal, Finn, a gateway to the heart of the forest where the oldest secrets are kept." With a deep breath, Finn stepped through the doorway, Tully by his side. The world shifted around them, the air shimmering as if charged with energy. They found themselves in a vast, luminescent cavern, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast rainbows of light. At the center of the cavern stood the moonlit owl, its presence majestic and serene. "Welcome, Finn and Tully," the owl intoned, its voice echoing like a song. "You have come far, and the forest has deemed you worthy to know its heart." Finn's heart pounded with anticipation as the owl continued. "Here, in this sacred space, lies the Well of Whispers. It is the source of the forest's magic, a place where all stories begin and end. You are its guardians now, entrusted with its secrets and its power." As the words washed over him, Finn felt a deep sense of purpose settle within him. The journey had led him to this moment, a culmination of dreams and discoveries. He understood that the forest had chosen him not just to uncover its mysteries, but to protect and preserve them for generations to come. With a solemn nod, Finn accepted the mantle of guardian, knowing that his adventures with Tully were only the beginning. Together, they would safeguard the magic of the Whispering Woods, ensuring that its stories would continue to inspire and enchant all who listened. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Finn and Tully emerged from the cavern with a newfound sense of wonder and responsibility. The forest had entrusted them with its heart, and they would honor it with courage and wisdom. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the village welcomed them with open arms, its people eager to hear of their latest adventure. And in the quiet of the night, as Aurora's song lulled the village into peaceful slumber, Finn dreamed of the endless mysteries that awaited him, his heart alight with the promise of new adventures and the warmth of belonging. The greatest mysteries, he realized, were not just found in the world around him, but within the hearts and stories of those he held dear. With Tully by his side, he knew that together they would embrace the wonders of the world, one story at a time. 6. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 7. In a galaxy far, far away, there existed two worlds as different as night and day. On the lush, verdant planet of Viridis, a young botanist named Ayla spent her days tending to the exotic flora that blanketed the surface like a vibrant tapestry. Her deep emerald skin glistened in the sunlight, and her delicate tendrils swayed gently in the breeze, a living embodiment of the natural world she cherished. In stark contrast, the metallic world of Metapolis hummed with the constant whir of machinery. Here, a brilliant but socially awkward android named Zeta devoted his existence to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. His sleek chrome body reflected the harsh artificial lights, and his circuits whirred with each calculated movement. Fate would bring these two unlikely companions together when Ayla's research vessel was caught in a cosmic storm, hurtling her across the stars and crash-landing on the unfamiliar terrain of Metapolis. Zeta, ever the curious intellectual, rushed to investigate the extraterrestrial phenomenon, only to be met with the bewildered and terrified Ayla, her delicate tendrils coiled defensively around her. At first, their interactions were marred by misunderstandings. Ayla, unaccustomed to the cold, mechanical world, recoiled from Zeta's metallic form, perceiving him as a threat. Zeta, in turn, struggled to comprehend the emotional depth and nuance of Ayla's plant-based existence. Yet, as they found themselves stranded together, forced to confront the challenges of surviving on Metapolis, the seeds of understanding began to take root. Ayla marveled at the intricate inner workings of Zeta's artificial intelligence, while Zeta found himself captivated by the intricate beauty and resilience of Viridian life forms. Slowly, through shared experiences and open dialogue, they learned to navigate their differences, forging an unlikely bond. Zeta's logical mind provided invaluable guidance as they repaired Ayla's damaged vessel, while Ayla's nurturing touch helped Zeta connect with the emotional depths he had long suppressed. Together, they faced treacherous storms, hostile environments, and even cunning scavengers who sought to plunder Ayla's ship for its valuable resources. In these moments of peril, they learned to rely on one another, each offering their unique strengths and perspectives. Ayla's gentle patience helped Zeta overcome his social anxieties, teaching him the value of empathy and emotional intelligence. In turn, Zeta's thirst for knowledge inspired Ayla to embrace her curiosity, pushing the boundaries of her botanical research. As their vessel neared completion and the time came for Ayla to return home, they realized the true depth of their bond. What had begun as a chance encounter between strangers had blossomed into a profound friendship, transcending the boundaries of species and origin. With heavy hearts, they said their farewells, but the lessons they had learned and the impact they had made on each other's lives would endure. Ayla carried with her a newfound appreciation for the wonders of technology and the beauty of artificial intelligence, while Zeta embraced the importance of emotional connections and the awe-inspiring majesty of the natural world. And though their paths diverged, their stories became intertwined, a testament to the power of friendship to bridge even the vastest of divides. For in that moment, they had discovered a truth more profound than any scientific theory or botanical discovery, that the greatest adventures often begin with the most unexpected of companions. Story 8. Once upon a time, in the small, sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled at the foot of the Misty Mountains, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same emerald hue as the leaves in spring, and her heart brimmed with an adventurous spirit that could not be contained by the bounds of her quaint little hometown. Each night, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Lila would sit by her window and dream of the wonders that lay beyond the familiar fields and forests. One evening, as the crickets began their nightly serenade, Lila noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its tall, ancient trees that seemed to murmur secrets with the rustle of their leaves. The light was unlike any she had seen before, a gentle, shimmering blue that danced like liquid moonlight upon the forest floor. Her heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity, urging her to discover its source. Wrapped in her cozy woolen shawl, Lila tiptoed out of her cottage, careful not to wake her sleeping family. The cool night air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the stars twinkled above like tiny lanterns guiding her way. As she approached the woods, the glow grew brighter, casting an ethereal light on the path ahead. The Whispering Woods, though mysterious, was beautiful beyond words. The trees stood tall and majestic, their branches forming an intricate canopy that filtered the moonlight into delicate beams. Each step Lila took was cushioned by a carpet of moss, soft and springy beneath her feet. The air was alive with the gentle hum of nighttime creatures, and the occasional hoot of an owl echoed like a wise old sentinel in the distance. As Lila ventured deeper into the woods, she encountered a peculiar sight, a small gathering of luminescent mushrooms, glowing with the same blue light that had drawn her here. They were clustered around the base of a grand oak tree, their soft radiance illuminating the gnarled roots and casting playful shadows that danced with the breeze. Intrigued, Lila knelt down to examine them, marveling at the way they pulsed gently, as if breathing with the rhythm of the forest. Suddenly, a soft, melodic voice broke the stillness. "Welcome, dear traveler," it chimed, as a tiny creature emerged from among the mushrooms, a fairy no taller than Lila's hand, with delicate wings that shimmered like gossamer in the moonlight. Her eyes sparkled with a mischievous kindness, and her hair flowed like a silver waterfall. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice a whisper of wonder. "I am Sylphie," the fairy replied with a twinkle in her eye. "Guardian of these enchanted woods, you have been drawn here by the light of the moonshrooms. They only bloom for those who seek adventure with a pure heart." Lila felt a thrill of excitement. "What lies beyond the woods?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Sylphie fluttered her wings, sending a gentle breeze that ruffled Lila's hair. "Beyond these woods lies the Vale of Wonders, a place where the impossible becomes possible, but only those with courage and an open heart can find their way." Determined to see this magical land, Lila nodded, her resolve strengthening. "I wish to go there," she declared. Sylphie smiled warmly. "Then follow me, brave Lila, and let your heart be your guide." Together they ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees seemed to whisper encouragement, and the path wound like a silver ribbon under the moonlight. Along the way, Lila encountered whimsical creatures she had only read about in stories, a family of hedgehogs nestled under a leafy canopy, their quills glistening like dew-dropped grass, and a pair of rabbits with ears so long they trailed behind them like silken scarves. The journey was not without its challenges. At one point, they came upon a babbling brook, its waters too swift to cross. Lila hesitated, unsure of how to proceed, but Sylphie, with a wink, whispered, "Trust in yourself, and you will find the way." Recalling the tales her grandmother had told her, Lila gathered stones from the bank, and piece by piece, laid a path across the brook. With each stone, her confidence grew, and soon she had crafted a bridge solid enough to carry her to the other side. Sylphie clapped her tiny hands in delight as they continued on their way. Finally, after what felt like both an eternity and a mere moment, the trees parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The Vale of Wonders stretched out before them, a tapestry of vibrant colors and fantastical shapes. Hills rolled like waves of emerald green, dotted with flowers that whispered secrets in the breeze. In the distance, a waterfall cascaded down a cliff, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds under the moon's gentle gaze. Lila stood in awe, her heart swelling with joy and a newfound sense of possibility. She had followed her curiosity and courage, and it had led her to a place more wondrous than she had ever imagined. As she turned to thank Sylphie, the fairy's eyes glimmered with approval. "You have shown great courage and wisdom, dear Lila," she said. Remember this night whenever you face the unknown. The world is filled with wonders for those who dare to explore. With a gentle hug, Sylphie bid her farewell, promising to guide her safely back to Willowbrook when she was ready. Lila spent the night exploring the Val, her heart light with wonder and her spirit soaring on wings of adventure. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold once more, Lila made her way back through the whispering woods, her footsteps light with the knowledge that she had discovered something truly magical. When she returned to her village, she carried with her not only tales of a fantastical land, but also a newfound confidence in herself and her ability to face any challenge with an open heart. And so, whenever night fell over Willowbrook, Lila would dream of the Vale of Wonders, knowing that courage and curiosity would always guide her to new horizons and endless possibilities. Her adventures had taught her that the world was indeed a magical place for those who dared to explore its mysteries. And with that comforting thought, she would drift into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the enchanting glow of moonshrooms and the gentle laughter of fairies. Story 9. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid gold, the air was filled with the sweet, earthy scent of moss and the gentle rustling of leaves. This was a place where time seemed to stand still, and where every creature, great and small, lived in a delicate balance orchestrated by nature's unseen hand. In this enchanted woodland, a community of creatures thrived, each playing a vital role in the symphony of life. Among them was Brindle, a wise old squirrel whose fur was as gray as the clouds that sometimes draped over the forest like a soft blanket. Brindle had lived many seasons and had seen the forest shift through cycles of growth, slumber, and renewal. One crisp autumn morning, as the air carried the faintest hint of winter's chill, Brindle scurried along a familiar path. The leaves underfoot crunched softly, their vibrant hues of red and gold painting the forest floor in a tapestry of color. Brindle was on a mission to gather the last of the acorns to store for the coming winter. But today, something felt different. As Brindle paused to nibble on a particularly plump acorn, a gentle whisper of wind stirred the leaves, and with it came the faintest sound of a melody, like a lullaby sung by the breeze. It was the Song of Seasons, a mystical tune that only the wisest of the forest could hear, a sign that change was afoot. Intrigued, Brindle followed the melody deeper into the forest, where the trees grew denser and the light danced in dappled patterns on the ground. There, in a hidden glade surrounded by ancient oaks, stood an enormous tree known as the elderwood. Its trunk was gnarled and twisted, and its branches stretched upwards as if reaching for the sky. The elderwood was the heart of the forest, and it was said to hold the wisdom of all who had ever lived within its embrace. At the base of the elderwood, Brindle found a gathering of creatures. There was Luna, the gentle doe whose eyes sparkled like dupes in the morning sun, and Pippin, the boisterous young fox whose curiosity often led him into adventures. Even the shy and elusive heron, with feathers as silvery as moonlight, had come. "Brindle," Luna greeted with a nod, her voice soft and soothing like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Do you hear it? The Song of Seasons calls to us." Brindle nodded, his eyes alight with understanding. "Yes, and it can only mean one thing. The forest is preparing for the Great Balance." The Great Balance was a phenomenon that occurred once every century, when the magic of the forest aligned with the changing of the seasons to restore harmony and renew life. It was a time when the creatures of the forest came together, each contributing their own gifts and wisdom to ensure the cycle of life continued unbroken. "But something is different this time," Pippin observed, his ears twitching with curiosity. "The song is softer, and the air feels uncertain." Luna sighed, her gaze drifting to the canopy above. "The balance of the forest has been disturbed. The streams run slower, and the flowers bloom less vibrantly. We must find the cause and restore harmony." With a shared sense of purpose, the creatures of the forest set out to uncover the mystery. As they journeyed, they marveled at the wonders around them, the tapestry of fallen leaves that crunched underfoot, the scent of pine mingling with the crisp autumn air, and the gentle murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Their first stop was at the glistening pond, where the water lilies floated like delicate stars on a mirror. There they found Willow, the wise old turtle who had seen many seasons come and go. "Ah, the song of seasons," Willow mused, his voice as deep and soothing as the pond's waters. "It speaks to those who listen with the heart. The balance is indeed fragile, but fear not, for together we shall mend it." Willow shared his knowledge of the forest's history, recounting tales of how the creatures had united in times of need, each offering their unique strengths. Brindle recalled how the squirrel's nimble movements had once helped disperse seeds to distant parts of the forest, while Luna remembered the gentle guidance her kin had given to lost travelers. As the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the horizon in shades of crimson and gold, the creatures continued their journey. They visited the meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emeralds, and where the bees worked tirelessly, gathering nectar from the last of the autumn blooms. They spoke with the bees, who buzzed with tales of the flowers' fading vitality, and the birds, whose songs were tinged with a longing for the lushness of spring. From each encounter, the creatures gleaned a piece of the puzzle, their understanding deepening like the roots of the mighty trees. At last, as twilight descended upon the forest, the creatures returned to the elderwood. They gathered beneath its ancient boughs, their hearts united in purpose and friendship. It was there, in the shadow of the elderwood, that Brindle spoke the words that would guide them. "The forest has always provided for us," Brindle began, his voice steady and warm like the embrace of a summer's day. "And now it is our turn to give back. We must restore the balance by nurturing the land, sharing the wisdom of our ancestors, and working together in harmony." With renewed determination, each creature set to work. The squirrels and birds spread seeds far and wide, ensuring new growth would sprout come spring. The bees and butterflies pollinated the remaining flowers, their dance a testament to the interconnectedness of all life. The deer and foxes tended to the forest floor, clearing away debris to make room for new life. As the days passed and the first snowflakes began to fall, the forest began to stir with the promise of renewal. The streams flowed clearer, the air felt crisper, and the song of seasons grew stronger, resonating through the trees like a gentle lullaby. In time, the great balance was restored, and with it came the dawn of a new era for the forest. The creatures celebrated with a feast beneath the stars, their hearts filled with gratitude for the magic that bound them together and the wisdom passed down through generations. And so, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the ancient forest, Brindle and the other creatures nestled into their homes, lulled to sleep by the soothing sounds of nature's lullaby. The forest was at peace, held in the gentle embrace of the great balance, where harmony and friendship reigned supreme. Story 10. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was imbued with the earthy scent of moss and damp leaves, there lay a symphony of life hidden beneath the towering canopy of trees. The forest was a world unto itself, where sunlight filtered through the dense foliage in shimmering streams, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and gentle breezes whispered through the leaves, sharing secrets of old. This forest was home to creatures both ordinary and extraordinary, living in a harmony so profound that the very essence of magic seemed woven into the air. The creatures of the forest were not merely inhabitants, but custodians, each playing a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of their world. On a cool, crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn settled like a silvery veil over the forest, a young squirrel named Thistle awoke in her cozy nest high in the branches of a grand oak tree. The world was wrapped in a hushed stillness, the kind that comes just before the forest fully awakens. Thistle stretched her tiny limbs, her fur ruffled and warm from sleep, and peered out through the leaves of her nest. Below, the forest floor was a carpet of fallen leaves, vibrant in their autumn hues of red, gold, and orange. The leaves crunched softly underfoot as the creatures of the forest began their day. Thistle chattered excitedly as she noticed her friend, a gentle fox named Fern, weaving gracefully through the trees, her russet fur blending with the autumn colors. "Good morning, Thistle," Fern called softly, her voice as smooth as the breeze that rustled through the branches. "Good morning, Fern," Thistle replied, scampering down the tree to join her friend. "Isn't the forest beautiful today?" Fern nodded, her eyes sparkling with the joy of the season. It is indeed. The forest is singing its autumn song. Together, Thistle and Fern wandered through the forest, taking in the sights and sounds of their magical world. The air was crisp and clear, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke from a distant fire. Overhead, flocks of birds began their journey south, their calls echoing through the trees. And all around, the forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft patter of creatures preparing for the coming winter. As they walked, Fern shared tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, stories passed down through generations of her family. She spoke of the Great Change, a magical phenomenon that occurred with the turning of the seasons, when the forest itself seemed to breathe in harmony with the world. It was said that during the Great Change, the boundaries between the natural and the magical blurred, allowing the creatures of the forest to experience the world in a new and wondrous way. "Tonight is the night of the Great Change," Fern said, her voice tinged with reverence. "We must gather with the others to witness it." Thistle's eyes widened with excitement. She had heard of the Great Change but had never seen it herself. Together they made their way to the heart of the forest, where the ancient trees stood tall and proud, their roots entwined like the fingers of old friends holding hands. As dusk fell, the forest gathered in a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Creatures of all kinds came together, rabbits and deer, owls and hedgehogs, even the elusive lynx who rarely showed himself. There was a sense of anticipation in the air, a quiet excitement that pulsed through the gathered creatures. As the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, a hush fell over the clearing. The air seemed to shimmer, and a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, lifting them into a swirling dance. The moon rose high, casting a silver light that illuminated the forest with an ethereal glow. Then, as if on cue, the magic of the Great Change began to unfold. The trees, ancient and wise, seemed to sway to a rhythm only they could hear. Their leaves shimmered with a luminescent glow, casting colorful shadows that danced across the ground. The air was filled with a soft, melodic hum, a song of the earth that resonated deep within the hearts of all who listened. Thistle felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging and peace that she had never known before. She looked at Fern, who gave her a knowing smile, and together they watched as the forest transformed around them, a living testament to the magic and harmony that bound their world. In that moment, Thistle understood the wisdom of the Great Change. It was not just a spectacle of magic, but a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, of the balance and harmony that must be maintained for the forest to thrive. It was a lesson passed down through the ages, a gift from the ancient trees to their children. As the night deepened, the creatures of the forest joined in the dance, their movements as fluid and graceful as the leaves that swirled around them. Thistle and Fern twirled and leaped, their hearts light and full of joy, feeling the magic of the forest flow through them like a gentle stream. And when the moon reached its zenith, casting a serene light over the clearing, the Great Change reached its crescendo. The air shimmered with a radiant beauty, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. In that timeless space, the creatures of the forest felt a deep and abiding peace, a connection to the earth and to each other that transcended words. As the night wore on, the magic slowly faded, leaving a tranquil stillness in its wake. The creatures of the forest lingered for a while, savoring the afterglow of the Great Change, before returning to their burrows and nests, their hearts full of the forest's wisdom. Thistle and Fern made their way back to the grand oak, their steps light with the joy of the evening. As they parted under the moonlit sky, Thistle turned to her friend, her eyes bright with gratitude. "Thank you, Fern," she said softly. "Tonight was more beautiful than I could have ever imagined." Fern smiled, her eyes reflecting the gentle light of the moon. The forest always has more to teach us if we are willing to listen. With a final nod, Thistle scampered up to her nest, her heart full of the magic and wisdom of the Great Change. She nestled into her bed of soft leaves, lulled by the gentle rustle of the wind through the trees and the distant hoot of an owl bidding the forest good night. As she drifted off to sleep, Thistle knew that the forest would always be there, a sanctuary of peace and harmony, teaching her the ways of balance and friendship. And in the quiet of the night, the ancient forest stood watch, a wise guardian of the world and all its secret wonders. Story 11. In the heart of a valley where the mountains gently kissed the azure sky and rivers lazily wound their way through emerald fields, there existed a quaint village named Windmere. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone streets, thatched cottages, and gardens bursting with blooms of every imaginable hue. In this idyllic setting, where time seemed to slow and peace reigned, lived a young weaver named Finn. Finn was known throughout Windmere not only for his deft fingers that could weave the finest tapestries, but also for his kind heart. He spent his days in his cozy little cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of lavender and rosemary drifted from his garden and mingled with the soft, earthy aroma of the forest beyond. His loom stood by the window, its wooden frame polished and smooth, resonating with the gentle clack and whir as he worked. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, Finn awoke with a sense of anticipation fluttering in his chest. Today, he had decided, he would venture beyond the familiar paths he knew so well into the heart of Everwood Forest. The forest was a place of legend, whispered to house wonders and secrets that only the brave or the foolish dared to seek. Finn prepared a small satchel with provisions for his journey, a loaf of bread, some cheese, and a flask of spiced cider. Slipping into a warm cloak, he set out at dawn when the village was still wrapped in the gentle embrace of morning mist. The path into Everwood was marked by ancient oaks, their gnarled branches forming an archway that seemed to welcome him into another world. As he ventured deeper, the forest enveloped him in its serene embrace. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The air was sweet with the scent of pine, and the soft rustle of leaves accompanied his every step. Birds sang in a harmonious chorus, their melodies weaving through the trees like an invisible thread binding the forest together. Finn marveled at the beauty around him, each step drawing him further from the world he knew. As midday approached, he found himself in a glen where the trees parted to reveal a small clearing bathed in golden sunlight. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk thick and strong, its roots twisting into the earth like the fingers of a wise old giant. Curiosity piqued, Finn approached the tree. As he reached out to touch its rough bark, he noticed something glimmering among the roots, an object that seemed to pulse with a gentle, warm light. Kneeling down, he carefully uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was unlike anything he had ever seen, its surface etched with symbols that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. With a mix of awe and caution, Finn opened the box. Inside lay a spool of thread, as fine as spider silk and shimmering with all the colors of a sunrise. As his fingers brushed against it, he felt a surge of energy, a connection to something profound and elemental. The thread seemed to hum with life, a gentle whisper that promised untold possibilities. Finn realized that this was no ordinary thread. It was a gift, perhaps from the forest itself. He sensed that it held the power to weave not just fabric, but the very fabric of dreams and reality. The prospect filled him with a sense of wonder and responsibility. With the spool carefully tucked into his satchel, Finn made his way back to the village, his mind alight with possibilities. The journey home felt different, as if the world had shifted subtly, revealing a depth and vibrancy he had never noticed before. When he finally reached his cottage, he set the spool on his work table, contemplating what he might create. Days turned into weeks as Finn experimented with the magical thread, his loom singing with new tales as he wove. Each tapestry he crafted seemed to hold a life of its own, capturing the essence of dreams and memories. Word spread through Windmere of his extraordinary creations, drawing visitors from far and wide. But it was not fame or fortune that drove Finn. It was something deeper, a desire to understand the magic he had been entrusted with and to use it to bring joy and wonder to others. He began to notice subtle changes in himself too, a quiet confidence and a sense of purpose that had been absent before. One evening, as a gentle rain pattered against the window panes and the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, a knock sounded at Finn's door. Opening it, he found an elderly woman standing on his doorstep. Her eyes twinkled with a mischievous light, and she bore an air of wisdom that seemed to transcend time. "Good evening, young weaver," she greeted, her voice as warm and comforting as a lullaby. "I have heard tales of your wondrous tapestries and the magic within them. Might I see one for myself?" Finn welcomed her inside and showed her his latest creation, a tapestry depicting a serene meadow under a starlit sky, where fireflies danced like tiny lanterns. The woman studied the piece closely, her fingers tracing the delicate threads. "You have a gift, dear Finn," she said, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that belied her gentle demeanor. "But I sense you have yet to uncover its true potential." Intrigued, Finn listened as the woman explained that the thread he had discovered was a rare and ancient magic, one that could weave not just images, but the very essence of wishes and dreams. It was a power that could bring joy and healing, if used wisely. "But remember," she cautioned, "true magic lies not in the thread itself, but in the heart of the one who weaves it. Use it with kindness and compassion, and it will serve you well." With those words, the woman took her leave, leaving Finn to ponder the deeper meaning of her advice. He realized that the magic thread was a tool, a means to an end, and that it was his own intentions and dreams that would shape its power. As the seasons changed and the first snows of winter blanketed Windermere, Finn continued to weave, each tapestry a reflection of his growing understanding and empathy. He created pieces that brought comfort to the weary, hope to the lost, and laughter to the sorrowful. Through his art, Finn discovered not only the magic of the thread, but the magic within himself, the ability to touch lives and make a difference, one thread at a time. And as he sat by his loom, the fire crackling warmly beside him, he knew that he had found his true calling. In the heart of Everwood, where the ancient tree stood watch over the hidden mysteries of the forest, the world continued to turn, each day a new thread in the tapestry of life. And in Windermere, a young weaver named Finn embraced his journey, forever changed by the magic he had found within his heart. And so, the story of Finn and the magical thread wove itself into the fabric of time, a gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all is the love and kindness we share with one another. As the stars twinkled overhead and the world slept peacefully, the tale lingered, a soft whisper in the night, promising dreams as vibrant and wondrous as the threads of a weaver's loom. Story 12. Once upon a time, in a quaint village cradled by the gentle arms of rolling hills and lush forests, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her home was a humble cottage adorned with ivy and surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom with the whispers of nature itself. Leora's world was filled with the simple joys of village life, morning dew on cobblestones, birdsong at dawn, and the comforting hum of bees in the afternoon sun. Leora was known throughout the village for her kindness and her curious spirit. She spent her days exploring the woods that bordered her village, gathering stories from the rustling leaves and babbling brooks. Her best friend, a wise old tortoise named Thistle, accompanied her on these adventures. Thistle had a shell as hard as a stone, but eyes that sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. Together, they shared a bond that was as steadfast as the roots of the ancient oaks under which they often rested. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sunlight painted the sky with hues of orange and gold, Leora and Thistle embarked on their daily wander. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the promise of adventure. As they strolled deeper into the forest, a peculiar sight caught Leora's eye, a glimmering pendant dangling from a low branch. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, crafted from silver strands that seemed to dance in the light, encasing a stone that shimmered with every color of the rainbow. Curiosity piqued, Leora reached out and gently took the pendant in her hand. The moment she touched it, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a soft hum, as if the pendant was alive with its own mysterious energy. Thistle, ever cautious, peered at the pendant and then at Leora with a knowing look. "That, my dear, is not just an ordinary trinket," Thistle murmured in his slow, deliberate voice. "It is said that such pendants are keys to realms unseen, crafted by the forest spirits long ago." Intrigued and a little awestruck, Leora slipped the pendant around her neck. As it settled against her skin, she felt a gentle tug, a nudge in her heart guiding her deeper into the woods. With Thistle by her side, she followed the unseen path that seemed to unfold before them. The forest, usually bright and welcoming, began to change. The trees grew taller and denser, their leaves whispering secrets in languages forgotten by time. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of moss and the distant sound of flowing water. Leora and Thistle found themselves in a part of the forest they had never ventured into before. It was then that they stumbled upon a hidden world, a glen bathed in soft, ethereal light, with a pond at its center as clear as the sky on a summer's day. Around the pond stood creatures of every kind, creatures Leora had only heard of in bedtime tales. There were delicate fairies with wings like stained glass, and gentle deer with antlers that glowed softly in the dim light. All eyes turned to Leora and Thistle as they entered, a hush falling over the glen. A figure stepped forward from the gathered assembly, a graceful being with hair like spun silver and eyes as deep and wise as the oldest stars. She introduced herself as Ilana, the guardian of this hidden realm, and she welcomed Leora with a voice as soothing as the forest breeze. "You have found the pendant of pathways," Ilana said, her gaze resting on the pendant at Leora's chest. "It is a rare gift bestowed upon those with pure hearts and curious minds. It allows the bearer to walk between worlds, to see beyond the veil of the familiar." Leora listened, her heart swelling with wonder and gratitude. Ilana explained that the pendant was not just a key, but also a test, a journey of understanding and growth. The hidden world was in need of a champion, someone who could bridge the gap between realms and bring harmony to the land. Eager to help and driven by her innate sense of adventure, Leora agreed to the challenge. Ilana smiled warmly, her approval like a gentle embrace. With Thistle by her side, Leora embarked on a quest that would change her forever. Their journey took them through enchanted groves where the trees sang songs of old, across fields of wildflowers that danced to the rhythm of the wind, and into caverns where the walls sparkled with the light of 1,000 tiny crystals. Along the way, they encountered trials that tested their courage and wisdom. In a forest thick with fog, they met a lost fox, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. Leora knelt beside it, speaking softly and offering her hand. With patience and kindness, she guided the fox back to its den, earning its trust and friendship. The fox, in turn, showed them a hidden path through the forest, leading them safely to the other side. In a valley where shadows loomed and the air was heavy with silence, they found a grove of ancient trees, their branches twisted and gnarled. The trees were bound by a dark enchantment, their leaves withered and their voices silent. Leora, with Thistle's guidance, sang a song of healing, her voice carrying the promise of hope and renewal. Slowly, the enchantment lifted, the trees stretching their limbs towards the sky, their leaves unfurling in vibrant hues of green. With each trial, Leora grew wiser and more attuned to the world around her. She learned the language of the wind and the secrets of the earth. She discovered that true strength lay not in might, but in compassion and understanding. As their journey neared its end, Leora and Thistle found themselves standing before a great waterfall, its waters cascading down in a symphony of sound and light. Behind the waterfall lay the heart of the hidden world, a place where all paths converged and the balance of realms was maintained. There, they encountered a creature of great power, a dragon with scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. The dragon, guardian of the realms, had been waiting for them, its presence both awe-inspiring and gentle. Leora stepped forward, her heart steady and her spirit resolute. She spoke of her journey, of the lessons learned and the friendships forged. She spoke of the bond she shared with Thistle and the guidance of Ilana. As she spoke, the pendant around her neck glowed with a radiant light, its energy resonating with her words. The dragon listened, its gaze unwavering and its expression serene. When Leora finished, the dragon nodded, a slow, deliberate gesture filled with understanding and acceptance. "You have proven yourself worthy, Leora," the dragon rumbled, its voice a deep, melodic echo. "You have shown that true power lies in the heart. Your journey has restored the balance, and for that we are grateful." With those words, a transformation took place. The pendant, its purpose fulfilled, dissolved into a cascade of light, its essence merging with Leora's spirit. She felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to the hidden world and its wonders. The dragon bestowed upon Leora a final gift, a blessing that would allow her to walk between the realms at will, to carry the magic of the hidden world with her always. With a gentle bow, the dragon bid them farewell, its form dissolving into the mist of the waterfall. Leora and Thistle returned to their village, their hearts light with the joy of their adventure. The forest welcomed them back with open arms, the trees whispering their tales to the wind. Leora's world was forever changed, her spirit enriched by the journey and the friendships she had forged. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with its final hues of the day, Leora and Thistle sat beneath their favorite oak tree. The village lay quiet in the embrace of night, the stars twinkling above like scattered diamonds. Leora held Thistle close, her heart filled with gratitude and peace. She knew that the magic of the hidden world would always be with her, a guiding light in the tapestry of life. And so, with a contented sigh, Leora closed her eyes, the warmth of the pendant's legacy cradling her in dreams as gentle as the night itself. Story 13. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a little shop that seemed quite ordinary from the outside. Its wooden sign creaked gently in the breeze, reading, "Curiosities and Keepsakes." Inside, however, was another story entirely. The shelves were laden with trinkets and baubles, gleaming in the soft glow of lanterns that filled the room with a warm, golden light. The shop was owned by an elderly woman named Grandma Mabel. Her eyes twinkled like stars as she welcomed visitors with tales of wonder and whimsy. Among her collection was a peculiar item, a small, unassuming mirror framed in tarnished silver. It hung quietly on the back wall, often overlooked by those who wandered in. One cool autumn afternoon, a young girl named Lily stepped inside the shop, seeking shelter from a sudden drizzle. Her curiosity was piqued by the fragrant scent of cinnamon and lavender that lingered in the air. As she wandered through the aisles, her gaze fell upon the mirror. It seemed to beckon her with a gentle shimmer, as if whispering secrets only she could hear. "Ah, you found the looking-glass of dreams," Grandma Mabel said softly, appearing beside Lily, as if conjured from the very air. "It's not just any mirror, dear. It's said to reveal the heart's truest desires." Intrigued, Lily asked, "How does it work?" Grandma Mabel smiled, her voice as soothing as the rustle of autumn leaves. "Simply look into it with an open heart, and it will show you the path you need to take." With a mix of apprehension and excitement, Lily peered into the mirror. At first, she saw only her reflection, but slowly, the image began to shift and swirl like mist on a cool morning. There, she saw a path through the forest, leading to a place she had never seen before, a meadow bathed in golden light, with a single tree standing tall and proud. Feeling a pull she couldn't quite explain, Lily decided to follow the path shown by the mirror. Grandma Mabel handed her a small satchel filled with homemade biscuits and a flask of warm cocoa for the journey. "Remember, dear, sometimes the greatest challenges are solved with kindness and understanding, not strength." The journey through the forest was enchanting. The trees whispered stories carried by the wind, and the ground was cushioned with a carpet of fallen leaves. As she walked, Lily was joined by a cheerful squirrel named Nutmeg, who chattered merrily and bounded ahead to scout the path. "Where are you off to, young traveler?" Nutmeg asked in a voice as bright as the morning sun. "I'm not entirely sure," Lily admitted. "I'm following the path of the mirror." Nutmeg nodded sagely, as if this explanation made perfect sense. "Then you've come to the right place. The forest is full of wonders for those who know where to look." As they journeyed deeper, they encountered a gentle deer named Willow, whose eyes were deep and wise. Willow guided them through the densest parts of the forest, where the light danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor. "Trust your heart, and the forest will guide you," Willow advised, her voice like the softest velvet. Finally, they arrived at the meadow from the mirror's vision. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sun cast a warm, embracing glow. In the center stood the tree, its branches stretching towards the sky, leaves shimmering like emeralds in the light. Beneath the tree, Lily noticed a small, ancient-looking chest partially buried in the soft earth. With Nutmeg and Willow by her side, she gently unearthed the chest. It opened with a soft creak, revealing a bundle of old letters tied with a faded blue ribbon and a delicate locket. Inside the locket was a tiny painting of a woman who looked remarkably like Grandma Mabel, and one of a smiling man with kind eyes. As Lily read the letters, she realized they were love letters written long ago, filled with dreams of adventure and promises of everlasting love. In that moment, Lily understood that the mirror had shown her the way to uncover a piece of Grandma Mabel's past, a story of love and dreams fulfilled. She knew she must return the letters to their rightful owner, to bring joy and perhaps a touch of closure to the woman who had shared so many stories with others. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Lily made her way back through the forest, accompanied by her newfound friends. As they walked, she felt an unspoken bond with the forest and its inhabitants, a connection that filled her with peace and contentment. When she returned to the shop, Grandma Mabel greeted her with a knowing smile, as if she had expected Lily's return all along. Lily handed over the letters and the locket, watching as tears of joy filled the old woman's eyes. "Oh, my dear," Grandma Mabel whispered, her voice quivering with emotion. "You have brought back a piece of my heart." Lily returned the smile, feeling that she, too, had found something precious on her journey. It was a reminder that sometimes the greatest treasures are not those we keep for ourselves, but those we share with others. As the sun set and the village was bathed in the gentle glow of twilight, Lily knew that the journey had changed her. She had discovered that kindness, understanding, and a little bit of magic could illuminate the darkest paths and reveal the most wondrous of treasures. And so, with the warmth of Grandma Mabel's stories still lingering in her heart, Lily returned home, knowing she would carry the lessons of the looking glass of dreams with her always. As she drifted to sleep, she dreamed of forests and meadows, of friendships forged in the quiet moments of wonder, and of a world where magic was not just a possibility, but a delightful certainty. Story 14. In the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight danced through emerald leaves and shadows played among the roots, there existed a world of natural harmony that whispered secrets to those who listened. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves provided a symphony that was both ancient and timeless. This was the realm of the benevolent creatures, a gathering of beings who thrived in the delicate balance of nature's embrace. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thalor, whose shell bore the marks of many seasons. Thalor moved slowly, but his mind was sharp, filled with the wisdom of centuries. His eyes, deep as the forest pools, reflected the tranquility of the world around him. He was revered as a sage, a keeper of stories that spoke of times when magic and nature danced as one. One brisk morning, when the forest was painted with the early blush of autumn, Thalor was roused from his slumber by a soft, persistent chirping. It was Bristle, the tiny sparrow whose wings flickered like leaves in the breeze. Bristle was known for her curiosity and her heart as warm as a sunbeam. "Thalor, Thalor!" she chirped, her voice a melody of excitement and concern. "The colors of the leaves are changing too fast this year. The trees whisper that something is amiss." Thalor looked up, noticing the leaves' vibrant red and gold hues that had arrived earlier than usual. He nodded slowly, feeling the pulse of the forest, sensing its unease. "Yes, little one, I feel it too. The balance of our world is shifting. We must find the cause before the first frost arrives." Together, Thalor and Bristle set off deeper into the forest, where the light filtered through the canopy in gentle beams that highlighted the forest floor like a mosaic of light and shadow. The air was crisp, and the ground beneath them was soft with moss and fallen leaves, creating a carpet of nature's patchwork. As they journeyed, the duo was joined by Lyra, the kind-hearted fox with eyes that sparkled like amber. Lyra had a gift for sensing the subtle changes in the forest, her paws light and silent as she padded alongside them. "I have felt the winds growing restless," Lyra said, her voice soft and melodic. "The air carries messages of a disturbance far to the north." With Lyra's guidance, they made their way to an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, where the elder of the forest spirits, Silas, resided. Silas was a spirit of the trees, his form shifting like the patterns of bark, and his voice echoing the creak of branches in the wind. "Silas," Thalor greeted with respect, "we seek your counsel. The forest speaks of imbalance and early change. Can you tell us why?" Silas closed his eyes, feeling the flow of ancient energy that coursed through the roots and branches. "The seasons are a delicate dance," he spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "But something disrupts their rhythm. The winds carry tales of a magical disturbance near the crystal glade, where the boundaries of our world meet the realm of the unseen." The crystal glade was a place of mystery and enchantment, where dewdrops caught the light like diamonds at dawn, and the air shimmered with a hidden luminescence. It was said that the glade was a meeting point of the natural world and the ethereal, where magic flowed as freely as the streams. Determined to restore balance, Thalor, Bristle, and Lyra set their path towards the glade. The journey was long, and as they traveled, the forest revealed its secrets. The scent of earth and wood mingled with the crispness of the autumn air, and the sound of distant waterfalls sang a lullaby of serenity. As they neared the crystal glade, a gentle mist enveloped them, cool and refreshing. The glade was aglow with a soft, otherworldly light, and in its center stood an ancient stone covered in moss and lichen. The stone was etched with runes that pulsed with a faint blue glow. Bristle fluttered closer, her curiosity piqued. "What do these runes mean, Thalor?" Thalor studied the runes, feeling their magic resonate with the rhythm of the earth beneath them. "These are the runes of seasons," he explained. "They hold the balance of our world, guiding the cycles of life and change. But see here," he pointed with a gentle nod, "the runes have been disturbed, their harmony broken." It was Lyra who noticed the tiny figure nestled among the roots of the stone, a small, ethereal being with wings like gossamer and eyes like starlit skies. It was a zephyrling, a spirit of the winds, fragile and beautiful. "Please," the zephyrling murmured, her voice as soft as a sigh, "I did not mean to disrupt the balance. I only wished to see the beauty of autumn's colors." Thalor's heart softened at the zephyrling's gentle plea. "Fear not, little one. The magic of our world is meant to be shared, but it must remain in balance. We shall help you restore the runes." Together, Thalor, Bristle, and Lyra worked with the zephyrling to realign the runes, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the whisper of the winds. As the final rune clicked into place, a wave of harmony spread across the glade, restoring the gentle rhythm of the seasons. The leaves above rustled in a contented sigh, their colors deepening to the rich hues of autumn, and the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was once again filled with the scent of cedar and the sweet melody of birdsong. "Thank you," the zephyrling said, her eyes bright with gratitude. "I shall remember the kindness of your hearts and the wisdom you have shared." With their task complete, Thalor, Bristle, and Lyra returned to their forest home, their spirits light and their hearts warm with the knowledge that balance had been restored. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of rose and gold, they knew that the harmony of their world would continue to thrive, nurtured by the friendship and wisdom of all its creatures. And so, in the quiet of the ancient forest, where magic and nature wove their timeless dance, the benevolent creatures found peace once more, their lives forever intertwined in the cycle of seasons and the gentle embrace of the earth. Story 15. The Whispering Wood. In a quiet village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart was as bright as the morning sun, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. The villagers often saw her wandering the winding paths of the forest, her footsteps light and her laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. Lyra had a secret that the old oaks and whispering pines knew well. She could speak to the trees. The forest was her sanctuary, a place where she felt the bounds of the world loosen. Here the wind carried tales from distant lands, and the brooks sang songs of ages past. She would sit beneath the great willow by the river, listening to its soft murmurs as it shared stories of the creatures that dwelt in its shade. The trees, in turn, were her dearest friends, offering her wisdom and comfort. One day, as the golden light of dawn filtered through the canopy, Lyra heard a voice she had never encountered before. It was soft, almost a whisper, yet filled with urgency. "Lyra," it called, "come closer." Intrigued, she followed the sound deeper into the forest, where the trees grew thicker and the light dimmer. There, she found an old gnarled oak unlike any she had seen. Its bark was etched with ancient runes, and its branches stretched out like welcoming arms. "Who are you?" Lyra asked, placing a gentle hand on the oak's trunk. I am Eldrin, the keeper of secrets, the oak replied, its voice resonating through her mind. I guard the mysteries of this forest, and today I have a quest for you. Lyra's heart quickened with excitement. What must I do? There is a hidden world within our wood, Eldrin began, a realm where magic flows like the river and time dances to a different tune. It is a place of great beauty, but also of deep sorrow. Long ago, a powerful enchantment was cast, locking the realm in a perpetual twilight. The key to breaking this enchantment lies in a forgotten melody, one that only the pure of heart can hear. Lyra listened intently, her mind racing with the possibilities. How can I find this melody? You must journey to the heart of the Whispering Wood, Eldrin instructed. There, beneath the canopy of stars, lies the Songstone. It is said that those who truly listen can hear the melody echoing from its depths. With a nod of determination, Lyra set off on her quest. The path was long and winding, filled with shadows and secrets. Along the way, she met creatures both wondrous and wise. A fox with eyes like amber guided her through the misty glades, while a wise old turtle shared tales of the moonlit pond. As she traveled deeper into the forest, Lyra felt a change within her. The journey was not only altering her surroundings, but transforming her spirit. She grew more attuned to the whispers of the wood, her heart opening to the magic around her. Finally, after days of travel, she reached the heart of the Whispering Wood. There stood the Songstone, a towering pillar of crystal that shimmered in the starlight. Lyra approached with reverence, her fingers brushing its cool surface. As she closed her eyes, she began to hear it, the forgotten melody. It was a song of hope and renewal, of love and unity. The notes wove through her soul, filling her with a warmth she had never known. The enchantment that held the hidden world in twilight began to unravel, the magic of the melody breaking its chains. The forest around her transformed, the twilight giving way to a radiant dawn. As the light spread, the creatures of the realm emerged, their eyes filled with gratitude. Lyra had done it. She had broken the enchantment and freed the hidden world. With a heart full of joy, she returned to the village, her story becoming legend. The villagers celebrated her bravery, her name whispered with reverence. And though the hidden world remained a secret to most, Lyra knew that its magic was woven into the very fabric of the forest. In the years that followed, she continued to wander the paths of the Whispering Wood, her bond with the trees stronger than ever, and the forest in turn whispered its secrets to her, a timeless companion on her journey through life. And so, beneath the starry sky and the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, Lyra's tale was told, a story of friendship, courage, and the enduring power of a pure heart. Story 16. Once upon a dreamy eve, when the forest was bathed in dappled moonlight, a young rabbit named Willow scampered through the undergrowth. Her whiskers twitched, picking up the earthy scents of damp soil and decaying leaves. The familiar aromas filled her with a sense of belonging, for this verdant realm was her home. As Willow hopped deeper into the ancient woodland, she caught glimpses of her forest companions going about their hidden lives. A family of field mice scurried along twisted roots, gathering seeds and nuts for the coming winter. An owl perched high in a gnarled oak, its piercing gaze sweeping the shadowy canopy for any sign of movement. And in a tranquil glade, a matronly deer and her fawns grazed on tender grass, their coats shimmering like liquid amber in the moonbeams. Willow felt a deep connection to these creatures, for they all shared a sacred bond with the forest, an unspoken pact to live in harmony with nature's rhythms. They understood that every living thing, from the mightiest oak to the most delicate wildflower, played a vital role in maintaining the balance of this verdant realm. As she bounded through a carpet of ferns, Willow sensed a stirring in the air. The forest seemed to hum with anticipation, as if awakening from a long slumber. Suddenly, a shimmering mist began to weave between the trees, casting everything in an ethereal glow. Willow's heart raced with excitement, for she knew this magical phenomenon marked the changing of the seasons. It was the forest's way of welcoming the arrival of spring, when new life would burst forth in a vibrant symphony of color and song. Drawn by an unseen force, Willow found herself in a secluded clearing where ancient, gnarled trees formed a protective ring. At the center stood a wise old oak, its twisted branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers. Willow could feel the immense power and knowledge radiating from this ancient being. As if in a trance, Willow approached the ancient oak, her paws sinking into the plush moss beneath her feet. Suddenly, a voice as ancient as the forest itself whispered through the rustling leaves. "Welcome, young one," the oak intoned. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the changing of the seasons, a sacred rite that has been passed down through countless generations." Willow's eyes widened in wonder as the mist swirled and danced, taking on the ephemeral forms of woodland creatures. A majestic stag, a soaring falcon, a slithering snake, each spirit guide embodied the essence of their respective season. The stag spoke first, its voice resonating like rolling thunder. "I am the spirit of spring, heralding the time of rebirth and renewal. As the icy grip of winter loosens, I breathe life into the dormant forest, coaxing forth the first tender buds and vibrant blooms." Next, the falcon took flight, its wings outstretched as if to embrace the sun. "I am the spirit of summer," it trilled. "Under my watchful gaze, the forest bursts with lush verdancy, and the air rings with the songs of nesting birds and buzzing pollinators." The snake slithered forth, its scales catching the waning light. "I am the spirit of autumn," it hissed. "As the days grow shorter, I paint the leaves in a blazing tapestry of reds and golds, preparing the forest for its annual slumber." Finally, a hulking bear lumbered into view, its shaggy coat frosted with snowflakes. "And I am the spirit of winter," it rumbled. "With my icy breath, I blanket the forest in a crystalline slumber, allowing it to rest and rejuvenate before the cycle begins anew." As the spirit guides concluded their introductions, the ancient oak's branches creaked and swayed, as if nodding in approval. "You have witnessed a great mystery, young Willow," the oak whispered. "Guard this knowledge well, and one day you too shall pass it on to those who come after, ensuring that the balance of our sacred forest is preserved for generations to come." With those parting words, the mist dissipated, and the spirit guides faded into the night. Willow found herself alone in the clearing, her heart swelling with awe and reverence for the majesty she had just witnessed. From that day forth, Willow carried the wisdom of the ancients within her, ensuring that the hidden lives of the forest's creatures remained cloaked in wonder and magic. And with each changing season, she felt the rhythmic ebb and flow of nature's delicate balance, a constant reminder of the sacred harmony that bound all living things together in this verdant realm. Story 17. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang gentle lullabies with the rustling of their leaves, there nestled a quaint village named Lunalight Hollow. The village was known for its enchanting surroundings, where the morning dew sparkled like diamonds under the first light of dawn, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming moonflowers. In this serene village lived a young girl named Anwen, whose curious eyes matched the azure of the sky. Anwen had a heart as warm as summer sunshine and a mind brimming with wonder. She spent her days exploring the woods, always accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a small, fluffy creature with shimmering green fur and eyes that twinkled like stars. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers gathered around the community bonfire. The fire crackled merrily, sending sparks dancing into the twilight. But as the flames flickered, a peculiar thing began to happen. The shadows cast by the fire seemed to move on their own, swirling and twisting in patterns that whispered secrets to the wind. The villagers, though puzzled, were not frightened. They knew the forest held mysteries, and they believed that understanding and kindness were keys to revealing them. Anwen, intrigued by the shadow dance, decided to investigate the strange occurrences. The following morning, with Bramble nestled comfortably in her coat pocket, Anwen set off to seek the wisdom of old Mossfoot, the ancient turtle who lived by the gleaming crystal stream. Mossfoot was known for his vast knowledge of the forest's lore and his gentle, grandfatherly nature. "Ah, young Anwen," rumbled Mossfoot in his deep, soothing voice as Anwen approached. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Anwen explained the mysterious shadows, her voice filled with curiosity and wonder. Mossfoot listened intently, his eyes twinkling with interest. "It sounds like the work of the shadow sprites," he mused thoughtfully. They are mischievous little beings who love to play with light and shadow, but their antics are usually harmless. Why would they be so active now? Anwen asked, gently stroking Bramble's soft fur as the creature purred contentedly. The sprites delight in the changing of the seasons, Mossfoot explained. Perhaps they are merely celebrating the arrival of autumn. However, it is wise to observe and understand their intentions. With Mossfoot's words in mind, Anwen thanked him and made her way to the heart of the forest, where the shadows were deepest. She knew that to unravel the mystery, she must become part of it. As twilight descended, Anwen found a quiet spot beneath an ancient oak, where the shadowy figures danced more vividly. She sat quietly, her presence calm and welcoming as Bramble peeped curiously from her pocket. Before long, the shadow sprites revealed themselves, flickering around her like playful wisps of smoke. They were tiny, ethereal beings with eyes that shimmered like moonlit pools. "Dear sprites," Anwen spoke gently, her voice as soothing as the forest breeze. "What is it that you wish to share with the village?" The sprites paused in their dance, then began to weave a tapestry of shadows that told a story. Anwen watched, her heart open to their message. The shadows showed the changing of leaves, the cycle of seasons, and the importance of embracing each moment with joy and gratitude. Understanding their playful intent, Anwen smiled. "Thank you for your beautiful message," she said. "I shall share your wisdom with the village." As she made her way back, the forest seemed to hum with approval, the whispers of the trees echoing her gratitude. The villagers gathered once more, and Anwen recounted the tale of the shadow sprites and their celebration. With each word, the villagers felt a deeper connection to the world around them, realizing the beauty in change and the joy in unity. The shadows, once a mystery, were now a cherished part of their lore. That night, as Anwen lay beneath a blanket of stars, with Bramble curled at her side, she felt the warmth of the village's newfound understanding. The shadows had become friends, their dance a reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of their world. And so the village of Lunalight Hollow slumbered peacefully, cradled by the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where every mystery held the promise of wonder and friendship. Story 18. Title: The Luminous Feather. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the wind sang gentle lullabies and the leaves rustled like 1,000 softly whispered secrets, there lived a young boy named Callum. Callum was a curious soul, with eyes the color of morning dew and hair that curled like the tendrils of ferns unfurling in spring. He lived on the edge of the woods, in a quaint cottage built of cobblestones and thatched with golden straw, alongside his grandmother, Agnes, a wise woman known for her gentle heart and tales of wonder. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Agnes would light a small fire in the hearth. The glow would dance across the walls, casting shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. Callum loved these moments, sitting at his grandmother's feet, wrapped in the warmth of her love and the soft woolen blanket she had knitted for him. One night, as the fire crackled and whispered its own ancient tales, Agnes began a story about the legendary luminous feather. "It is said," she began in her soothing melodic voice, "that deep within these woods lies a feather brighter than the moon itself, a gift from the spirit of the woods. It holds the power to reveal hidden truths and heal the deepest of wounds." Callum leaned forward, his eyes wide with wonder. "But beware," Agnes continued, "for the feather can only be found by those who seek it with a heart pure and intentions true." The story lingered in Callum's mind long after the fire had died down and the stars had taken their place in the night sky. That night, as he lay beneath the patchwork quilt, dreams of glistening feathers and hidden worlds danced in his mind. With the first light of dawn, Callum awoke with a sense of purpose. He knew he had to find the luminous feather. He dressed quickly, donning his favorite green cloak, and set off into the woods, the morning mist curling around his feet like playful kittens. The whispering woods was a place of magic, filled with the scent of pine and earth, where time seemed to flow differently. Birds sang sweetly, their melodies intertwining with the soft babble of a distant brook. As Callum ventured deeper, the trees grew taller, their branches forming a verdant canopy that filtered the sunlight into a myriad of dancing patterns on the forest floor. Callum's journey was not without its challenges. He climbed over ancient, moss-covered logs and waded through streams that sparkled with the laughter of hidden sprites. But with each step, his heart remained light, buoyed by the thought of the wondrous feather. As the sun reached its zenith, Callum paused by a small clearing to rest. He sat beneath a towering oak, its leaves whispering secrets to the wind, and pulled from his pocket a small loaf of bread his grandmother had packed. As he ate, he noticed a rustling in the bushes nearby. From the thicket emerged a creature unlike any Callum had ever seen, a fox with fur of fiery red and eyes that glimmered with an intelligence far beyond that of ordinary animals. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching curiously. "Hello there," Callum greeted softly, extending a hand in friendship. The fox, sensing Callum's kindness, nuzzled his palm and sat beside him, its presence comforting and warm. Together, they rested in the clearing, a silent understanding forming between boy and fox. Callum named his new friend Ember, for the way its eyes sparkled like embers in a fire. As they resumed their journey, Ember led the way, its keen senses guiding them through the winding paths of the forest. The afternoon sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of gold and amber. Just as Callum began to wonder if they were on the right path, Ember stopped abruptly and barked, its tail wagging with excitement. Before them stood a majestic tree, its bark shimmering as if dusted with stardust. Callum approached the tree with reverence, his heart pounding with anticipation. As he reached out to touch the bark, a soft glow emanated from within the branches. There, nestled among the leaves, was the luminous feather, radiant and ethereal, glowing with a light that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the forest itself. Callum held his breath as he gently plucked the feather from its resting place. As soon as it touched his hand, a warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and clarity. He knew in that moment that the feather was more than just a magical object. It was a symbol of the bond between him and the world around him. As Callum held the feather aloft, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. The trees swayed in a gentle dance, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Ember barked joyously, circling Callum in celebration. With the feather in hand, Callum and Ember began their journey back home. The path seemed shorter now, the woods friendlier, as if acknowledging the boys' triumph. As they neared the edge of the forest, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight glow. When Callum returned to the cottage, his grandmother was waiting by the hearth, the fire crackling merrily. He rushed to her, his eyes shining with excitement, and placed the feather in her hands. As she held it, a soft smile spread across her face, her eyes twinkling with pride and love. "Ah, Callum," she murmured, "you have found more than just a feather. You have discovered the magic within yourself." That night, as Callum lay in bed, the luminous feather resting on the mantel, he felt a deep sense of contentment. The journey had changed him, teaching him the value of trust, friendship, and the wonders of the natural world. As he drifted into a peaceful sleep, the woods whispered their gentle lullabies, and the stars twinkled above, keeping watch over the cottage and the boy who had found the magic of the luminous feather. And in the heart of the whispering woods, where dreams and reality intertwined, Callum knew that he would always carry the light of the feather within him, a beacon to guide him through life's many adventures, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the wisdom of the woods. Story 19. In a quaint village nestled within the embrace of rolling emerald hills, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Lila. Her days were spent tending to the vibrant garden behind her thatched cottage, where she nurtured flowers that danced like a kaleidoscope in the breeze. Despite the beauty surrounding her, Lila often felt a whisper of restlessness within, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite name. One golden autumn morning, as the sun cast its warm glow across the garden, an unexpected visitor fluttered into Lila's life. It was a butterfly, its wings a dazzling tapestry of iridescent blues and purples, shimmering like the night sky. It landed delicately on Lila's shoulder, as if it had chosen her for a special purpose. Intrigued by the butterfly's unexpected arrival, Lila gazed at it, feeling an unspoken connection. The butterfly, in a gentle flutter, seemed to beckon her toward the edge of the village, where the forest began. Lila hesitated, a tinge of fear twisting in her stomach, for she rarely ventured beyond the familiar paths of her home. Yet, the butterfly's presence filled her with a sense of courage she had never known. Curiosity sparked. Lila followed the butterfly as it flitted gracefully into the forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting soft mosaics of light upon the forest floor. The air was rich with the earthy scent of leaves and the distant song of a bubbling brook. Lila walked slowly, her senses attuned to the symphony of nature around her, feeling a strange sense of anticipation. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila encountered a wise old tortoise named Timo. Timo lived in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of a gnarled oak tree and was known for his sage advice. Seeing the butterfly leading Lila, Timo greeted her with a warm smile. "Ah, I see the winds of change have found you, dear Lila," he said in a voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. Lila nodded, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. "I don't know what I'm seeking, Timo," she confessed, "but I feel something is about to change." Timo chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Sometimes the journey is the answer itself. Trust in your path, and the magic of the forest will guide you." Encouraged by Timo's words, Lila continued her journey, the butterfly ever her faithful guide. As the day began to fade into twilight, she stumbled upon a hidden glade where the forest seemed to hum with an ancient magic. In the center of the glade stood a majestic oak tree, its branches reaching toward the heavens, cradling a pool of crystal-clear water at its roots. Drawn to the shimmering pool, Lila knelt beside it, her reflection gazing back at her. The water, imbued with an ethereal quality, seemed to whisper secrets of transformation and growth. As she touched the surface, a gentle ripple spread across the pool, and a vision unfolded before her eyes. In the vision, Lila saw herself as a small seed, buried deep within the earth. She felt the weight of the soil, the darkness that surrounded her, and the struggle to reach upward toward the light. But with each passing moment, she sensed a warmth and nurturing energy, urging her to grow, to break free from her confines and embrace the world above. With a trembling heart, Lila realized that the butterfly, the forest, and the visions were not merely guiding her through the woods, but through the inner landscape of her own soul. Each step she took mirrored the journey of the seed, pushing through fear and uncertainty to blossom into something new. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and understanding wash over her. Change, she realized, was not something to fear, but a natural part of life's tapestry. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the journey, for the butterfly who had led her, and for the wisdom of the forest and its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Lila made her way back to the village, the butterfly flitting close by her side. She returned to her garden, where the flowers seemed to greet her with a vibrant symphony of colors. Everything felt different now, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, hopeful eyes. In the days that followed, Lila embraced change with open arms. She began to explore new paths, cultivate new friendships, and even plant new seeds in her garden. Each day, she discovered more about herself, growing in ways she had never imagined. Her journey through the forest had taught her that personal growth, like a seed's transformation into a blooming flower, was a magical process. It required patience, courage, and the willingness to embrace the unknown. And just as the butterfly had emerged from its cocoon, so too had Lila emerged from her fears, ready to spread her wings and embrace the beauty of life's endless possibilities. In the quiet evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila would sit by her garden, a book in hand and a steaming cup of herbal tea by her side. The gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale serenaded her thoughts, while the butterfly, now her constant companion, rested nearby, a silent testament to her journey. And so, in the embrace of nature's gentle rhythms, Lila found not only the courage to change, but the joy of discovering the magic within herself. Her story, like the garden she tended with love, blossomed into something truly beautiful, a testament to the power of transformation and the enduring magic of life itself. Story 20. In a land where the golden sun kissed the emerald canopy of an ancient forest, there lived a myriad of creatures whose lives intertwined with the very essence of nature. This forest, known as Elder Grove, was not merely a collection of trees and wildlife, It was a realm where the whispers of the earth could be heard, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the sweet melody of rustling leaves. As the morning mist curled around the gnarled roots and twined through the branches like a gentle embrace, the forest awoke. Tiny dewdrops clung to the leaves, shimmering like countless diamonds in the dappled sunlight. Birds, their feathers painted with the colors of dawn, flitted through the trees, singing songs passed down from ancestors long forgotten. In the heart of Eldergrove, nestled beneath the protective branches of a towering oak that had stood for centuries, lived a wise old tortoise named Amon. His shell was etched with the stories of time, each groove and ridge a testament to the wisdom he carried. Amon's gentle eyes reflected the deep green of the forest, and his voice, when he spoke, was like the soft rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. Amon had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with quiet wisdom. He understood the delicate balance that held the forest together, a harmony woven through every leaf and creature. It was a balance that had to be nurtured and protected, for without it, the magic of Eldergrove would fade. One crisp autumn morning, as the winds began to dance through the trees, carrying with them the scent of fallen leaves and ripened fruit, a young squirrel named Leora scampered down from her nest high in the branches. Her fur was as soft as the downy feathers of a fledgling bird, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and determination. Leora was known throughout the forest for her adventurous spirit and her endless energy. She darted from tree to tree, her bushy tail a blur of motion as she explored every corner of her world. But that morning, something felt amiss. The air, though filled with the usual symphony of life, carried a note of discord. With a heart full of questions, Leora decided to visit Amon, hoping the wise tortoise could shed light on her unease. She bounded through the forest, the crisp leaves crunching under her tiny paws, until she reached the clearing where Amon resided. "Good morning, Amon," Leora chirped, her voice as bright as the morning sun. "I feel a change in the air, but I don't understand what it means. Can you help me?" Amon lifted his head slowly, his eyes meeting hers with a warmth that soothed her restless spirit. "Ah, Leora," he began, his voice a gentle murmur. "The forest is indeed shifting, as it does with each passing season. The balance of Eldergrove is delicate, and the time has come for us to ensure that balance is maintained." Leora tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. "How do we do that, Amon?" The old tortoise smiled, a slow and knowing smile. "We must listen to the forest, dear one. The trees, the wind, the creatures, all have a story to tell, a role to play. The changing seasons bring challenges, but also opportunities for growth and understanding." Amon explained that each creature in the forest had a part in maintaining its harmony. The birds, with their migration patterns, spread seeds far and wide, ensuring new life would flourish come spring. The beavers, with their dams, created ponds that supported countless forms of life. Even the humble ants, tirelessly working to gather food, aerated the soil, allowing the roots of trees to breathe. "Every small action," Amon continued, "contributes to the greater whole. It is our responsibility to be mindful of how we interact with our world, to ensure that we give back as much as we take." Inspired by Amon's words, Leora promised to be more attentive to the needs of her forest home. She spent the following days helping where she could, gathering acorns to store for winter, spreading seeds along her travels, and even guiding lost creatures back to their families. As autumn shifted into the chill of winter, the forest took on a serene stillness. Snow blanketed the ground in a soft white quilt, muffling the sounds of the world. Yet beneath this quiet facade, the forest was alive with whispers and dreams, preparing for the renewal that spring would bring. Leora learned to cherish the quiet beauty of winter, the way the moonlight danced across the snow like 1,000 tiny stars. She listened to the stories told by the wind as it wove through the bare branches, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings. With each season, Leora grew wiser, her heart and mind open to the lessons of Eldergrove. She understood now that the forest was not just a home, but a living, breathing entity that needed care and respect. The harmony she once took for granted was now her responsibility to uphold. As the years passed, Leora became a guardian of the forest, much like Amon, sharing her knowledge with younger generations. She taught them to listen to the songs of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, and to embrace their role in the grand tapestry of life. And so, under the watchful eyes of the sun and moon, the forest thrived. The creatures of Eldergrove lived in harmony, guided by wisdom and friendship, their lives a testament to the enduring magic of nature. The seasons continued their eternal dance, each bringing its own gifts and challenges, but always leaving the forest more beautiful than before. In the gentle embrace of Eldergrove, where the line between reality and magic blurred like the mist in the morning light, the natural world flourished, a vibrant, harmonious symphony of life, led by the quiet wisdom of its inhabitants and the timeless lessons of the earth. Story 21. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and ancient forests, the air was always heavy with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle melody of a nearby brook. The village was a place untouched by time, where cobbled paths wound their way through clusters of whitewashed cottages, and laughter echoed from the village square. It was here that a young boy named Finn resided, in a cottage that stood at the edge of the whispering woods. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart full of dreams. He spent his days exploring the woods, accompanied by his loyal friend, a scruffy dog named Bramble. The two were inseparable, bound by an unspoken understanding and a shared love for adventure. Finn's mother, a wise woman with a gentle smile, often warned him of the wood's mysterious nature, yet she encouraged his explorations, knowing that the forest held secrets that could only be revealed to those with pure hearts. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Finn and Bramble stumbled upon something peculiar. Hidden amidst a thicket of brambles was a small, shimmering object. It glowed softly, casting a warm light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the earth itself. Intrigued, Finn reached out and carefully lifted the object from its leafy cradle. It was a stone, smooth and cool to the touch, yet it vibrated with an energy that set his heart alight with wonder. As Finn cradled the stone in his hands, he felt a gentle tug, as if it were whispering secrets only he could hear. The world around him seemed to shift, the colors of the forest deepening, the sounds growing richer, more harmonious. It was as if he had stepped into a hidden realm, one that lay just beneath the surface of his everyday life. Bramble barked softly, nudging Finn's leg with his nose, his eyes reflecting the same curiosity that danced within Finn's heart. Together they ventured deeper into the woods, guided by the stone's gentle glow. The path wound through towering trees whose leaves shimmered like emeralds, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. As they walked, Finn noticed changes within himself. He felt lighter, as if he were part of the very air that surrounded him. His senses were heightened. He could hear the whisper of the wind as it danced through the branches, the soft rustle of creatures hidden in the underbrush, the distant call of an owl greeting the night. The stone seemed to hum with approval, its glow growing brighter with each step. Finn felt a sense of belonging, of being part of something much larger than himself. It was a feeling he couldn't quite describe, a blend of joy, peace, and anticipation. After what felt like hours, yet no time at all, they arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching up towards the sky like welcoming arms. The tree was unlike any Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with a silvery sheen, its leaves glowing with a soft, ethereal light. The stone in Finn's hand pulsed with warmth, and he felt a gentle nudge in his heart, a silent invitation. He approached the tree, hesitating for a moment before placing the stone at its base. As soon as the stone touched the earth, the ground beneath it began to glow, and a soft melody filled the air, like the distant chiming of bells. In the glow of the tree's light, Finn noticed something incredible. The bark began to shift and change, forming intricate patterns and symbols that seemed to tell a story. He watched in awe as the patterns danced across the surface of the tree, revealing glimpses of a world both familiar and strange. Suddenly a voice, warm and gentle, filled the clearing. "Welcome, young traveler. You have found the heart of the forest, a gift bestowed upon those who seek with open hearts and minds. Finn looked around, searching for the source of the voice, but saw no one. Yet he felt the presence of something ancient and wise, an energy that resonated with the very core of his being. "Who are you?" Finn asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I am the spirit of this land," the voice replied, "a guardian of the hidden worlds that exist within our own. You have been chosen to bridge the gap between these realms, to learn and grow, and to bring harmony where it is needed." Finn's heart swelled with a mixture of excitement and responsibility. "What must I do?" he asked, eager to understand his purpose. The spirit's voice was a soothing balm, wrapping around him like a gentle embrace. "You must embark on a journey, one that will take you beyond the boundaries of your world. You will face challenges that test your courage and wisdom, but you will not be alone. Trust in your heart and in the friendships you forge along the way." With those words, the light began to fade, and the melody slowly dissipated into the night. The stone, now resting at the base of the tree, continued to glow softly, a beacon of hope and guidance. Finn felt a deep sense of peace settle over him, a certainty that he was on the right path. He turned to Bramble, who gazed up at him with unwavering loyalty and affection. Together they set off back through the forest, the stone's glow lighting their way. As they emerged from the woods and into the open fields, Finn felt a change within himself. He was still the same boy, yet he carried the weight of new understanding and purpose. The village lights twinkled in the distance, and he knew that his journey was only just beginning. The days that followed were filled with preparations. Finn spoke with his mother, sharing the tale of the stone and the spirit. She listened with a knowing smile, her eyes reflecting pride and love. She gathered supplies for his journey, weaving together a cloak of the softest wool, imbued with her blessings and warmth. As word of Finn's quest spread through the village, the people of Willowbrook came together, offering gifts and well wishes. They gave him a small satchel filled with bread and cheese, a flask of sweet, spiced cider, and a map drawn by the village elder, detailing paths and landmarks that might guide him. On the morning of his departure, the village gathered to see him off. The air was crisp and cool, the sky painted in shades of dawn. Finn stood at the edge of the woods, Bramble at his side, his heart full of gratitude and determination. With a final wave to his friends and family, Finn turned towards the path that led deeper into the forest, the stone's glow a comforting presence in his pocket. As he and Bramble walked, the world around them seemed to come alive, the forest welcoming them as old friends. Their journey took them through landscapes both familiar and new, each step revealing wonders and challenges alike. They crossed babbling brooks that sang with the voices of water sprites and climbed hills that offered breathtaking views of valleys bathed in golden sunlight. They wandered through meadows where wildflowers danced in the breeze, their colors vibrant against the lush green grass. In each place they visited, Finn and Bramble met creatures of the forest, beings of magic and mystery who shared stories and wisdom. There were the mischievous pixies who delighted in playful tricks, yet offered guidance with twinkling eyes and knowing smiles, the wise old tortoise who spoke of the cycles of nature, and the delicate, shimmering butterflies who carried messages on the wind. Through these encounters, Finn's understanding of the world deepened. He learned to listen with his heart, to see beyond the surface and embrace the beauty in every moment. He discovered the strength that came from kindness and the power of friendship that transcended all barriers. Yet, as with all journeys, Finn's path was not without its trials. There were moments when doubt crept in, when the challenges seemed insurmountable, and the weight of his task felt heavy on his shoulders. But in those times, he remembered the Spirit's words, the promise of support and guidance. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Finn and Bramble stumbled upon a village unlike any they had seen before. It was a place hidden within the heart of the woods, its existence a secret known only to those who sought it with true intent. The village was a masterpiece of nature and magic, its homes carved into the trunks of ancient trees, their windows glowing with a warm, inviting light. Bridges of woven vines connected the treetops, where lanterns hung like stars in the twilight. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of life. Finn and Bramble were greeted by the villagers, beings of both human and fey descent. Their features a harmonious blend of both worlds. They welcomed the travelers with open arms, offering food and shelter and a place to rest and share stories. That night, as the village gathered around a crackling fire, Finn shared his tale, the story of the stone and the spirit's message. The villagers listened intently, their eyes shining with understanding and hope. An elder, her hair silvered with age and wisdom, spoke of a legend passed down through generations. It told of a chosen one who would come to bridge the realms, to bring harmony to the worlds of magic and man. Her words resonated with the truth of Finn's journey, filling him with a renewed sense of purpose. In the days that followed, Finn spent time with the villagers, learning from their ways and sharing in their lives. He helped tend the gardens that flourished in the forest's embrace, their bounty a testament to the balance between nature and magic. He listened as children sang songs of old, their voices a tapestry of joy and memory. Through these experiences, Finn's understanding of his role grew. He realized that his journey was not just about reaching a destination, but about the connections he made along the way. It was about the friendships that blossomed, the kindness that was shared, and the lessons that were learned. As his time in the village came to an end, the elder presented Finn with a gift, a small, intricately carved wooden staff. It was a symbol of his journey, a reminder of the wisdom and strength he had gained. With gratitude in his heart and tears in his eyes, Finn accepted the gift, knowing that it would guide him in the days to come. With Bramble by his side, Finn continued his journey, the glow of the stone ever present in his pocket. They traveled through lands of wonder and mystery, each step bringing them closer to the fulfillment of Finn's quest. One day, as they walked beneath a canopy of golden leaves, Finn felt a familiar warmth spread through his chest. The stone in his pocket pulsed with energy, and he knew that he was nearing the end of his journey. The path led them to a place of breathtaking beauty, a valley nestled between towering mountains, where a crystalline lake shimmered under the sun. At the center of the valley stood a great tree, its branches reaching towards the sky, its roots entwined with the very heart of the earth. As Finn approached, the stone in his pocket glowed with a brilliance that took his breath away. He felt the presence of the spirit, its warmth and wisdom surrounding him, guiding him forward. With reverence, Finn placed the stone at the base of the great tree. The ground beneath him began to glow, and a melody, both familiar and new, filled the air. It was a song of beginnings and endings, of hope and renewal, a celebration of life in all its forms. As the melody swelled, Finn felt a change within himself, a transformation that went beyond the physical. It was a deepening of his understanding, a merging of his spirit with the world around him. He felt the connection between all living things, the threads of magic and life woven together in a tapestry of harmony. In that moment, Finn understood the true nature of his journey. It was not about the destination, but about the journey itself, the growth and transformation that came from embracing the unknown. It was about the friendships he had forged, the love and kindness he had shared, and the wisdom he had gained. As the melody faded, leaving behind a sense of peace and fulfillment, Finn knew that his journey was complete. He had bridged the realms, not through grand gestures or mighty deeds, but through the simple acts of love and understanding. With Bramble at his side, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart full of gratitude and joy. The village welcomed him home with open arms, celebrating his return and the stories he brought with him. In the years that followed, Finn shared his tales with the people of Willowbrook, passing on the lessons he had learned and the wisdom he had gained. He became a bridge between worlds, a guardian of harmony, and a beacon of hope for all who sought to understand the magic that lay within their hearts. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the boundaries between realms blurred and the magic of life was celebrated in all its forms. Finn's journey had come full circle, yet the spirit of his adventure lived on, a testament to the power of love, friendship, and the enduring magic of the world. As the years passed and the stories of Finn's journey became woven into the fabric of Willowbrook's history, the village continued to flourish. It became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking wisdom and inspiration, a sanctuary for dreamers and adventurers alike. Finn himself grew into a wise and respected figure within the community, often found sharing stories by the fireside, his voice a soothing balm for those who listened. He spoke of the wonders he had seen, the friendships he had forged, and the lessons he had learned. His tales were not just of magic and mystery, but of the simple joys of life, the beauty in every moment, and the strength that came from kindness. Bramble, ever faithful, remained by Finn's side, his presence a constant source of comfort and companionship. Together, they explored the woods and fields, delighting in the changing seasons and the wonders of the natural world. They were inseparable, a testament to the unbreakable bond of friendship. In time, Finn took on the role of mentor, guiding the next generation of dreamers and adventurers. He taught them to see with their hearts, to listen to the whispers of the world, and to embrace the magic that lay within. Under his guidance, the children of Willowbrook grew into wise and compassionate individuals, each carrying a piece of Finn's legacy within them. As the years went by, the stone that had guided Finn on his journey remained tucked safely away, its glow a reminder of the path he had walked. It became a symbol of hope and inspiration, passed down through the generations, a beacon for those who dared to dream. One day, as Finn sat beneath the great tree that had marked the end of his journey, he felt a familiar warmth spread through his chest. The spirit of the land, ever watchful and wise, spoke to him once more, its voice a gentle whisper carried on the breeze. "Your journey has touched many lives, young traveler," the spirit said, its presence a comforting embrace. "You have brought harmony to the realms and inspired those who follow in your footsteps. Your legacy will endure, carried forward by the love and kindness you have shared." Finn smiled, his heart full of gratitude and peace. He knew that his time on this earth was but a fleeting moment, yet the impact of his journey would echo through the ages. He had fulfilled his purpose, not through grand deeds or mighty acts, but through the simple power of love and understanding. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the valley, Finn closed his eyes, feeling the presence of the spirit and the love of those who had walked beside him. He knew that his journey would continue, in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world. And so, the story of Finn and Bramble became a cherished legend, a tale of friendship and adventure, of hope and transformation. It was a reminder that the greatest journeys were those that led us to the truth within ourselves, and that the magic of life lay in the connections we forged along the way. In the end, Finn's story was one of love, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit, and a celebration of the magic that lay within us all. As the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, the legacy of Finn's journey lived on, a beacon of hope for all who dared to dream. Story 22. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees sang softly with the wind, and the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and sweet earth, there lay a quaint little village named Brook Hollow. It was a place where the sun painted golden patterns on the cobbled streets, and the moonlight wove silver threads through the branches of ancient oaks. The villagers lived in charming cottages with thatched roofs and gardens overflowing with flowers that seemed to hum with a magic all their own. Brook Hollow was known for its peacefulness, where troubles were as fleeting as the morning mist. Yet, one bright morning, a peculiar event stirred the village. The townsfolk awoke to find their beloved fountain, the fountain of tranquility, had inexplicably stopped flowing. This was no ordinary fountain. It was a symbol of the village's harmony, its waters believed to be enchanted with calming properties that soothed the heart and mind. Naturally, this unexpected stillness concerned the villagers. They gathered around the silent fountain, whispering amongst themselves. Among them was a gentle young woman named Maribel, known for her curiosity and kind spirit. Her eyes, the color of summer leaves, sparkled with determination as she vowed to solve the mystery of the quiet fountain. Maribel set off with her satchel slung over her shoulder, packed with essentials, a notebook, a quill, and a small pouch of her grandmother's special lavender biscuits, for comfort and courage. Her first stop was the home of the village's oldest resident, old Mr. Thistle, who was reputed to have a wealth of knowledge about the land's history. Mr. Thistle's cottage was nestled at the edge of the forest, wrapped in ivy and surrounded by a garden teeming with fragrant herbs. As Maribel approached, she could hear the gentle snoring of Mr. Thistle's cat, Whiskers, who lay sprawled in a sunny patch by the window. "Ah, Maribel, my dear." Mr. Thistle greeted her warmly as she entered, the air inside filled with the comforting scent of chamomile and honey. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Maribel explained the mysterious silence of the fountain. Mr. Thistle nodded thoughtfully, his eyes twinkling behind his spectacles. "The fountain of tranquility," he mused, "has been here longer than any of us. It draws from a spring deep within the heart of the whispering wood. Perhaps something has disturbed its source." Maribel thanked him and set off towards the forest, feeling the cool breeze play through her hair. The path wound beneath towering trees, where dappled sunlight danced on the forest floor. As she walked, she listened to the symphony of rustling leaves and distant birdsong, a melody that seemed to guide her steps. Along the way, she encountered a curious sight, a family of fireflies flitting about in broad daylight. Their gentle glows formed a shimmering path that veered off the main trail. Intrigued, Maribel decided to follow them, trusting in their luminescent wisdom. The fireflies led her to a secluded glade, where the air was rich with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle murmur of a hidden brook. There, by the water's edge, sat a wise old turtle named Eldwin, known to be the guardian of the forest's secrets. "Greetings, Maribel," Eldwin said, his voice as smooth and deep as the brook itself. "I sense you seek answers." Maribel nodded and told him about the fountain. Eldwin listened intently, then closed his eyes in deep thought. "The spring that feeds your fountain flows from a sacred grove, a place where the threads of nature's magic intertwine. Something must have unsettled the balance there." "But how can we find out what it is?" Maribel asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Look not only with your eyes, but with your heart," Eldwin advised. "The forest speaks in whispers, and those who listen with care will hear its truths." Thanking the wise turtle, Maribel continued her journey, her senses attuned to the subtle signs of the forest. As she ventured deeper into the wood, she noticed something unusual, a gentle, rhythmic tapping sound, like a tiny drumbeat woven into the forest's melody. Following the sound, Maribel came upon a peculiar sight, a family of mischievous pixies perched upon the branches of a grand old oak. They were busy at work, tapping acorns in a playful rhythm, their laughter twinkling in the air like tiny bells. "Hello there," Maribel called up to them, smiling at their antics. "Might you know what has happened to the spring that feeds our village fountain?" The pixies paused, their eyes wide with surprise. One of them, a little pixie with wings like autumn leaves, fluttered down to Maribel's shoulder. "We did not mean to cause trouble," he chirped apologetically. "We found a sparkling stone in the grove and thought it was a toy. We may have blocked the spring's flow without realizing." Maribel chuckled gently, understanding their playful nature. "Perhaps if we work together, we can set things right." The pixies nodded eagerly, and together they returned to the sacred grove. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where light danced through the leaves in a kaleidoscope of colors, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient tree, was indeed a stone, a crystal, shimmering with an otherworldly light. It had lodged itself in the spring's source, diverting the water's flow. With careful hands, Maribel and the pixies worked together to gently remove the crystal. As they did, a stream of clear, sparkling water bubbled forth, singing as it danced over stones and through the mossy earth. "Thank you," Maribel said to the pixies, her heart swelling with gratitude. "You've helped restore the balance." The pixies giggled with delight, promising to be more mindful in their games. With a farewell wave, they flitted back into the forest, leaving Maribel to watch the spring flow freely once more. As she made her way back to the village, Maribel felt the warmth of the sun on her face and the whisper of the wind in her ears. She carried with her the crystal, a reminder of the day's adventure and the importance of listening to each other, to the world, and to the quiet wisdom within. Back in Brook Hollow, the villagers were overjoyed to see the fountain of tranquility flowing once more, its waters shimmering in the light of the setting sun. They gathered to celebrate, their laughter mingling with the gentle splash of the fountain's waters. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Maribel sat by the fountain, her heart at peace. She thought of the day's journey, of the wisdom shared by Eldwin, and the playful spirits of the pixies. She realized that sometimes the answers to life's mysteries were found not in grand gestures, but in simple acts of kindness and understanding. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit light as the breeze, Maribel returned to her cozy cottage. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she knew that the magic of the Whispering Wood would always be there, a gentle presence guiding the village of Brook Hollow through the wonders and mysteries of life. Story 23. Once upon a time, there lived a young girl named Amara in a small village nestled between rolling hills and winding rivers. Though she loved her humble home and the kindness of her parents, she often felt a longing in her heart, a yearning for something more. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced on the gentle breeze, Amara's grandmother beckoned her closer with a warm smile. Her eyes sparkled like the stars above as she began to speak of a wondrous legacy that had been passed down through generations. "Child," she said, her voice rich like honey, "our family carries within it the ancient tradition of the keepers of the eternal flame. We are guardians of a sacred fire that has burned bright since the dawn of time, a symbol of life, wisdom, and the enduring spirit of our ancestors." Amara listened, entranced, as her grandmother recounted tales of their people's history, a tapestry woven with threads of courage, resilience, and a deep reverence for nature's rhythms. She learned of the hallowed rituals that honored the changing seasons, the ceremonies that celebrated the earth's bounty, and the timeless teachings that guided their way. In the days that followed, Amara's grandmother revealed a treasure trove of artifacts, each imbued with the magic of their ancestry. There was the intricate bronze brazier, its surface adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight, and the delicate clay urn, its surface adorned with symbols that told stories of bygone eras. As Amara cradled these relics in her hands, she felt a profound connection to her roots, a sense of belonging that had eluded her for so long. The lessons of her forebears resonated deeply, whispering of the importance of harmony, balance, and an unwavering respect for the natural world. With each passing day, Amara's understanding grew, and her heart swelled with pride for the rich tapestry of her heritage. She learned the intricate dances that celebrated the cycles of the moon, the ancient melodies that invoked the spirits of the earth and sky, and the intricate weaving techniques that transformed humble fibers into garments of breathtaking beauty. And as the seasons turned, Amara found herself immersed in the rituals of her people, participating in the sacred ceremonies that marked the transition from one phase of life to the next. She watched in awe as the eternal flame was tended with reverence, its dancing tongues a reminder of the enduring spirit that burned within each of them. In the tranquil moments between these celebrations, Amara would often wander through the verdant meadows and ancient groves that surrounded her village. She marveled at the tapestry of wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor, their vibrant hues a testament to nature's artistry. The gentle gurgle of streams and the melodic trills of songbirds lulled her into a state of profound peace, reminding her of the harmonious balance that her ancestors had sought to maintain. As the years passed, Amara grew into a wise and respected member of her community, her heart forever intertwined with the legacy she had uncovered. And though the world around her changed and evolved, she remained steadfast in her commitment to upholding the traditions of her people, ensuring that the eternal flame would burn bright for generations to come. For Amara had discovered that true belonging came not from the physical trappings of life, but from the deep, unbreakable bonds that tied her to her ancestry, her people, and the rhythms of the natural world. And in that realization, she found a profound sense of purpose, a guiding light that would illuminate her path forevermore. Story 24. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where sunlight dappled through the leaves like shimmering gold and the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there lived a gentle creature named Finn. Finn was a small, unassuming rabbit with soft, velvety fur the color of freshly fallen snow. Despite the forest's vibrant life and bustling activity, Finn often felt a sense of unease. He was a creature of habit, finding comfort in the predictability of his days. and the thought of change unsettled him deeply. The forest, however, was alive with magic, a secret known only to its inhabitants. The trees whispered ancient secrets, and the streams sang songs of ages past. It was said that within this enchanted wood, creatures could find their true selves if only they embraced the winds of change. Finn lived in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of an old oak tree. Each day, he would nibble on sweet clover and tender shoots, his world limited to the familiar paths he trod. Yet something deep inside Finn whispered of adventure, of growth, and of the thrill of the unknown. It was a quiet voice, often overshadowed by the louder echoes of fear and doubt. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Finn sat at the entrance of his burrow, watching the shadows stretch and dance. The air was warm, and a gentle breeze carried the earthy scent of moss and bark. It was then that a shimmering butterfly, its wings painted with the hues of 1,000 sunsets, fluttered into view. It landed softly on Finn's nose, its touch as light as a whisper. "Hello, little one," the butterfly spoke in a voice that tinkled like chimes in the wind. "You seem troubled." Finn twitched his nose in surprise, his whiskers quivering. "I am," he confessed quietly. "I fear change, yet I feel drawn to something more. I don't know what to do." The butterfly flitted around him, leaving trails of iridescent light in the air. "Change is the essence of life," it said softly. "Without it, there is no growth, no discovery. Perhaps it is time you opened your heart to the magic of transformation." With those words, the butterfly took flight, leaving Finn alone with his thoughts as night descended, painting the sky with stars. That night, Finn dreamed of vast fields and hidden glades, of places he'd never seen but felt he somehow knew. He awoke with a newfound resolve, a gentle stirring of courage within him. The following morning, Finn set out from his burrow, his heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He ventured beyond the familiar, guided by the whispers of the forest and the memory of the butterfly's wise words. The path he chose was lined with tall ferns and vibrant flowers, their colors more vivid than he'd ever noticed before. As Finn journeyed deeper into the forest, he encountered a wise old turtle named Tully. Tully was perched on a sun-warmed rock by a babbling brook, his shell a mosaic of time-worn patterns. "Greetings, young one," Tully rumbled, his voice like distant thunder. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Finn hesitated, then spoke of his desire to embrace change, to discover what lay beyond his known world. Tully nodded sagely, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Transformation is a journey," Tully said, "not a destination. It requires patience, trust, and a willingness to learn from the world around you. Remember, every step you take is part of your story." Encouraged by Tully's wisdom, Finn continued his journey, feeling the gentle guidance of the forest with every step. He learned to listen to the rustle of leaves, to follow the trails of light that danced through the trees. With each passing day, he grew more confident, more attuned to the magic within and around him. One day, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Finn stumbled upon a hidden glade. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the heavens, its bark shimmering with an ethereal glow. Drawn to the tree, Finn approached, feeling a deep connection, as if the tree's roots mirrored the growth he felt within. As he touched the bark, a warm sensation spread through him, and his surroundings seemed to pulse with life. In that moment, Finn understood that change was not something to fear, but a gift to embrace. The forest had taught him that transformation was a natural part of life, a journey that led to the discovery of one's true self. He realized that he was not alone, that the forest and its inhabitants were his allies, guiding him towards a brighter future. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Finn returned to his burrow beneath the old oak tree. Though his home was unchanged, Finn was not. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the courage to embrace the unknown, and the joy of personal discovery. As he settled into his nest of soft moss and leaves, Finn felt a profound sense of peace. He knew that change would come again, as it always does, but he was ready to welcome it with open arms, for he had learned that within every change lies the promise of new beginnings. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a restful sleep, comforted by the gentle rustling of the leaves and the magical symphony of the forest. a reminder that he was never truly alone. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers in the wind, there was a small, snug village known as Willowbrook. The village was nestled between the lush green hills and a shimmering silver lake, and it was a place where magic seemed to hum softly in the air, like the distant chime of bells. Every morning, the villagers of Willowbrook awoke to the sweet melody of bird song and the faint scent of wildflowers carried on the breeze. The homes, quaint and charming, were made of cobblestone and timber, their thatched roofs covered in moss that added a touch of emerald green to the landscape. Smoke curled lazily from their chimneys, adding to the air of warmth and comfort that enveloped the village. One crisp autumn morning, a curious thing began to happen in Willowbrook. The villagers noticed that their favorite books, the ones they read by candlelight as the evening settled, were disappearing from their shelves. At first, it was just a book or two, but soon, entire collections were vanishing without a trace. The villagers were puzzled, for who would want to take their beloved stories? Margaret, a wise and gentle woman who ran the local bakery, decided to gather the villagers to discuss the strange occurrences. Her bakery was a cozy haven filled with the comforting scent of freshly baked bread and cinnamon pastries. The villagers gathered there, sipping on warm mugs of spiced cider, their faces lit by the flickering glow of the fireplace. "We must figure out what is happening to our books," Margaret said, her eyes twinkling with kindness and curiosity. "Perhaps there is a reason behind these disappearances." As the villagers chatted and speculated, a soft flutter of wings drew their attention. Perched on the windowsill was a small, luminous creature, its feathers glistening like morning dew. It was a book sprite, a magical creature known for its love of stories and its ability to weave enchantments from the words it read. "Do not worry, dear villagers," the book sprite chirped in a voice as gentle as a whisper. "I have come to help you unravel this mystery. I sense that there is more to this than meets the eye." The villagers were relieved, for the book sprite was known for its wisdom and gentle nature. Together, they set out to solve the mystery of the vanishing books. The book sprite led them to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. The trees here seemed to lean in closer, as if listening to the secrets carried by the wind. As they walked, the villagers noticed a soft, silvery trail of light weaving through the underbrush. "This is the path we must follow," the book sprite said, its tiny voice filled with assurance. The trail led them deeper into the woods, to a clearing where the trees formed a natural canopy above, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood a curious sight, a small, ancient library, its walls made of intertwined branches and its roof covered in lush vines. The villagers approached cautiously, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of leaves. When they peeked inside, they found the missing books, neatly arranged on shelves carved from the trees themselves. But what was even more surprising was the gentle figure sitting among the books, an old, wise owl with feathers as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. "Ah, you have found me," the owl said, its voice deep and soothing. "I am Oliver, the guardian of stories. I meant no harm in taking your books. I was simply trying to preserve them." The villagers listened as Oliver explained that he had sensed a great storm approaching, one that could potentially damage the precious books. In his wisdom, he had decided to protect them in his enchanted library until the danger had passed. Touched by Oliver's thoughtful actions, the villagers thanked him for his care and understanding. They realized that sometimes what seems like a problem can actually be a blessing in disguise, and that helping one another often leads to the best solutions. As the autumn sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the villagers returned to Willowbrook with their books, their hearts light and full of gratitude. They knew that their stories were safe, and that they had gained a new friend in Oliver, the wise owl. From that day on, the villagers of Willowbrook often visited the enchanted library in the Whispering Woods. There, under the watchful eye of Oliver and the playful presence of the book sprite, they shared stories and laughter, creating new memories that would be cherished for generations. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of magic, The mystery of the vanishing books was solved with wisdom, friendship, and a touch of enchantment. As the villagers settled into their beds, they knew that the world was a little brighter, a little kinder, and full of stories waiting to be told. Story 26. In a galaxy not so far away, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on a velvet tapestry, there lay a small, tranquil planet called Lumara. It was a world bathed in the gentle glow of twin moons, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers. On Lumara lived a peaceful species known as the Luminarians, beings of light and kindness who thrived on harmony and wisdom. Among the Luminarians was a curious soul named Nira, whose heart was filled with a yearning to explore the mysteries beyond her serene world. Nira possessed a gentle glow, her luminescent form casting a soft, warm light wherever she went. Her spirit was adventurous, her mind sharp, and her heart as tender as the petals of a moonflower. One evening, as the twin moons hung low in the sky, Nira stood on the edge of the great meadow, gazing at the stars. It was then that she noticed a flicker of movement, a streak of silver slicing through the night. A spacecraft, unfamiliar and strange, descended with a gentle hum, landing softly on the dew-kissed grass. From the craft emerged a figure unlike any Nira had seen before. It was a creature covered in iridescent scales that shimmered in hues of emerald and sapphire. Its eyes were wide and curious, mirroring the twinkling stars above. This was Zorak, a traveler from the distant planet of Aquilon, where oceans stretched endlessly and the air was filled with the songs of the sea. Nira's heart fluttered with both excitement and apprehension. She approached cautiously, her luminescent glow casting a halo of light around her. "Greetings, traveler," she called out gently, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "Welcome to Lumara." Zorak turned, his eyes reflecting the moonlight, and nodded with a friendly grace. "I am Zorak of Aquilon," he replied, his voice deep and resonant like the rolling waves of his home. "I come seeking knowledge and new friends." Despite their differences, Nira felt a kinship with Zorak, a kindred spirit drawn to the unknown. Yet as they began to converse, it was clear that their worlds were as different as night and day. The Luminarians spoke in gentle tones, their language a song that rose and fell like a melody. The Aquilonians, however, communicated through rhythmic sounds and gestures, much like the ebb and flow of the tides. Their first attempts at conversation were filled with misunderstandings. When Nira offered Zorak a starflower, a gesture of friendship on Lumara, Zorak hesitated, unsure of its meaning. In Aquilonian culture, flowers often symbolized farewells rather than welcomes. For a moment, an awkward silence stretched between them, like a cloud passing over the moon. But Nira, with her gentle heart, simply smiled and gestured invitingly towards the great meadow. "Come, let us walk together," she suggested, hoping that sharing experiences might bridge the gap between their worlds. As they wandered, the night unfolded its wonders before them. Nira showed Zorak the luminous ponds that glowed with the light of 1,000 tiny creatures, and Zorak shared tales of the deep oceans of Aquilon, where bioluminescent creatures danced beneath the waves. Through shared stories and laughter, they began to understand one another, their hearts opening like blossoms in the moonlight. Their friendship was tested one starlit night when a sudden storm swept across Lumara. The winds howled and the sky darkened, casting shadows over the land. Nira and Zorak took shelter beneath the great boughs of an ancient starlight tree, its branches swaying like a protective guardian. As the storm raged, Nira, accustomed to the gentle weather of Lumara, felt a flicker of fear. Zorak, understanding her plight, placed a reassuring clawed hand on her shoulder. "In Aquilon, we embrace the storms," he said softly, his voice a calming tide. "They are a part of life, bringing renewal and strength." Inspired by Zorak's words, Nira took a deep breath, allowing the storm's energy to fill her with courage. Together, they weathered the tempest, drawing strength from their shared presence. As the wind subsided and the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, they emerged from their shelter, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced together. Through their journey, Nira and Zorak discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended language, culture, and even the vast distances between stars. They learned that understanding and compassion could turn misunderstandings into bridges, and that the beauty of the universe lay not just in its stars, but in the hearts of those who dwelled among them. So, as the twin moons set and the sun rose over the horizon, Nira and Zorak stood side by side, gazing out at the world they would continue to explore together. In the gentle light of a new day, they knew that their friendship was a beacon of hope, a light that would guide them through any darkness. And so, in the heart of the galaxy, where stars whispered secrets and the universe sang its eternal lullaby, two unlikely companions found solace and joy in each other's company, forever bound by the radiant glow of friendship. Story 27. In the heart of a gentle forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the rivers sang lullabies to the stars, there lay a quaint little village named Willow. The village was nestled in a valley, cradled by verdant hills that seemed to hug it with a kind embrace. Each morning the sun would sprinkle golden light over the thatched roofs, while the evenings were painted with the soft glow of twilight. Willowbrook was a place where magic was as natural as the air itself, woven into the fabric of daily life. The villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest, and it was not uncommon to see a fox with fiery fur sharing a conversation with a sage owl, or a family of rabbits playing hide-and-seek with mischievous fairies. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. She had a curious mind, always eager to uncover the mysteries that the world held. Her best friend was Thistle, a small, sprightly creature with wings that shimmered like morning dew. Thistle was a pixie, playful and wise, with a heart as big as the forest itself. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over Willowbrook, Lila noticed something peculiar. The lanterns that lined the village paths, usually glowing with a steady, gentle light, flickered erratically, casting strange shadows that danced across the cobblestones. The villagers murmured among themselves, puzzled by the unusual behavior of the lanterns. Determined to solve the mystery, Lila and Thistle decided to investigate. They set off down the winding paths of Willowbrook, the evening air cool and crisp around them. As they walked, Thistle's wings fluttered softly, casting a gentle luminescence that mingled with the flickering lanterns. Their first stop was the home of Old Bramble, the village's wise elder, who was known for his knowledge of both the ancient and the arcane. His cottage was nestled at the edge of the forest, surrounded by a garden of herbs that released a fragrant symphony in the night air. "Ah, Lila and Thistle," Old Bramble greeted them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling like stars. "What brings you to my door this fine evening?" Lila explained the strange occurrences, and Old Bramble listened intently, stroking his long white beard thoughtfully. "Lanterns flickering, you say? There might be more to this than meets the eye." He led them inside, where the hearth crackled with a comforting fire. The walls were lined with shelves overflowing with books and jars filled with curious ingredients. Old Bramble retrieved a large, leather-bound tome and began flipping through its pages, each turn releasing a whisper of ancient knowledge. "Ah, here it is," he said, pointing to an illustration of a creature called the Gloam. The Gloam is a shy, elusive spirit that thrives on light. When they're restless or in need, they might cause disturbances such as flickering lanterns. Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be troubling the Gloam?" Old Bramble thought for a moment, then replied, "It could be that they are seeking something lost, or that their habitat has been disturbed." Armed with this knowledge, Lila and Thistle thanked Old Bramble and set off into the forest. The moonlight draped the woods in a silvery veil as they ventured deeper, guided by Thistle's soft glow. As they walked, Lila noticed subtle signs of disturbance, broken twigs, scattered leaves, and curious footprints that seemed to glow faintly. They followed the trail to a small clearing where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones. There, perched upon a rock, was a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen. It was slender and ethereal, with translucent wings that shimmered faintly. Its eyes, though filled with an otherworldly light, looked sad and weary. "Hello," Lila called softly, not wanting to startle the creature. "Are you the Gloam?" The creature nodded, its voice a soft whisper on the breeze. "Yes, I am. I did not mean to cause harm. I am simply lost." Thistle fluttered closer, her voice gentle and soothing. "What are you seeking, dear Gloam?" The gloam sighed, a sound like the rustling of leaves. I seek my home, a place of light and warmth, but the forest has changed, and I found myself wandering. Understanding dawned on Lila. Perhaps we can help you find your way back. The gloam's eyes brightened with hope. Would you? Lila and Thistle nodded, and together they retraced the gloam's steps, guided by the subtle glow of its footprints. Along the way, they encountered various forest creatures, all eager to assist once they understood the gloam's plight. The wise owl led them to a grove where the trees formed a natural arch, and the foxes with fiery fur showed them a hidden path that wound through the heart of the forest. Finally, they reached a glade bathed in a warm, golden light, as if it were touched by the sun even in the dead of night. "This is it," the gloam whispered, its voice filled with awe. "My home." As the gloam fluttered into the glade, the air shimmered with a gentle luminescence, and the flickering lanterns far away in Willowbrook steadied, glowing with a serene light once more. Lila and Thistle watched with smiles as the gloam settled into its home, its wings unfurling in a dance of gratitude. "Thank you," it whispered, its voice now a melody of joy. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the village lay under a blanket of stars, the lanterns casting their steady, comforting glow along the paths. The villagers, once puzzled, now marveled at the serene beauty of the night. Lila and Thistle returned to Old Bramble's cottage to share their adventure, and he listened with a twinkle in his eye, nodding approvingly. "You have done well, my young friends," he said, his voice warm with pride. "In helping the gloam, you have shown the true magic of friendship and understanding." With hearts full of satisfaction and the gentle warmth of a mystery solved, Lila and Thistle bid Old Bramble good night. They returned to their homes, wrapped in the comfort of knowing they had brought peace not only to a wandering spirit, but also to their beloved village. And as they drifted into the soft embrace of sleep, the forest and its magical denizens watched over them, whispering tales of kindness and wisdom into the night. For in Willowbrook, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony, every story had a happy ending. Story 28. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight wove golden threads through emerald canopies, lived a community of natural creatures who thrived in the harmonious embrace of their verdant world. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant greens, the air sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the symphony of rustling leaves played a gentle melody that calmed even the most restless spirit. This forest, known to its inhabitants as Eldergrove, was a place where the magic of the natural world whispered through every leaf and stone. It was here that the seasons danced their eternal waltz, each bringing its own kind of enchantment. Spring unfurled with a burst of blossoms, painting the forest floor with hues of lavender and gold. Summer followed, draping the forest in a lush cloak of deep green, the air thick with the hum of bees and the chatter of streams. Autumn turned the leaves into a kaleidoscope of fiery reds and oranges, and winter blanketed the earth in a serene hush of glistening snow. In this enchanted realm lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a tapestry of ancient tales, etched with the wisdom of countless seasons. His eyes, soft and knowing, had witnessed the cycles of life and change in Eldergrove for over a century. Thistle was the keeper of stories, the ancient lore passed down through the generations, and the guardian of balance in the forest. Thistle's closest companion was a sprightly squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Pippin was known for his boundless curiosity and nimble movements, often seen bounding from branch to branch, gathering acorns and gossip. Despite their differing paces, the two shared a bond as deep as the roots of the oldest oak in Eldergrove. The forest thrived on the balance maintained by its inhabitants, each creature playing a role in the delicate web of life. The trees whispered secrets to the wind, the rivers sang to the stones, and the animals moved in a dance of symbiotic harmony. But one day, this balance was threatened by an unusual and magical phenomenon. It began with the arrival of an early winter storm, fierce and unexpected. The winds howled through the branches, and snow fell in heavy, relentless drifts, covering the forest in a thick, icy blanket. The sudden change puzzled the creatures of Eldergrove, who felt the disruption in the rhythm of the seasons. Thistle, with his deep understanding of the forest's ways, sensed that this was no ordinary storm. He gathered the creatures of Eldergrove beneath the shelter of an ancient pine, its boughs heavy with snow, yet offering a protective canopy. "My friends," Thistle began, his voice a low, soothing rumble, "this storm is a sign. The balance of our forest is being tested. We must uncover the cause and restore harmony before the heart of Eldergrove is frozen." Pippin, perched on a branch nearby, nodded earnestly. "But how, Thistle? How do we discover what has upset the balance?" "By listening," Thistle replied, "and by seeking the wisdom of the forest itself." With this guidance, the creatures set out to explore the mysteries of the storm. They roamed beneath the snow-laden branches, their footprints weaving patterns in the powdery drifts. The birds, their song silenced by the cold, peered down from their perches, while the deer moved silently, their breath misting in the frosty air. Pippin, with his boundless energy, darted ahead, his sharp eyes scanning the forest for clues. He soon spotted a peculiar sight, a patch of earth untouched by snow, where a cluster of blue flowers bloomed defiantly against the chill. It was a rare and magical plant known as the winter's heart, said to hold the power of the seasons within its petals. "Thistle!" Pippin called, his voice ringing through the quiet forest. "I found something." Thistle made his way to Pippin's side, his movements deliberate and steady. He examined the flowers with a thoughtful gaze, nodding slowly. "These blooms should not be here," he murmured. "They belong to the realm of summer, not winter." The creatures gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder. The winter's heart was a legend among them, a symbol of the forest's magic and its capacity for renewal. Yet its presence in winter was a mystery that spoke of imbalance. "We must return these flowers to their rightful place," Thistle declared, "for they hold the key to restoring the balance of our forest." With careful hands, Pippin and the other creatures gently uprooted the flowers, their roots cradled in the soft earth. They carried them through the forest, guided by Thistle's wisdom and the silent songs of the trees. Their journey took them to the heart of Eldergrove, where the seasons converged in a sacred glade. Here, the air shimmered with a gentle light, and the earth was warm beneath the snow. Thistle dug a new bed for the winter's heart, planting each flower with reverence and care. As the last flower settled into the soil, a transformation began. The storm clouds parted, revealing a sky of brilliant blue, and the sun cast its golden rays upon the forest. The snow melted away, revealing the vibrant greens of spring beneath. The creatures watched in awe as the balance was restored, the forest breathing a sigh of relief. The birds sang once more, their melodies weaving through the trees, and the streams resumed their joyful chatter. Thistle turned to Pippin, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "You have done well, my friend. Your curiosity and courage have helped save Eldergrove." Pippin beamed with pride, his tail flicking with joy. "And your wisdom, Thistle, guided us through the storm." Together they watched as the forest embraced the return of harmony, the cycles of life and magic renewed. The creatures of Eldergrove gathered in celebration, their hearts light with gratitude for the wisdom passed down through the ages and the friendships that bound them together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the wind lulled the creatures into dreams, where the ancient magic of Eldergrove whispered promises of new beginnings and the eternal balance of nature. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic wove an everlasting tapestry, the creatures of Eldergrove continued their dance of life, bound by the wisdom of the past and the hope of the future. Story 29. Here's a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, in a village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Willow was a gentle soul, yet she often struggled with the many changes that came with growing up. The world seemed so big and uncertain, and she found herself longing for the comforting simplicities of her childhood. One crisp autumn morning, Willow decided to wander into the forest in search of peace. As she walked along the winding path, she admired the golden leaves dancing in the breeze. But then something caught her eye, a tiny seedling poking through the earth, its two slender leaves trembling in determination. Willow knelt down and whispered, Little one, what strength you must have to sprout anew during this season of transition. To her astonishment, the seedling shifted and began to grow before her very eyes. Within moments, it had sprouted into a towering oak tree. Willow stumbled back in wonder as a warm, musical voice spoke from the tree's branches. "Do not be afraid, dear Willow," the oak said kindly. "I am the spirit of the forest, and I could sense your distress. You struggle with embracing change and growth, do you not?" Willow nodded shyly. "The world seems so different than when I was young. I'm not sure I'm ready." The spirit laughed, a sound like rustling leaves. "My child, change is the most natural process in all the lands. Look around you." Willow glanced at the vibrant landscape, newly awash in autumn's fiery glow. Mushrooms sprouted from fallen logs and squirrels scampered about, gathering provisions for winter. "The forest is ever transforming, yet it unfolds with grace and beauty," the oak explained. "You too will blossom if you face the seasons of your life with openness and courage." Just then, a trio of sprites emerged from a hollow trunk, giggling merrily. "Oh, let us help!" exclaimed the first sprite, an amethyst light flickering in her palms. "I shall share my gift of confident curiosity." She formed a slender beam of lavender energy and sent it swirling around Willow. Warmth blossomed in Willow's chest, filling her with a newfound sense of wonder. The second sprite offered a sphere of emerald luminance. "My gift is resilience. No matter how forceful the winds of change, you will be able to weather any storm." The vitalizing green light enveloped Willow, and she felt newly invigorated, as sturdy as an ancient redwood. Finally, the golden sprite bestowed his mystical blessing. "Brilliant adaptability is what I offer you. Face the turning of seasons without fear, for you can thrive in any circumstance." Willow tingled with renewed hope as the radiant energy melded with her very spirit. She felt like a glittering river, able to shift her course while still remaining true to herself. The spirit of the forest smiled down at Willow with a grandfatherly warmth. "You see, my child? Transformation is not something to dread, but a wondrous journey to embrace. The path will have its twists and turns, but that is what lends life its vibrant beauty. Let your roots stay strong while allowing your branches to reach ever higher." Willow beamed and gave a contented nod. From that day forward, she took each new challenge and milestone in stride, secure in the knowledge that change was not something to fear, but an opportunity to grow ever brighter and wiser. Her life unfolded like the most captivating of stories, one sacred transition leading to the next, in a never-ending cycle of evolution, resilience, and splendor. Story 30. In the serene village of Willowmere, where the rooftops were kissed by the morning mist, and cobblestone paths wound like ribbons through fields of lavender, a peculiar mystery unfurled. Willowmere was known for its warmth and the gentle hum of life that pulsed through its quaint lanes. But lately, something unusual was afoot. It began one crisp autumn morning when the villagers awoke to find their beloved clock tower silent. The clock, a grand old thing with intricate carvings of woodland creatures, had long been considered the heart of Willowmere. Its chimes were as familiar as a lullaby, marking the passage of time with a comforting regularity. But now, its hands were frozen at midnight, and the chimes were mute. Rosie, a bright-eyed girl with a penchant for puzzles, was the first to notice. She had always been enchanted by the clock tower, often imagining the tiny worlds hidden within its gears. With the curiosity of a fox and the determination of a river, she decided to unravel the mystery of the silent clock. Rosie set off through the village, her boots crunching on fallen leaves that painted the ground in hues of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the scent of wood smoke and the distant laughter of children playing by the brook. Her first stop was the cozy cottage of old Tom, the village's clockmaker. His hands were as gnarled as the oak trees that surrounded his home, but his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many years. "Ah, Rosie," Tom greeted her with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Come to see the mystery of the silent clock, have you?" Rosie nodded, her cheeks rosy from the brisk air. "It's strange, isn't it, Tom? The clock has never stopped before." Tom chuckled softly, his voice as warm as honeyed tea. "Indeed, it is unusual, but every mystery has a solution, if only we take the time to look closely." Taking his words to heart, Rosie decided to observe the clock tower from every angle. She spent the afternoon in the village square, watching the play of light and shadow on the tower's face, listening to the whispers of the wind as it wove through the eaves. It was then that she noticed something odd. A faint, shimmering trail led from the base of the tower into the nearby forest, a trail that seemed to twinkle with a life of its own. Guided by this discovery, Rosie ventured into the woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a canopy thick enough to hold secrets. The forest was alive with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant song of a stream. As she followed the trail, she felt as though she were stepping into a world just slightly removed from her own. Deeper into the woods, Rosie found a clearing bathed in soft, dappled sunlight. In its center stood a creature unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, winged being, with eyes like dewdrops and a mane that glimmered with the colors of dawn. The creature was tangled in a web of silver threads, struggling to free itself. "Hello there," Rosie called softly, kneeling beside the creature. "Do you need help?" The creature looked up, its eyes wide with gratitude. "Oh, thank you, kind friend," it spoke in a voice that tinkled like chimes. "I am a timekeeper sprite. I was on my way to the clock tower when I became ensnared in this web." Rosie carefully untangled the threads, her fingers nimble and gentle. "A timekeeper sprite?" she echoed, curiosity alight in her voice. "Yes," the sprite replied, stretching its wings once free. "We sprites ensure that time flows smoothly in villages like yours. But this web was placed here by mischievous forest imps who delight in causing small chaos." Rosie frowned thoughtfully. "Why would they do such a thing?" The sprite shook its head, a playful twinkle returning to its eyes. "Imps are mischievous by nature. They mean no harm, but they love a good prank." With the sprite freed, Rosie had an idea. "Perhaps we can make a deal with the imps. They might leave our clock alone if we offer them something in return." The sprite nodded, its wings glowing with approval. "A wise thought, child. Imps love shiny things and sweet treats. Perhaps a gift of such could persuade them." Together, Rosie and the sprite gathered a small basket of polished stones and honey cakes, laying them at the foot of an ancient oak known to be the imp's favorite haunt. As they did, the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the imp's response. Just as the last light of day began to fade, the imps appeared, their laughter like the rustling of leaves. They accepted the offering with gleeful chatter, promising to leave the clock tower in peace in exchange for the delightful treasures. With the agreement sealed, Rosie and the sprite returned to the village. As they approached the clock tower, a gentle chime rang out, echoing through the crisp evening air. The clock had resumed its timeless duty, its hands moving once more, marking time with a comforting rhythm. Rosie smiled up at the tower, her heart light with the satisfaction of a mystery solved. The sprite hovered beside her, its tiny form aglow with gratitude. "Thank you, Rosie," it said, its voice a soft melody. "The village owes you a debt of thanks." Rosie shook her head, her eyes sparkling as brightly as the stars now appearing in the twilight sky. "No thanks needed. It was the wisdom of friends and a little observation that solved the mystery." And so, in the village of Willowmere, peace was restored. The clock tower chimed once more, its voice a soothing lullaby to all who lived there. And Rosie, with her heart full of warmth and wonder, knew that every mystery, no matter how puzzling, could be unraveled with a little kindness and understanding. As the fireplace crackled gently in her home that evening, Rosie drifted to sleep, dreaming of winged sprites and enchanted forests, knowing that the world was a place of wonder, ready to reveal its secrets to those who dared to listen. Story 31. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through leaves like golden fairies, there lay a hidden world brimming with life and wonder. This place, nestled beyond the reach of time and untouched by the hurried footsteps of man, was known as Eldergrove. Here the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle babble of brooks sang a lullaby that mingled with the rustling whispers of the trees. Eldergrove was a sanctuary for creatures that carried the wisdom of the ages within them. Among these dwellers was a wise old owl named Bramble, whose feathers were as soft and gray as twilight clouds. Bramble was the keeper of stories, and his eyes, deep as the forest's shadows, held the secrets of many seasons. As the year turned towards autumn, a time when Eldergrove donned a cloak of crimson and gold, the creatures gathered for the harvest moon gathering. It was a time of celebration, where the forest folk exchanged tales and shared in the bounty that nature had blessed them with. The air was cool and crisp, tinged with the sweet scent of ripe apples and the earthy aroma of freshly fallen leaves. At the heart of the gathering was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide like the arms of an old friend. Beneath its boughs, the creatures assembled, rabbits with fur as soft as velvet, foxes with eyes that gleamed like amber, and deer whose steps were as light as a whisper. Each brought offerings to lay at the roots of the oak, a gesture of gratitude for the forest's gifts. This year, however, the gathering held a sense of urgency. Whispers had traveled through the underbrush, carried by the winds that spoke of an imbalance, a shift in nature's harmony. The streams were running low, and the vibrant greens of the forest had begun to dull. The creatures looked to Bramble for guidance, their eyes filled with concern. Perching upon a low branch, Bramble fluffed his feathers and cleared his throat, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Dear friends," he began, his voice as smooth as honeyed tea, "we stand at a crossroads. The balance of our beloved Eldergrove is threatened, yet within each of us lies the power to restore it." As Bramble spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, lifting the leaves into a swirling dance. The creatures watched in awe as the air shimmered with a faint, silvery glow, a reminder of the magic that flowed through the forest's veins. Bramble continued, "Long ago, in the time of our ancestors, there was a spell woven into the very fabric of Eldergrove, a spell of balance tied to the changing of the seasons. To restore it, we must unite, sharing our strengths and wisdom." From the crowd, a young squirrel named Pip stepped forward. His eyes were bright with curiosity and determination. "What can we do, Bramble? How do we restore the balance?" Bramble nodded, pleased with Pip's eagerness. "We must first listen to the heart of the forest," he said. "Each of us has a role to play, be it large or small. The trees, the streams, the creatures, all are part of the same song. We must learn its melody once more." The creatures set to work, each using their unique talents to aid in the restoration. The beavers, with their skillful paws, cleared the streams of debris, allowing the waters to flow freely once more. The birds, with songs as sweet as morning dew, spread seeds across the forest floor, encouraging new growth. Bramble guided them, sharing the stories of old, tales of harmony and unity, of how the forest once thrived under the watchful eyes of creatures who understood the delicate balance of life. His words were like a gentle rain, nourishing the spirit of Eldergrove. As the days passed, a transformation began to unfold. The leaves regained their vibrant hues, the streams sang with renewed vigor, and the air buzzed with the joyful hum of life. The creatures of Eldergrove, through their efforts and kinship, had rekindled the magic that held their world together. On the night of the full moon, when the forest was bathed in silvery light, the creatures gathered once more beneath the ancient oak. The air was filled with a sense of peace and contentment, a testament to their hard work and unity. Bramble, from his perch, looked out over his friends, his heart swelling with pride. "Together," he said, his voice carrying through the night like a gentle breeze, "we have restored the balance. Let this be a lesson passed down through the generations. When we are united, there is nothing we cannot overcome." With the moon as their witness, the creatures of Eldergrove celebrated their triumph, their laughter mingling with the rustle of the leaves and the song of the nightingale. They danced beneath the stars, each step a promise to protect the harmony they had restored. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, Eldergrove thrived once more, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring spirit of nature. As the seasons changed, the stories of their journey would be told time and again, a reminder of the balance that bound them all. Story 32. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Willowbrook was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, with cobblestone streets that wound their way like old friends through rows of charming cottages, each adorned with window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. Clara was a curious soul, with a heart as warm as the summer sun and a mind always eager for adventure. Her days were spent exploring the meadows where the wildflowers danced in the breeze and listening to the tales spun by the elders of the village. Her favorite place of all was the attic of her grandmother's cottage, a treasure trove of forgotten trinkets and dusty old books. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves swirled outside like nature's confetti, Clara found herself rummaging through the attic, her fingers brushing against the lacy edges of an old shawl, the cool metal of a brass telescope, and the soft leather of ancient books. It was then she stumbled upon a peculiar object, an ornate silver mirror, its frame intricately engraved with swirling vines and tiny stars. There was something about the mirror that seemed to hum with a quiet magic. Curiosity piqued. Clara polished the glass with the hem of her sweater. To her astonishment, as she gazed into the mirror, the reflection began to change. The face staring back at her was not her own, but that of a kindly old man with twinkling eyes and a long silver beard. He spoke in a voice that seemed to wrap around her like a comforting blanket. "Greetings, young traveler," he said with a gentle smile. "I am Aldrin, the guardian of the Mirror of Whispers. You have awakened its magic, and with it, a journey awaits you." Clara's eyes widened with wonder. "What kind of journey?" she asked, excitement bubbling within her. "The mirror holds the secrets of the world, but only those who seek with pure hearts can unlock them. You must follow the path it reveals, and along the way you will find the true meaning of wisdom." With those words, the mirror shimmered, and a scene unfolded within its depths, a path winding through a lush, enchanted forest, bathed in the glow of twilight. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, a call to adventure she could not ignore. Determined to uncover the secrets of the mirror, Clara set out on her journey at dawn, the sky painted with hues of rose and gold. She bade farewell to the village, her spirit buoyed by the promise of discovery. As she ventured into the forest, the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the soft trill of songbirds. It wasn't long before Clara encountered her first companion, a wise old owl named Orion, perched on a low branch with feathers as soft as moonlight. Orion had eyes like amber lanterns, brimming with knowledge and kindness. "Ah, the one chosen by the mirror," Orion hooted softly. "I will guide you through the forest, for it holds many secrets." With Orion by her side, Clara pressed onward, each step a melody on the carpet of fallen leaves. They spoke of dreams and stars, of the magic that lingered in the world, if one only knew how to look. Orion shared tales of ancient times, weaving stories that danced in the air like fireflies at dusk. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, the trees grew taller, their branches forming a cathedral of emerald and gold above. It was here that they encountered Luna, a gentle deer with eyes like pools of midnight. Luna was shy but wise, understanding the language of the forest better than any creature. "The path you seek is not always the one you see," Luna said, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "Trust in your heart and let it guide you." With Luna's wisdom, Clara learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She began to notice the subtle signs around her, the way the leaves rustled a certain way, or how the sunlight danced upon the path. Each clue was a piece of a grand puzzle, leading her ever closer to the secret that lay hidden. As day turned to dusk, Clara and her companions arrived at the edge of a sparkling lake, its surface shimmering like 1,000 diamonds. It was here that they met the last of their guides, a playful fish named Finn, who leapt from the water with a splash of silvery scales. "Welcome, traveler," Finn chirped, his voice bubbling with laughter. "I know the ways beneath the waves, and I can show you truths hidden from the world above." With Finn's guidance, Clara learned to see beyond the surface, to delve deeper into the mysteries that surrounded her. She discovered that the lake was a mirror itself, reflecting not only the sky above but the dreams and hopes of those who gazed into its depths. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow upon the world, Clara found herself standing before a grand oak tree, its roots entwined with the very heart of the forest. It was here that the path ended, but the journey had only just begun. The mirror appeared once more, suspended in the air, its surface rippling with light. Aldrin's face emerged again, a look of approval in his eyes. "You have journeyed far, young Clara," he said, his voice as gentle as the night breeze. "You have learned to see with your heart, to listen to the whispers of the world. Now, it is time to unlock the mirror's secret." Clara took a deep breath, her heart full of gratitude for her companions, Orion, Luna, and Finn, who had helped her see the world anew. She reached out and touched the cool surface of the mirror, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips. The mirror glowed brightly, and for a moment the world around her seemed to pause. Then a vision unfolded within its depths, a vision of Willowbrook, her village, bathed in the soft light of dawn. The people she loved were there, their lives intertwined with hers, each one a thread in the tapestry of her world. Clara understood then that the true magic of the mirror was not in showing her a different world, but in helping her see the beauty and wonder in her own. The journey had changed her, not by taking her away, but by bringing her closer to the heart of what truly mattered: love, friendship, and the quiet magic that lay in everyday life. With a heart full of joy, Clara thanked the mirror and her companions, her voice carried by the gentle breeze. She knew that she would return to Willowbrook not just as Clara, the curious girl, but as Clara, the one who had seen the world through the eyes of wisdom. As she made her way back through the forest, the stars twinkling above like old friends, Clara felt a sense of peace and contentment. She knew that whenever she needed guidance, she could look into the mirror of whispers and find the answers she sought. And so, Clara's journey came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her forever, woven into the fabric of her days. She lived her life with an open heart, always ready to see the magic in the world around her and to share it with those she loved. And in the village of Willowbrook, where the meadows bloomed and the stories flowed like honey, the tale of Clara and the Mirror of Whispers was told time and time again, a gentle reminder of the wonders that lay hidden in the world, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. As the crackling of the fireplace filled the room and the night wrapped its gentle arms around the village, the story of Clara drifted into dreams, leaving behind a warmth that would linger long after the last ember faded. Story 33. Once upon a time, in the quiet village of Willowbend, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there was a young girl named Clara. She had hair like spun gold and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Clara lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage that was filled with the scent of lavender and the warmth of love. Every evening, after the sun had dipped behind the hills, Clara would sit by the fireplace, listening to her grandmother's tales of magic and mystery. These stories spoke of enchanted rivers, talking animals, and hidden treasures. But there was one story that Clara loved above all, the tale of the Singing Stone. The Singing Stone was said to be a small, unassuming pebble, but when held in the palm of a kind heart, it would sing the most beautiful melodies, revealing the secrets of nature and the universe. According to legend, the stone lay hidden somewhere in the Whispering Woods, waiting patiently for someone pure of heart to find it. Clara often dreamed of discovering the Singing Stone, though she had never ventured far into the woods. But one crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, Clara felt a tug at her heart, a whisper from the woods calling her name. With her grandmother's blessing and a satchel of bread and honey, Clara set off on her adventure. The path through the Whispering Woods was lined with towering trees, their leaves a riot of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant chatter of woodland creatures. Clara walked with a light step, her eyes wide with wonder at the beauty surrounding her. As she journeyed deeper into the woods, Clara came upon a brook that babbled merrily over smooth stones. There she met a wise old turtle named Tobias, with his shell covered in moss and twinkling with tiny droplets of water. "Good day, young traveler," Tobias greeted, his voice as soothing as the brook. "What brings you to this part of the woods?" "I'm searching for the Singing Stone," Clara replied earnestly, her eyes reflecting her determination. Tobias chuckled, a soft, rippling sound. "The Singing Stone, you say? Many have sought it, but few have found it. Remember, it is not the eyes but the heart that guides one to such treasures." Clara thanked Tobias for his wisdom and continued on her way, pondering his words. The forest grew denser, and soon she found herself in a grove of ancient oak trees, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. There, Clara met a clever fox named Finnegan, his fur a rich tapestry of russet and white. Finnegan had a knack for riddles and loved nothing more than to share his cleverness with those he met. "Ah, a seeker of the singing stone," Finnegan exclaimed, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "To find what you seek, you must answer me this. What is it that sings without a voice and dances without feet?" Clara thought for a moment, recalling the songs of the woods, the whispers of the leaves, and the rustle of the wind. "The wind," she answered softly, a smile spreading across her face. Finnegan clapped his paws together, delighted. "Indeed, the wind. A wise answer from a wise traveler. Follow the song of the wind, and it shall guide you true." With a grateful heart, Clara continued her journey, listening closely to the wind as it played among the trees. The path led her to a clearing, where a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled like the hands of an old friend. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, lay a small, unassuming stone. Clara approached it with reverence, her heart filled with hope. Tentatively, she reached out and picked up the stone, cradling it in her palm. For a moment, there was silence, and then, as if awakened by her touch, the stone began to hum softly. The melody was unlike anything Clara had ever heard, a symphony of whispers and lullabies that filled her soul with warmth and wonder. As the song enveloped her, Clara understood the true magic of the singing stone. It was not merely the melodies it produced, but the way it made her feel, connected to the world around her, at peace with herself, and filled with gratitude for the journey she had taken. With the stone in hand, Clara made her way back home, her heart singing with joy. She shared her adventure with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like the stars. From that day on, Clara kept the singing stone close, a reminder of the wisdom she had gained through the journey and the kindness she had found in the friends she made along the way. And every night, as she lay in bed, the stone would hum its gentle song, lulling her into dreams of wonder and discovery. And so, in the cozy cottage at the edge of the whispering woods, Clara's heart remained forever in tune with the magic of the world, her life a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the beauty found in the simplest of melodies. Story 34. Once, in a snug little village cradled by rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Lila had always been captivated by the stories her grandmother would tell her by the fireside. Tales of places where the sky was painted with colors unseen, and where the rivers sang sweet melodies to the moon. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced their golden waltz to the ground, Lila decided to follow the path that wound through the woods, a path she had only ever heard about in stories. With a heart full of wonder and a small satchel filled with bread and jam, she stepped into the forest, where the sunlight filtered gently through the canopy, casting a patchwork quilt of light and shadow on the forest floor. The deeper Lila ventured, the more the air seemed to hum with a gentle magic. The trees here were ancient, their trunks twisted and gnarled, yet their leaves shimmered with a silvery sheen. As she walked, she noticed tiny lights flitting between the branches, a family of fireflies, their glow as soft as candlelight, guiding her deeper into the woods. Soon, the path opened into a clearing that took Lila's breath away. Before her lay a meadow blanketed with flowers of every hue imaginable. Petals of deep indigo, blush pink, and sunlit yellow swayed in the breeze, their colors seeming to dance and change with every shift of the light. At the center of the meadow stood a grand willow tree, its branches dipping low, forming a rustling curtain around its trunk. Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the tree, its very presence exuding warmth and wisdom. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a small door set into the tree's trunk, its frame intricately carved with patterns of stars and swirling winds. Curiosity bubbled within her as she gently pushed it open. Inside, she found herself in a cozy chamber, lit by the soft glow of luminescent moss that covered the walls. At the heart of the room sat a creature unlike any she had ever seen. A fox, with fur as white as winter's first snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. It looked up at Lila with a gentle, knowing gaze, as if it had been expecting her. "Welcome, Lila," the fox spoke, its voice like a melody carried on the wind. I am Seraph, guardian of the enchanted glade. You have shown courage by venturing here, and for that, I will share with you the secrets of this place. Lila sat beside Seraph, her heart swelling with excitement and awe. The fox told her of the glade's history, a place where dreams found their roots, and where the whispers of the past and future intertwined in harmony. It spoke of the importance of courage and exploration, of embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the day wore on, Lila listened intently, her mind painting pictures of the wonders Seraph described. She learned that while the world could be vast and mysterious, it was also kind and full of friends waiting to be met. With the sun dipping low on the horizon, casting a golden glow through the willow's branches, Lila knew it was time to return home. Seraph walked her to the edge of the meadow, its presence a comforting shadow beside her. "Remember, Lila," it said softly, "the greatest journeys are those that teach us about ourselves. Carry the spirit of this place with you, wherever you go." With a grateful heart, Lila stepped back onto the path, the fireflies once again lighting her way. As she walked, she felt a newfound strength within her, a quiet courage that promised she could face any adventure that came her way. When Lila finally reached the village, the stars had begun to twinkle in the evening sky. She hurried home, where her grandmother awaited her with a warm embrace and a steaming cup of cocoa. As they sat together by the fireplace, Lila shared her tale, her voice weaving the magic of the enchanted glade into the cozy room. And so, as the fire crackled softly, Lila drifted into dreams filled with silver trees, singing rivers, and a wise white fox. She knew that whatever wonders tomorrow might bring, she would greet them with the courage and wonder she had found in the heart of the woods. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently to the rhythm of the breeze and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and wildflowers, there lay a tiny village known as Bramblebrook. The homes were snug little cottages with thatched roofs, each one nestled amidst a tapestry of blooming gardens and cobblestone paths. At night, the village was illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies, creating a scene so magical that it seemed almost as though a painter had brushed the stars themselves onto the earth. In this serene village lived a young girl named Mira. Mira was known throughout Bramblebrook for her curious mind and her kind heart. She had a knack for noticing the little things that others might overlook, and her eyes sparkled with a perpetual curiosity about the world around her. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed a deep shade of lavender, Mira noticed something peculiar. The village clock, which stood proudly in the town square, had stopped ticking. Its hands were frozen at precisely 8 o'clock, casting an odd stillness over the village that was usually alive with the gentle hum of time. The villagers, puzzled by this strange occurrence, gathered around the clock, murmuring in hushed tones. They scratched their heads, wondering what could have caused such an unusual event. The clock had stood there for generations, never missing a single beat, and now it was as silent as the stars above. Mira, intrigued and eager to solve the mystery, decided to investigate. She believed that every mystery had a clue, a tiny thread that, when pulled, would unravel the truth. With her heart set on finding the answer, she set off into the woods, where she often found solace and inspiration. The Whispering Woods was a place of enchantment, filled with towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets to those who would listen. As Mira walked along the moss-covered path, she was greeted by the gentle hooting of owls and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. She breathed in deeply, the cool air invigorating her senses, as she pondered the mystery of the frozen clock. Soon Mira came upon a clearing where a wise old owl named Orin perched atop a gnarled oak tree. Orin was known throughout the woods as a creature of great knowledge and insight, having lived through many seasons and witnessed the ebb and flow of the forest's magic. "Good evening, Orin," Mira called softly, her voice respectful and warm. "Ah, Mira," Orin replied, his voice deep and melodic. "What brings you to the woods at this hour?" Mira explained the mystery of the stopped clock, her words tumbling out in an eager rush. Orin listened patiently, nodding his head with understanding. "Time is a delicate thing," Orin mused, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Sometimes it needs a gentle nudge to keep moving." Mira furrowed her brow, pondering Orin's words. A nudge? But how can we nudge time itself? Oren chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. Perhaps the answer lies not in the clock, but in the heart of the village itself. Look for what has changed, and you may find what you seek. Thanking Oren for his guidance, Mira set off back towards Bramblebrook, her mind a whirl of thoughts and possibilities. As she walked, she took Oren's advice to heart, keeping her eyes and ears open for anything out of the ordinary. As she entered the village, Mira noticed something she hadn't seen before. A small, delicate flower had bloomed right at the base of the clock. Its petals glowed with a soft, silvery light, unlike any flower she had ever seen. It seemed as though it had sprung forth overnight, its beauty both enchanting and mysterious. Curious, Mira knelt down to examine the flower more closely. As she did, she noticed a faint humming sound, as if the flower itself was singing a gentle lullaby. She leaned in closer, feeling the warmth of the flower's glow on her cheeks. "Is it you?" she whispered to the flower, her voice filled with wonder. "Are you the reason the clock has stopped?" The flower swayed gently, as if in response, and Mira felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of peace. It was as if the flower was communicating with her, sharing its gentle magic and wisdom. With a newfound understanding, Mira reached out and gently touched the flower's petals. As she did, the humming grew louder, resonating through her fingertips and into her very being. She closed her eyes, allowing the sensation to wash over her, and in that moment, she understood what needed to be done. The flower, with its delicate magic, had been trying to tell her something about the balance of time and nature. It was a reminder that even the smallest things could have a profound impact on the world around them. Mira gently plucked the flower, cradling it in her hands as she rose to her feet. As she did, she felt a warmth spreading through her heart, a connection to the village and its history, its present and its future. She carried the flower to the village clock, placing it gently at its base. As the flower settled back onto the earth, a soft, shimmering light enveloped the clock, and with a gentle tick, its hands began to move once more. The villagers who had gathered around to watch let out a collective sigh of relief and wonder. Mira smiled, her heart full of joy and gratitude. She realized that sometimes the answers to the greatest mysteries lay not in grand gestures, but in the quiet, simple moments of understanding and connection. The villagers celebrated, their spirits lifted by Mira's cleverness and the flower's gentle magic. They thanked her for her insight and wisdom, and Mira knew that she had learned an important lesson, that even in the most perplexing of mysteries, there was beauty and harmony to be found. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled brightly above, Mira returned to her cozy cottage, the warmth of the village's gratitude wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. She snuggled into bed, her heart light and her mind at ease, knowing that the village of Bramblebrook would continue to thrive, its magic and mystery forever intertwined. And so, with the gentle ticking of the clock echoing softly in the night, the village of Bramblebrook slipped into a peaceful slumber, its dreams filled with wonder and delight. And Mira, the girl with the curious mind and kind heart, drifted off to sleep, her spirit uplifted by the gentle mysteries of the world. Story 36. In a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lay a secret known only to children with the purest hearts and the most vivid imaginations. The village, called Whimsy Hollow, was a place where magic lingered in the air like the faint scent of wildflowers. Its cobblestone streets were lined with cottages that seemed to hum with stories of old, and a gentle brook babbled merrily through the heart of the village, whispering secrets to anyone who paused long enough to listen. The story begins with a young girl named Clara, who had lived in Whimsy Hollow all her life. Clara had an insatiable curiosity and a knack for finding wonder in the most ordinary of things. She had honey-colored hair that danced in the breeze and eyes the color of a stormy sea, filled with dreams of adventure. Clara's days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, befriending the woodland creatures, and crafting tales that blended the lines between reality and fantasy. One particularly crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves of gold and crimson cascaded from the trees, Clara set out on one of her explorations. The forest, with its towering oaks and whispering pines, welcomed her like an old friend. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of ripe berries. This was Clara's sanctuary, a place where time seemed to stand still, and the troubles of the world melted away like morning mist. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Clara stumbled upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornate box, nestled amidst a patch of ferns, its surface gleaming in the dappled sunlight. The box was engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change under Clara's gaze, as if alive with its own kind of magic. Overcome with curiosity, Clara knelt to examine it more closely. The box was surprisingly warm to the touch, as though it held within it a living ember of something extraordinary. Clara's fingers traced the swirling designs, and as she did, she felt a gentle pulse beneath her fingertips, steady and rhythmic like a heartbeat. With a sense of wonder, she lifted the lid. Inside lay a delicate crystal, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a kaleidoscope of colors. Clara gasped in awe, for the crystal seemed to hum with a soft, melodious sound, a song that resonated deep within her soul. She knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary object. It was a thing of magic, a relic from a forgotten time when the world was new and brimming with enchantment. As Clara held the crystal, a warmth spread through her, like the gentle embrace of a sunbeam. She felt a tingling sensation in her fingertips and a sudden clarity of mind. It was as if the crystal had awakened something within her, a spark of magic that had lain dormant until now. Clara smiled, her heart alight with the thrill of discovery. With the crystal in hand, Clara continued her journey through the forest, her senses heightened by the newfound magic. The forest seemed more alive than ever, each rustle of leaves and chirp of birds a symphony that played just for her. As she strolled along a winding path, she came upon a clearing bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. In the center of the clearing stood a majestic tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens like the arms of an ancient guardian. The tree's bark was silver, shimmering in the fading light, and its leaves were a deep, vibrant green. Clara felt drawn to it, as if the tree were calling her by name. Beneath the tree she noticed a figure, small and cloaked in shadows. It was a boy, perhaps a year or two older than Clara, with tousled dark hair and eyes that sparkled with mischief. He was perched on a low-hanging branch, his gaze fixed on the horizon as if searching for something just out of reach. Clara approached cautiously, her curiosity piqued. "Hello," she called softly, not wanting to startle him. The boy turned, a grin spreading across his face. "Hello there," he replied, his voice as warm and inviting as a summer's day. "I'm Finn. What brings you to this part of the forest?" Clara hesitated for a moment, unsure of how much to reveal, but something about Finn's open, friendly demeanor put her at ease. "I found something," she said, holding up the crystal. "It's magical, I think." Finn's eyes widened with interest, and he hopped down from the branch to examine the crystal. "Indeed it is," he murmured, his fingers brushing the crystal's surface. "This is a star shard, a fragment of starlight that's fallen to Earth. They say it can reveal hidden worlds and unlock the secrets of the universe." Clara's heart skipped a beat. "Hidden worlds?" she echoed, her imagination racing with possibilities. Finn nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, hidden worlds that exist alongside our own, filled with wonders and mysteries. But the star shard's magic is only accessible to those with pure hearts and open minds." Clara felt a thrill of excitement. She had always believed in the existence of magic, and now it seemed her dreams were coming true. "Would you help me explore these hidden worlds?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. Finn's grin returned, bright and full of promise. "I'd be delighted to," he said. "Together, we'll uncover the secrets of the star shard and the wonders it reveals." With Finn as her companion, Clara felt a sense of camaraderie and adventure that she had never experienced before. They set off together, guided by the star shard's gentle glow, their hearts alight with anticipation. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the landscape began to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their trunks twisted and gnarled like the hands of wise old sages. The air was filled with the scent of jasmine and lilac, a fragrance so intoxicating it seemed to seep into their very souls. Clara and Finn walked in silence, their senses attuned to the magic that surrounded them. Eventually, they reached a place where the forest gave way to a meadow bathed in moonlight. The grass was soft and silver beneath their feet, and the air was alive with the gentle hum of crickets. In the center of the meadow stood a ring of standing stones, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Clara felt a shiver of excitement as she stepped into the circle. The star shard in her hand pulsed with warmth, as if in recognition of the ancient magic that permeated the air. Finn followed her, his eyes wide with wonder. "This is a gateway," Finn explained, his voice hushed with reverence. "A portal to the hidden world that lies beyond." Clara's heart raced with anticipation. She had always dreamed of discovering a place like this, a world where the impossible became possible and dreams came to life. With Finn by her side, she felt ready to embrace whatever wonders awaited them on the other side. Together, they stepped into the center of the circle, and the world around them seemed to dissolve into a blur of light and color. Clara felt a sensation of weightlessness, as if she were floating on a sea of stars. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the magic that enveloped her. When she opened her eyes again, Clara found herself standing in a place unlike any she had ever seen. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling galaxies, each one more breathtaking than the last. The ground beneath her feet was a mosaic of shimmering crystals that glinted with every step she took. Clara marveled at the beauty of it all, her heart swelling with awe. Finn stood beside her, his expression one of pure delight. "Welcome to the realm of dreams," he said, gesturing to the world around them. "Here, the boundaries between reality and imagination are blurred, and anything is possible." Clara felt a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. The realm of dreams was a place where her wildest fantasies could come to life, a world where magic was as real as the air she breathed. She knew, in that moment, that this was where she truly belonged. As they explored the realm, Clara and Finn encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes, each one more fantastical than the last. They met a group of mischievous sprites who danced through the air on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. They befriended a wise old dragon who spoke in riddles and shared stories of ancient times. And they discovered a hidden glen where flowers sang a melody that echoed through the trees. With each new encounter, Clara and Finn's bond grew stronger. They shared moments of joy and wonder, their laughter ringing out like music in the enchanted land. And as they journeyed together, Clara realized that the true magic of the star shard lay not in the worlds it revealed, but in the friendship she had found along the way. But the realm of dreams was not without its challenges. As they ventured deeper into the land, Clara and Finn discovered that a shadow had fallen over the realm, a dark force that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the world. The once vibrant landscapes were fading, their colors dimmed by an unseen menace. Determined to save the realm, Clara and Finn sought the guidance of the Dreamweaver, the guardian of the realm and keeper of its magic. The Dreamweaver was a majestic figure, cloaked in robes of starlight, with eyes that held the wisdom of the ages. "The darkness," the Dreamweaver explained, "is born of fear and doubt, a shadow that feeds on the uncertainty of the heart. To banish it, you must find the source of your own fears and confront them with courage." Clara felt a pang of apprehension at the Dreamweaver's words. She had always been a dreamer, but the thought of facing her deepest fears was daunting. Yet she knew that the fate of the realm depended on their success, and she was determined to see their journey through to the end. With Finn by her side, Clara embarked on a quest to confront the darkness that threatened the realm of dreams. They traversed landscapes shrouded in mist, where shadows whispered secrets and doubts took form. But through it all, Clara remained steadfast, her heart guided by the light of the star shard. As they journeyed, Clara came to realize that the darkness was not an external force, but a reflection of her own insecurities and fears. The fear of the unknown, the doubt in her own abilities, and the worry of losing the magic she had discovered. These were the shadows that loomed within her. With Finn's unwavering support, Clara faced these fears head-on. She learned to trust in herself and the magic within her, and to embrace the unknown with open arms. With each step she took, the shadows receded, and the realm began to heal. In the end, it was Clara's belief in herself and the power of friendship that banished the darkness from the realm of dreams. The land was restored to its former glory, its colors vibrant, and its magic renewed. Clara and Finn stood together in the heart of the realm, their hearts filled with a sense of triumph and gratitude. As they prepared to return to their own world, Clara knew that her journey through the realm of dreams had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had discovered the magic within herself, a magic that would guide her for the rest of her days. And so, hand in hand, Clara and Finn stepped back through the portal, the star shard's light leading them home. They emerged in the forest, the sun setting on the horizon and the village of Whimsy Hollow waiting to welcome them back. As they walked through the forest, Clara felt a sense of peace and contentment. She knew that the magic of the realm of dreams would always be a part of her, a reminder of the wonders she had seen and the friendship she had forged. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Clara and Finn returned to the village, their hearts alight with the magic of dreams and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 37. In a cozy little valley nestled between rolling emerald hills, there lived a most peculiar bunch of friends. First, there was Otto the bear, whose fur shimmered with stardust and whose laugh could make flowers bloom. Then there was Penelope, a raccoon gifted with the extraordinary ability to bake the fluffiest, most scrumptious pies imaginable. Rounding out the trio was Jasper, a wise old tortoise who loved riddles and often spent lazy afternoons pondering the profound mysteries of life, like why treacle pudding tasted so delightfully gooey. One sunny morning, Otto bounded out of his tree hollow, far too excited to enjoy his customary 8th helping of honey cakes. "Wake up, friends," he called, his rich chuckle echoing through the wildflower meadow. "The most wondrous thing has happened." Penelope poked her whiskered snout out of her snug burrow, a smattering of flour dusting her velvety nose. "What is it, Otto? Has a new constellation appeared in the sparkling midnight sky?" She loved counting the twinkling stars almost as much as she loved baking. Otto shook his shaggy head, starry sparkles swirling around him. "Even better. Follow me, both of you." With that, he lumbered off toward the glistening brook that flowed through their enchanted forest home. Jasper emerged from beneath a canopy of ferns, stretching his leathery legs. "A new riddle to solve?" he murmured thoughtfully. "Splendid. I do love a good head-scratcher." With a sprightly shuffle, he hurried after his excitable companions. When they reached the burbling stream, Otto could barely contain his glee. "Look! Over there, by the willow grove!" He pointed a fuzzy paw toward a patch of moss where something small and dazzling glimmered in the dappled sunlight. Penelope gasped, clapping her paws together. "Why, it's a magical spring. The water shimmers like diamonds dancing across a looking-glass." She scurried over and bent down for a closer peek, her nose tingling from the refreshing, effervescent mist. Even Jasper's wise old eyes widened at the sight. Ingenious, a fountain of enchanted waters, bubbling forth from the earth's deeply whimsical heart. However did such a marvel come to grace our peaceful glen? Otto grinned, his smile as radiant as the first rays of dawn. "That, my friends, is an excellent question, and one, I suspect, that shall lead us on a most thrilling adventure." With a flick of his tail, he plunged headfirst into the sparkling pool, surfacing with a cheerful "Wahoo!" His fur was now woven through with strands of pure gold that shimmered and swayed as if underwater. "Don't worry, it's perfectly safe. The water has a warmth and merriment to it that tickles one's toes most pleasantly." Penelope, never one to resist a splash, went next, immersing herself in the magical liquid. When she emerged, her paws were dusted with vibrant hues of sapphire, ruby, and amethyst. "Oh my!" she exclaimed, admiring her glittering fur. "I feel as if I've been speckled with the colors of 1,000 rainbows." Last but not least, Jasper waded in, his customary pensive expression giving way to one of unabashed wonder. Instead of his usual forest green shade, his scaly skin now shimmered with mother-of-pearl iridescence, winking with every subtle movement. My, the old tortoise murmured, suitably impressed. "It seems this spring holds the power to imbue those who bask in its magical waters with the very essence of beauty itself. How extraordinary!" Just then a strange sound drifted through the willow grove, a sort of piteous wibbling and warbling. Otto's ears perked up instantly. "Did you hear that, friends? It sounded like a tiny, glittery sneeze." "A sneeze?" Penelope echoed. cocking her head to one side. But who would be sneezing way out here in the... Her paws flew to her mouth as realization dawned in her bright black eyes. Wait, you don't think... Jasper was already nodding sagely. Of course, this newfound spring must be the work of fairy folk, those minuscule yet enormously powerful beings who govern the endless cycles of nature's whimsies and wonders. No sooner had the words left his iridescent lips than a tiny, glimmering figure came fluttering into view. She was no bigger than a dragonfly, with shimmering turquoise wings and a soft lavender aura surrounding her lithe frame. Another feeble sniffle escaped her petite button nose. "Oh, thank the celestial stars you've arrived," the fairy cried, her tinkling voice resonating like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Please, you must help me. My magic is all askew, and now every time I so much as let out a tiny sneeze." She paused, scrunching up her delicate features, and promptly unleashed another crisp achoo that sent a shimmering geyser of enchanted water shooting 15 feet into the air. Penelope giggled as the sparkling droplets rained down in a prismatic drizzle. "Well now, isn't that just the most delightfully whimsical case of the sneezes I've ever encountered?" Otto nodded enthusiastically, showering them all with a fresh sprinkle of stardust. "Of course we'll help, miss." "Daphne," the wee fairy supplied. "Daphne Whisperleaf, apprentice to the great fairy queen Amalthea herself." A look of sheepish chagrin clouded her cherubic features. "At least, I was until this regrettable sneezing incident." Jasper stroked his shimmering chin thoughtfully. "I see. So then, that would explain the spontaneous appearance of this enchanted spring in our peaceful forest dell. Your uncontrolled magic has been filtered through the earth itself, resulting in a concentrated wellspring of pure, joyful whimsy." Daphne bobbed her tiny head, her wings aflutter with dismay. "Precisely. Oh, I feared this might happen. Everyone knows that when a fairy's magic goes awry, disastrous, or in this case, extraordinarily wondrous yet wildly unpredictable, things are bound to occur." She fluttered closer to the trio, a pleading look in her sparkling violet eyes. "You must help me restore control over my errant abilities before all of Wildwood becomes overwhelmed by rampant enchantment. The entire balance of nature could be thrown into delightfully chaotic disarray." Penelope exchanged a grin with Otto, both of them practically quivering with excitement at the prospect of such a gloriously whimsical undertaking. Jasper, too, gave a sage nod of assent. "Have no fear, dear Daphne," the ancient tortoise said gently. "We shall gladly lend you our assistance in reining in your enchanted sneezes. After all, what could be more delightfully diverting than helping to restore order to the natural world's inherent sense of fanciful chaos?" With a wry smile, he added, "Besides, I've been looking for a new philosophical quandary to ponder." And so it was that Otto, Penelope, Jasper, and the fairy Daphne set off on a quest to untangle the skewed threads of magic that had found themselves so charmingly knotted in the wildwood. Wherever they went, their path was strewn with bursts of enchanted blossoms, candy-floss clouds wafting cotton-sweet aromas, and tinkling eddies of laughter that frolicked through the sun-dappled forest. Their efforts eventually led them to a secluded hollow lined with toadstools the size of elephant ears. In the exact center bubbled a small, unassuming puddle, the apparent source of Daphne's magic gone awry. "Aha!" the minuscule fairy exclaimed, alighting on the damp lip of the pool. "These are the healing mud baths of the dripping glade. Revered for their rejuvenating properties, they can restore harmony and balance to any fairy spark that's gone a wee bit haywire." She gestured for her newfound friends to join her by the water's edge. "All I require is a few moments of absolute tranquility to realign my frazzled energies, and perhaps—" She eyed Otto's fuzzy paws hopefully. "A smidge of that stardust you're so renowned for generating?" "Say no more," Otto rumbled cheerfully, giving himself an enthusiastic shake and covering them all in a generous dusting of shimmering stardust. In a twinkling, Daphne began to emanate her own soft, dusky glow, floating serenely above the smooth surface of the mud bath. Otto, Penelope, and Jasper looked on in hushed wonder as the various beams of light surrounding the fairy slowly knitted themselves back into a cohesive, vibrant aura. At last, Daphne gave a contented sigh, her wings fanning lazily as if in the throes of a most delightful daydream. She opened her eyes, and with a mirthful giggle, sneezed a modest little shower of glittering pink and gold sparks. There! All to rights once more. Thanks to your patience and belief in the limitless magic of friendship, my abilities have been set sweetly to order. She smiled at the trio, pure gratitude shining in her gemstone eyes. Wildwood can return to its naturally whimsical state of carefully cultivated chaos. Penelope clapped her paws gleefully. Oh, thank goodness. I'd hate for my baked goods to start turning into baby bunnies mid-oven every time I sneezed. Just then, Otto's tummy gave a thunderous rumble. Speaking of baked delights, he chuckled sheepishly, all this questing for mystical remedies has left me quite peckish. Why, I could demolish a dozen batches of your famous treacle pecan sticky buns, my sweet Penelope. At the mention of her specialty pastry, the raccoon's eyes widened. Wait, did someone say treacle? She broke off abruptly, her soft features crinkling as her nose twitched violently. Ah! A coup! A tremendous puff of scarlet-tinged smoke erupted from her tiny black nostrils, rapidly coalescing into a towering stack of sumptuous baked goods. Warm, gooey cinnamon buns positively overflowing with mahogany-rich treacle filling. Otto's eyes turned into spinning pinwheels at the sugary, spiced aroma. Well now, Jasper remarked with an amused smile, plucking a stray walnut from his glistening shell. It would appear young Daphne isn't the only one blessed, or should I say sternuated, with enchanted sneezing talents. He sampled the nutty morsel with an appreciative nod. Perfectly toasted with just a whisper of wild whimsy. Daphne twinkled a silvery laugh, swirling joyfully through the air around Penelope's head. Indeed, I do believe my newly stabilized magic has intermingled with her own inherent baking whimsy in the most delectable of fashions. Riding the cinnamon-scented breeze, she deposited a tiny golden spark on the tip of the raccoon's nose. There, a little enchanted dusting to keep those delicious sneezes from spiraling out of control whenever you're in the throes of culinary inspiration. With a final round of hugs, handshakes, and enthusiastic thank yous all around, the wee fairy bid her friends a fond farewell. Fare thee well, my brave bakers and star tenders. Should you ever find yourself in need of some gloriously muddled magic, you know where to find the tangled thickets of Wildwood. And if we happen across any enchanted sneezing cakes, you'll be the first to know. Otto called with a wink, already polishing off his third sticky cinnamon swirl. As the twinkling glow of Daphne's aura winked out amidst the twilight-dappled trees, a supremely contented peace settled over the enchanted valley. Peace. And the buttery sweet fragrance of oven-fresh pastries perfuming the air. Life in Wildwood, it seemed, was precisely as it should be, an ever-unfolding tapestry of natural whimsy, woven through with the potent intermingling threads of unbridled imagination, steadfast friendship, and the occasional dollop of treacle-glazed magic. Story 38. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, where the air was sweet with the perfume of pine needles and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, there lived a community of creatures who thrived in the delicate balance of nature's harmony. This was a place where sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden shafts, and a gentle hush lay over the land, broken only by the rustle of leaves and the distant song of a brook meandering through the woods. Among these creatures was a wise old owl named Oaken. His feathers were the color of autumn leaves, rich browns, deep oranges, and a whisper of gold. Oaken was known far and wide for his profound understanding of the forest's rhythms and secrets. He perched high in the ancient oak that bore his name, watching the seasons paint the world in hues of life and quietude. Close to Oaken lived a small, merry squirrel named Niblet, whose fur was as vibrant as the rustling leaves in fall. Niblet was ever curious and full of energy, scurrying through the trees and gathering acorns with boundless enthusiasm. Though young and sprightly, Niblet was eager to learn the ways of the forest, and he often visited Oaken to listen to his stories of times long past. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with shades of lavender and rose, Niblet scampered up to Oaken's branch, his little heart brimming with questions. "Oaken," Niblet chirped, his eyes wide with wonder, "tell me about the magic of the changing seasons. How does the forest know when to dress in summer's green or winter's white?" With a gentle hoot, Oaken unfurled his wings, motioning for Niblet to come closer. "Ah, young one," he began, his voice as soft as the twilight breeze. "The forest dances to the music of the earth. The great cycle, as we call it, is guided by nature's wisdom, passed down through generations." Niblet settled into a comfortable nook on the branch, his tiny paws clutching an acorn, ready to absorb the wisdom of the ages. "In the days when the world was young," Oaken continued, "the seasons were born from the breath of the great sky spirits. Each season is a guardian of its own time, a keeper of balance. Spring is the gentle painter of blossoms and new beginnings. Summer, the warm giver of life and light. Autumn, the wise caretaker of harvest. And winter, the quiet weaver of rest and reflection." As Oaken spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with a hint of enchantment, as if the forest itself was listening. Niblet could almost see the spirits Oaken described, flitting through the branches, painting the world with their ethereal brushes. "But what happens if the balance is disturbed?" Niblet asked, his voice a whisper of concern carried on the wind. Oaken's eyes, wise and knowing, softened. "Ah, that is why we must all play our part, dear Niblet. Each creature, each leaf, each drop of rain contributes to the harmony of our home. We learn from the past to nurture the future." Niblet nodded, understanding that even his small paws could help shape the world. With a resolve as firm as the oak beneath him, he vowed to be a guardian of the forest, just like Oaken. As the sky deepened to indigo and the first stars began to twinkle, Oaken spread his wings wide, and together they watched the moon rise, a luminous pearl in the night sky, casting a silvery glow over the peaceful forest. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scents of earth and foliage, wrapping around them like an embrace. In the stillness, Niblet felt a profound connection to everything around him, from the towering trees to the tiniest insects. It was a comforting symphony of life, a reminder that he was part of something much greater than himself. And so, as the night deepened and the forest sighed under the weight of dreams, Oaken and Niblet settled into the rhythm of the night, content in the knowledge that the forest would continue to thrive, nurtured by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. In this place of magic and mystery, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist, the creatures of the forest lived on, their lives woven into the eternal tapestry of nature. And as the seasons turned and the world transformed, the gentle harmony of the forest remained, a testament to the enduring balance and beauty of the natural world. Story 39. In the heart of a lush valley surrounded by towering mist-clad mountains, there lay a small, forgotten village named Eldergrove. The village was a place where time seemed to stand still, cradled by an eternal spring, with wildflowers blooming in a riot of colors across the meadows and ancient trees whispering secrets to the wind. Eldergrove was known not for its size or its wealth, but for a peculiar legend that had been passed down through generations, the legend of the moonlit mirror. The moonlit mirror was said to be a magical object, hidden somewhere within the dense emerald forest that bordered the village. It was rumored to possess the power to reveal one's true self and grant a single wish, provided the seeker was pure of heart. Many had ventured into the forest to find it, but none had returned with the mirror, or even a whisper of its location. Thus, the legend remained an alluring mystery, a bedtime story for the children of Eldergrove. Among these children was a quiet, introspective girl named Leora. Leora had a natural curiosity and a heart full of dreams that seemed too big for the little village. She was known for her kindness, often seen helping the elderly with their chores or rescuing stray animals in need. Leora's closest companion was a spirited young fox named Willow, who had become her steadfast friend since she had found him abandoned as a cub. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of pink and gold, Leora sat at the edge of the forest with Willow by her side. She gazed at the trees, their leaves shimmering in the waning light, and spoke aloud the thoughts that had been brewing in her heart. "Do you think the moonlit mirror is real, Willow?" she mused, her voice barely above a whisper. Willow tilted his head, his amber eyes sparkling with curiosity. Leora had always been enchanted by the stories of the mirror. She longed to find it, not for the sake of a wish, but to unravel the mystery that had captivated her imagination for so long. "Perhaps," she continued, "it could show me who I truly am, who I'm meant to be. With a gentle sigh, she leaned back against the rough bark of a tree, feeling the cool breeze caress her face as the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky. As night fell and the village lights flickered like fireflies in the distance, Leora made a decision. She would venture into the emerald forest to seek the moonlit mirror. She knew it was a daunting task, filled with uncertainties, but her heart was resolute. She shared her plan with Willow, who yipped in agreement, his tail wagging in excitement. Together they would embark on this journey, bound by friendship and a shared sense of wonder. The following dawn, as the village awoke to the gentle melody of birdsong, Leora set out with Willow trotting beside her. The forest loomed ahead, its towering trees casting long shadows that danced with the morning light. As they entered, the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth, a world alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of woodland creatures. Leora and Willow walked deeper into the forest, guided by instinct and an unspoken understanding. The path was not marked by any signs or trails, but Leora felt an inexplicable pull, as if the forest itself was leading her. They passed through groves of majestic oak trees, their branches entwined like old friends sharing secrets, and across streams that babbled with laughter, reflecting the clear blue sky above. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora and Willow paused to rest by a tranquil pond. The water was so clear that it mirrored the world above, a perfect reflection of the sky and trees. Leora leaned over to splash her face, the cool water refreshing against her skin. It was then that she noticed something peculiar. Among the pebbles at the bottom of the pond was a glimmering shard, unlike anything she had seen before. Intrigued, Leora reached into the water, her fingers brushing against the shard. It was smooth and warm to the touch, and as she lifted it into the sunlight, it sparkled with a silver luminescence. A strange sensation washed over her, as if the shard was singing a soft, ancient melody that only she could hear. Willow watched with keen interest, wagging his tail as if urging her to explore further. Leora tucked the shard into her satchel, feeling an inexplicable sense of purpose. Perhaps this was a piece of the puzzle she sought to solve, a clue to the whereabouts of the moonlit mirror. With renewed determination, she and Willow continued their journey, weaving through the forest's labyrinthine paths. As the day wore on, the forest grew denser, the canopy overhead thickening until it obscured the sky. Shadows deepened, and the air turned cool and fragrant with the scent of moss and fern. Leora felt a sense of being watched, not by anything sinister, but by the forest itself, a living, breathing entity that seemed to acknowledge her presence. It was late afternoon when they stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood a colossal tree, its trunk gnarled and ancient, its branches reaching skyward like a wise old sage. The tree exuded a powerful aura, one that both comforted and awed Leora. She approached it slowly, her heart filled with reverence. To her astonishment, she saw a door carved into the tree's trunk, adorned with intricate patterns of leaves and vines. It was as if the tree invited her to enter, to delve deeper into the mystery she sought to unravel. Leora hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of her decision. But with Willow by her side, she felt a surge of courage. Together, they stepped through the doorway and into a world unlike any they had known. The air was filled with a soft luminescence, the light filtering through the leaves in hues of emerald and gold. The space within the tree was vast and serene, a hidden sanctuary untouched by time. In the center of this hidden world, bathed in the soft glow of the forest's light, stood the moonlit mirror. It was exquisite, framed in silver that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. The surface of the mirror shimmered like liquid moonlight, reflecting not the physical world, but something deeper, something true. Leora approached the mirror with awe, her heart pounding with anticipation. Beside her, Willow sat quietly, his eyes fixed on the mirror, as if sensing its significance. Leora reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool surface. The moment she touched it, a wave of warmth and clarity washed over her, filling her with an understanding that transcended words. In the reflection, she saw not her physical form, but the essence of her spirit, a tapestry woven with kindness, courage, and an unyielding desire to seek truth. It was as if the mirror peeled away the layers of doubt and uncertainty, revealing the strength and beauty within her soul. Tears welled up in Leora's eyes, not of sadness, but of profound gratitude and acceptance. As she stood there, wrapped in the mirror's gentle embrace, she realized that the journey itself had been her transformation. The moonlit mirror had not granted her a wish, but something far more precious, a glimpse of her true self. She understood that her path was one of growth and discovery, a journey that would continue beyond the forest's edge. Leora smiled, her heart light and full of hope. She turned to Willow, who wagged his tail in silent approval, his own reflection shimmering in the mirror. Together, they had found not just the moonlit mirror, but a deeper connection to themselves and to each other. With a final glance at the mirror, Leora stepped back, feeling a sense of completion. The mirror's glow seemed to nod in acknowledgement, as if recognizing her newfound understanding. As she and Willow made their way back through the forest, the path seemed clearer, the air sweeter, and the world more vibrant than ever before. As they emerged from the emerald forest, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose. The village of Eldergrove lay ahead, its lights twinkling in welcome. Leora felt a profound sense of belonging, knowing that she carried within her the magic of the mirror and the wisdom of the forest. That night, as Leora lay in bed with Willow curled up beside her, she closed her eyes with a heart full of peace. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the truth that had always been within her. She drifted into slumber, cradled by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of the moonlit mirror, knowing that her story was just beginning. And so, in the quiet village of Eldergrove, the legend of the moonlit mirror lived on, not as a tale of wishes and magic, but as a testament to the power of self-discovery and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. Story 40. In the heart of a serene valley, nestled between rolling hills cloaked in emerald forests and whispering brooks, there lay a quaint village known as Willow Bend. Its name was inspired by the graceful willows that draped their slender branches over the riverbanks, creating a natural sanctuary for the villagers. The air was always filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle songs of birds, serenading the dawn and dusk alike. In this village lived a young woman named Lyra, whose heart was as tender as the petals of the violets she loved so dearly. Lyra had always felt a deep connection to the earth and everything that thrived upon it. However, despite her affinity for nature, she struggled with change. Even the smallest shifts in her routine could unsettle her, like leaves stirred by an unexpected breeze. Lyra lived in a charming cottage at the edge of the village, where the forest began to weave its way into the landscape. Her days were spent tending to her garden, where she nurtured a variety of flowers, herbs, and vegetables. The garden was a riot of colors and fragrances, each plant a testament to her tender care. Yet beneath her content exterior, Lyra felt an unrest, a longing for something she could not quite name. One evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra sat by the brook that bordered her garden. The water murmured over smooth stones, its melody a balm to her restless thoughts. As she gazed at her reflection in the water, she noticed something peculiar. The image began to shimmer and shift, and a soft, silvery light emerged from the depths, forming the shape of a delicate dragonfly. Startled but entranced, Lyra watched as the dragonfly hovered above the water, its wings shimmering like liquid moonlight. It spoke in a voice that was both gentle and wise. "Lyra, dear child of the earth, change is not to be feared but embraced. Like the seasons, life is in constant motion, and so too must you be." The dragonfly's words resonated within her, stirring a curiosity she had long suppressed. "But how can I embrace what I do not understand?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You must venture beyond the familiar, dear Lyra," replied the dragonfly. "Seek the wisdom of the forest, and it will guide you." With a flutter of wings, the dragonfly dissolved into the twilight, leaving Lyra with a newfound determination. She decided that the next morning she would journey into the forest, a place she had admired from afar but never dared to explore. The dawn arrived with the soft rustling of leaves and the sweet chorus of morning birds. Lyra set out, her heart a mix of trepidation and anticipation. As she stepped beneath the canopy of the forest, She was enveloped in a world of dappled sunlight and earthy scents. The air was cool and filled with the whispers of ancient trees, each one a keeper of stories untold. As she wandered deeper, Lyra encountered creatures she had only heard about in the tales of elders. A family of deer grazed quietly in a sunlit glade, their eyes gentle and wise. A fox darted through the underbrush, its fur a blaze of russet against the emerald green. Each encounter filled her with wonder and a growing sense of belonging. After hours of exploring, Lyra came upon a clearing where the forest opened up to reveal a small, shimmering pond. Its surface was a mirror reflecting the azure sky, fringed by ferns and wildflowers. At the water's edge sat an elder woman, her hair silvered with age, and her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "Welcome, Lyra," the woman greeted her, her voice as soothing as the breeze that played through the leaves. "I am Anwen, the keeper of this forest." Lyra felt an immediate warmth and trust towards Anwen, as if meeting an old friend. She shared her fears and her encounter with the dragonfly, and Anwen listened with understanding. "Change, my dear, is the essence of life," Anwen said gently. "It is through change that we grow and discover our true selves. The forest is a teacher, offering lessons in patience and transformation. Observe the caterpillar, how it becomes a butterfly, shedding its old form to embrace a new existence." Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with a newfound clarity. In the forest she saw the beauty of transformation everywhere, from the leaves that fell to nourish the earth to the seeds that sprouted anew. Each cycle was a testament to nature's grace and resilience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in shades of gold and lavender, Lyra thanked Anwen and began her journey home. With each step, she felt lighter, the weight of her fears unraveling like threads in the wind. Back in Willowbend, Lyra returned to her garden with a renewed spirit. She began to make small changes, experimenting with new plants and designs, allowing her garden to evolve with the seasons. She embraced challenges with an open heart, seeing them as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. The villagers noticed the change in Lyra, her newfound confidence and joy. They too began to see the beauty in change, inspired by her journey. Together, they celebrated the cycles of nature and the transformations within themselves. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willowbend, Lyra discovered the magic within her, a magic that mirrored the beauty of the world around her. She learned that true growth comes from embracing the unknown, allowing change to guide her on a path of endless discovery. In the quiet moments by the brook, under the watchful gaze of the willow trees, Lyra would often see a flash of silver, a dragonfly dancing in the twilight, a reminder of the wisdom she had found deep within the enchanted forest. And with each day, she carried that wisdom in her heart, a beacon of light in her journey of becoming. Story 41. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a sparkling blue lake, there was a small cobbler's shop that stood at the edge of a cobblestone street. The shop was humble yet inviting, with its wooden sign gently creaking in the breeze, and its windows adorned with pots of cheerful marigolds that seemed to smile at every passerby. Inside the shop, the air was filled with the comforting scent of leather and beeswax polish. The cobbler, a kind-hearted man named Tobias, spent his days crafting shoes that were as sturdy as they were beautiful. Tobias was known throughout the village for his gentle nature and the warm, calming presence that seemed to envelop him like a soft, woolen cloak. One misty morning, as the first rays of sun began to peek over the horizon, Tobias discovered an unusual object tucked away in a dusty corner of his shop. It was an intricately carved wooden box, small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, with patterns of swirling vines and tiny, twinkling stars etched across its surface. Intrigued, Tobias lifted the lid and found inside a pair of delicate, silvery thread-like shoelaces that shimmered like moonlight. As Tobias held the laces in his hands, he felt a gentle warmth radiate through his fingers, and a whisper of magic seemed to dance in the air around him. Curious and a little bewildered, Tobias decided to try them on a pair of simple brown shoes he had just finished mending. As he laced them up, he felt a tingling sensation travel up his arms, and before he knew it, he was whisked away into a world of shimmering colors and soft, melodic sounds. When the colors faded and the sounds quieted, Tobias found himself standing in a lush, verdant forest where the leaves were painted with hues of emerald and jade, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle. The forest seemed alive, its branches swaying gently in a breeze that hummed with music. Tobias realized he was no longer in his little village, but in a place woven with enchantment and wonder. As he took in his surroundings, Tobias noticed a small figure approaching through the trees. It was a tiny, fluttering creature with wings that sparkled like dew-kissed petals in the morning sun. It was a fairy, and she introduced herself as Lila, the guardian of the enchanted forest. "Welcome, dear Tobias," Lila said in a voice as soft as a spring breeze. "You have been chosen to embark on a journey that will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine. But fear not, for you will not be alone." With a twinkle in her eye, Lila guided Tobias deeper into the forest, where they encountered a wise old owl perched on a gnarled oak tree. The owl, whose feathers were as soft as velvet and eyes as deep as midnight, introduced himself as Orin. "I have been watching over this forest for many lifetimes," Orin hooted gently, "and I see great promise in you, Tobias." Together with Lila and Orin, Tobias set off on an adventure that led him through the heart of the enchanted land. They traversed babbling brooks that sang with laughter, meadows where butterflies danced like living jewels, and fields of wildflowers that whispered secrets to the sky. As they journeyed, Tobias learned that the forest was in need of healing. A gentle, ancient magic that once nourished the land had begun to fade, and the creatures of the forest were losing their vibrant glow. Tobias, with the help of his newfound friends, was tasked with rekindling this magic, not through force or might, but through wisdom and understanding. Their journey brought them to a hidden glade where an ancient tree stood, its bark etched with the stories of time. At the base of the tree lay a smooth, round stone of purest white, known as the heart of the forest. It was said that only a heart filled with kindness and humility could awaken the stone's dormant magic. Tobias sat by the heart of the forest, his hands resting gently upon its cool surface. He closed his eyes and thought of the village he loved, the people who depended on his skill, and the peace and joy he found in simple acts of kindness. As he poured his thoughts into the stone, a soft, golden light began to emanate from its core, spreading warmth and life throughout the forest. The trees glowed with renewed vigor, their leaves shimmering like precious gems. The creatures of the forest, from the tiniest insects to the proudest deer, rejoiced in their newfound vitality. The air was filled with the sweet, melodious song of renewal. With the magic restored, Tobias found himself back in his cobbler's shop, the silvery shoelaces once again resting quietly in the carved box. But something had changed within him. He carried the warmth of the forest within his heart, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness and the beauty of friendship. And so Tobias continued his work in the village, crafting shoes that held within them a touch of enchantment, a whisper of magic. His shop became a place of comfort and joy, where people came not only for the skill of his hands, but for the warmth of his heart. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, Tobias sat by the fireplace in his little shop, surrounded by the comforting crackle of the flames. He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle warmth of the forest within him, and drifted off to sleep with a heart full of peace and contentment, knowing that sometimes the most extraordinary magic lies in the simplest acts of love. Story 42. Once upon a time, in the tranquil village of Willow, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, there was a gentle mystery that danced through the air like the scent of fresh-baked bread. Willowbrook was known for its charming cottages with thatched roofs, where the chimneys puffed out wispy tendrils of smoke that mingled with the early morning mist. The cobblestone paths were lined with vibrant wildflowers that nodded in the breeze, and the villagers greeted each other with warmth and kindness. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Clara, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. Her days were filled with exploration, from the sun-dappled meadows to the shadowy nooks of the old stone bridge. Clara had a keen eye for detail and a heart open to the wonders of the world. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Cedric, who often perched on the low-hanging branch of the ancient oak tree at the village's center. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Clara noticed something peculiar. The usually serene stream that wound through the village had begun to sparkle with a mysterious light, as if the stars themselves had fallen into the water. The villagers, puzzled yet intrigued, gathered around the stream, their faces aglow with the shimmering light. Clara, with Cedric perched on her shoulder, decided to investigate the strange occurrence. "What do you think, Cedric?" she asked, her voice a soft murmur in the evening air. Cedric blinked his wise eyes and ruffled his feathers. "There is magic afoot, my dear Clara. We must look closely and listen carefully to unravel this mystery." As the villagers murmured among themselves, Clara crouched by the stream, her fingertips grazing the cool, flowing water. The light was ethereal, dancing like fireflies on a summer night. Clara noticed that the light seemed to originate from the pebbles lining the stream bed, which glowed with a gentle luminescence. "These pebbles," Clara mused aloud, "they're not ordinary, are they?" Cedric hooted softly, a sound filled with agreement and encouragement. "Indeed, they are not. We must discover their origin." With the villagers' blessing, Clara and Cedric embarked on a journey upstream, following the trail of glowing pebbles. The path led them deeper into the whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves. The woods were alive with the sounds of crickets and the occasional hoot of distant owls, yet Clara felt a sense of peace and wonder. As they ventured further, they encountered a small, gentle creature known as a luminette. The luminette was a creature of light, its body shimmering like moonbeams on water. It flitted from branch to branch, leaving a trail of sparkles in its wake. "Hello, little luminette," Clara greeted warmly. "Do you know anything about the glowing pebbles in our village stream?" The luminette paused, its bright eyes twinkling like twin stars. "Ah, the pebbles," it chimed in a voice as light as a breeze. "They are the tears of the moon, fallen during her nightly watch over the world." Clara listened intently, her heart filled with both awe and understanding. "But why are they in our stream?" The luminette fluttered closer, its light enveloping Clara and Cedric in a gentle glow. "The moon weeps not from sadness but from joy. She has seen the kindness and harmony in your village, and blesses you with her tears, which bring light and magic." Clara's eyes widened with delight. "So the stream's light is a gift to us?" "Indeed," the luminette replied, its voice a soft melody. "A gift to remind you of the beauty and unity and the power of kindness." With this newfound knowledge, Clara and Cedric returned to the village, where the villagers awaited them with eager anticipation. Clara shared the story of the moon's joyful tears and the blessing bestowed upon them. The villagers, moved by this revelation, decided to celebrate the moon's gift with a festival of light. Lanterns were crafted from the glowing pebbles, and the village was transformed into a sea of twinkling lights. Laughter and music filled the air as the villagers danced beneath the starlit sky, their hearts warmed by the magic of the moon. And so, the mystery was resolved, not with fear or suspicion, but with wonder and gratitude. The village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people forever reminded of the gentle magic that existed in the bonds of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. As the festival drew to a close and the villagers retired to their cozy homes, Clara gazed up at the night sky, her heart full and content. Cedric nestled beside her, both of them basking in the glow of the moon's blessing. And in the peaceful quiet of Willowbrook, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, they drifted into a deep and restful sleep, their dreams filled with light and laughter. The end. Story 43. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight dripped like honey through the canopy of emerald leaves, there was a world unseen by most eyes. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets, and the songs of the brook spoke of times long past. Here lived creatures that thrived in harmony with the rhythm of the earth, each playing a vital role in maintaining the balance of their enchanted haven. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was adorned with moss and tiny colorful fungi. Thistle had seen many seasons turn, and with each cycle he gathered stories and wisdom to share with those who would listen. His eyes, deep and knowing, had watched the forest grow and change, and he understood the delicate dance that kept their world in balance. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned golden and the air was filled with the scent of pine and rich earth, Thistle decided to make his way to a gathering at the Great Circle, a clearing in the forest where creatures came to share news and learn from one another. The path to the Great Circle was carpeted with fallen leaves, their crunching underfoot soft like gentle whispers. As Thistle ambled along, he met Willow, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail that shimmered like a rust-colored flame. "Good morning, Thistle," chirped Willow, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Are you going to the Great Circle too?" "Indeed, I am," replied Thistle in his slow, rumbling voice. "There is much to learn and much to share." Together they continued, Willow darting ahead and then pausing to wait for Thistle, who moved with the deliberate grace of one who has all the time in the world. As they approached the clearing, they could hear the gentle hum of conversation mingling with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a wood thrush. In the Great Circle, animals of all kinds had gathered. There was Bristle, the wise old hedgehog whose quills were speckled with dew, and Lark, the songbird whose melodies could enchant even the sternest of hawks. Each creature, great and small, contributed their voice to the chorus of the forest. Today, the assembly was joined by a newcomer, a young fox named Ember, whose fur was as fiery as the setting sun. Ember had recently arrived in the forest and was eager to learn the ways of her new home. Her eyes, bright and inquisitive, scanned the gathered creatures, her heart full of wonder. Thistle sensed Ember's presence and with a gentle nod invited her to come closer. "Welcome, young Ember," he said warmly. "What brings you to the Great Circle?" "I wish to learn," Ember replied, her voice a soft whisper among the forest sounds. "I want to understand how to live in harmony with this beautiful place." The creatures gathered around, forming a circle that embraced Ember with warmth and acceptance. Lark, perched upon a low branch, began to sing a song of the forest, a melody that spoke of ancient trees and the gentle sway of the seasons. As Lark's song wove through the clearing, Thistle began to speak, his voice a rich tapestry of wisdom. "In this forest," Thistle began, "each creature has a role, a purpose that contributes to the greater whole. The trees provide shelter, the streams nourish the land, and the winds carry seeds to new places. Our lives are intertwined, each action rippling through the fabric of our world." Ember listened intently, her ears twitching as she absorbed the knowledge shared by Thistle and the other creatures. She learned of the changing seasons and how each brought its own gifts: the spring rains that fed new growth, the summer sun that warmed and energized, the autumn leaves that enriched the soil, and the winter snows that blanketed the world in rest and renewal. As the day wore on, the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the forest with hues of amber and rose. The creatures shared tales of their ancestors, stories passed down through generations that spoke of challenges overcome and friendships forged. Ember, feeling the warmth of their stories, realized that wisdom was not just in the words spoken but in the shared experiences and the bonds that tied them all together. As the gathering came to a close, Thistle addressed Ember once more. "Remember, young one, that balance is key. Each of us must do our part to maintain the harmony of our home. Respect the land and its rhythms, and it will care for you in turn." With those words echoing in her heart, Ember thanked Thistle and the other creatures, her spirit buoyed by the kindness and wisdom she had received. As she made her way back through the forest, the stars began to twinkle in the deepening twilight, a canopy of shimmering lights guiding her path. In the days that followed, Ember embraced her role in the forest community. She learned to listen to the subtle cues of nature, the rustle of leaves, the murmur of the brook, the hush of snow falling. She became a guardian of her new home, helping to maintain the balance that was so vital to their world. Through her actions and the friendships she nurtured, Ember discovered that the true magic of the forest lay in the harmony that bound them all together. It was a lesson she would carry with her always, a gift from the wise old tortoise and the vibrant community that had welcomed her with open hearts. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, beneath the stars and surrounded by the symphony of nature, Ember found her place, a place where magic and reality intertwined, and where the wisdom of the ages lived on in every leaf, every song, and every gentle whisper of the wind. Story 44. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered pearls on a velvet tapestry, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Solara. Solara was bathed in golden light from its twin suns and adorned with lush emerald forests and crystal-clear lakes. Its inhabitants, the Solarians, cherished harmony and peace, living in graceful arboreal homes amidst the towering trees. One serene evening, as the dusky hues of twilight painted the sky, a curious event unfolded. A sleek, silver vessel descended from the heavens, its surface glinting with the last rays of the suns. It landed softly in a meadow, its presence a gentle whisper rather than a roar. From the vessel emerged two travelers. The first was a tall, elegant being with skin that glimmered like luminescent ice hailing from the frosty planet of Glacius. Her name was Lyra, and she possessed a serene grace, her eyes a deep, calming blue. The second was Rollo, a stout creature covered in a thick, earthy pelt, with large, warm eyes that seemed to glow with the warmth of his volcanic home on Pyra. Lyra and Rollo had embarked on a journey to explore the galaxy, seeking to understand new worlds and cultures. However, their partnership had been forged not by choice, but by the necessity of blending their unique skills. Lyra's knowledge of celestial navigation and Rollo's expertise in mechanical repairs. As they stepped onto Solara's soil, the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flora and the melodic chirping of unseen creatures. Yet, despite the planet's inviting charm, tension simmered between the two travelers. Their differences were as vast as the distance between their worlds, leading to frequent misunderstandings. Rollo, Lyra's voice was as cool and gentle as a breeze. We should set up camp near the water. It will be easier to access resources. Rollo, his voice a rumbling warmth, replied, No, Lyra, we should stay close to the ship. The meadow is safer and more defensible. The disagreement was trivial, yet emblematic of their continuous struggle to see eye to eye. Each had their own logic, shaped by the environments of their home planets, and neither was willing to bend. As they debated, an unexpected sound interrupted them, a soft, inquisitive trill. Turning, they saw a group of Solarian children watching them with wide, curious eyes. The children were small, with skin that shimmered like the leaves around them, and hair that flowed like liquid gold. One brave child stepped forward, her voice a gentle whisper. Welcome to Solara. We have been waiting for you. Surprised by the children's presence, Lyra and Rollo momentarily forgot their disagreement. Lyra knelt down, her expression softening. You were expecting us? The child nodded. Our elders speak of travelers from the stars. They say you bring stories and knowledge from afar. Rollo chuckled, his laughter like the crackling of a cozy fire. Stories, yes, and perhaps a little wisdom, too. As the Solarian children led them through the forest, Lyra and Rollo began to see their surroundings through new eyes. The towering trees were not just majestic, they were homes, their branches adorned with delicate, glowing orbs that pulsed with gentle light. The air was alive with the scent of fresh pine and wildflowers, while the soft murmur of a nearby brook provided a soothing backdrop. Under the guidance of the children, the travelers reached a clearing where the Solarians had prepared a welcoming feast. The table was laden with fruits that shimmered like gemstones and bread baked in intricate patterns, exuding a comforting aroma. As the evening unfolded, the Solarians shared tales of their history and culture, their voices blending with the crackle of a central fire. In return, Lyra spoke of Glacius, describing the beauty of its ice palaces and the tranquility of its endless snows, while Rollo narrated the vibrant festivals of Pyra, where the skies danced with fiery colors. It was amidst this exchange of stories that Lyra and Rollo began to understand each other better. Lyra realized that Rollo's insistence on staying near the ship stemmed from a deep-seated need for security, born from the unpredictability of Pyra's volcanic eruptions. Rollo, in turn, recognized that Lyra's preference for the water reflected the glacian's reliance on the fluidity and adaptability required to thrive in their frozen world. As the night deepened, a gentle rain began to fall, its droplets pattering softly on the leaves above. The Solarians welcomed the rain, their laughter mingling with the raindrops as they danced in the clearing, their movements fluid and joyful. Watching them, Lyra turned to Rollo, a newfound warmth in her voice. Perhaps we can learn from them, Rollo, to embrace differences and find harmony in our diversity. Rollo nodded, his gaze thoughtful. Yes, Lyra, we can be like water and fire, different yet complementary. Together, we can create something beautiful. The days that followed were filled with shared experiences and growing understanding. Lyra and Rollo explored Solara's wonders, from the luminescent caverns that sparkled like a midnight sky to the serene lakes that mirrored the heavens. Each adventure brought new challenges, but they faced them together, their bond strengthening with each victory. One afternoon, while traversing a dense part of the forest, they encountered a steep ravine, its depths obscured by mist. It was a daunting obstacle, and for a moment, doubt flickered between them. Lyra, her voice calm and steady, suggested, "We can build a bridge, using the vines and branches around us." Rollo, his eyes twinkling with mischief, grinned, "Or we could use a bit of Pyrrha's ingenuity and fashion a temporary lift from the ship's supplies." Together, they combined their ideas, crafting a solution that was as innovative as it was effective. As they crossed the ravine, a sense of achievement surged through them, a testament to their growing friendship. The challenges they faced taught them invaluable lessons about trust, compromise, and the power of unity. With each hurdle overcome, their initial misunderstandings dissolved, replaced by a deep respect for each other's strengths and perspectives. As their time on Solara drew to a close, the Solarians gathered to bid them farewell. The children, their eyes bright with admiration, presented Lyra and Rollo with a parting gift, a small, intricately woven tapestry that depicted the stars and planets, bound together in a harmonious dance. Touched by the gesture, Lyra and Rollo accepted the gift, their hearts full of gratitude. The tapestry would serve as a reminder of their journey and the friendships forged under Solara's twin suns. As they boarded their vessel, Lyra looked at Rollo, her voice warm with affection. "Our journey has just begun, my friend. There are so many worlds to explore, so many stories to share." Rollo nodded, his smile wide and genuine, "And wherever we go together, as friends." With that, the silver vessel lifted gracefully into the sky, leaving behind a trail of shimmering stardust. Lyra and Rollo watched as Solara grew smaller, its beauty etched forever in their memories. And as they sailed through the galaxy, their spirits were uplifted by the knowledge that true friendship transcends differences, binding hearts with threads of understanding and love. In the vast tapestry of the universe, they had found their place, together, as unlikely companions who had discovered the true meaning of friendship. Story 45. Title: The Whispering Grove. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a vast, dense forest, there lived a young, inquisitive girl named Lila. The village was known for its vibrant wildflowers that colored the meadows in a tapestry of hues, and the gentle river that sang its way through the heart of the land. The villagers led simple, content lives, closely connected to the rhythms of nature. Lila, with her chestnut hair and curious green eyes, was a child of the woods. She spent her days exploring the forests, her heart tuned to the soft whispers of the wind rustling through the leaves. Her grandmother, a wise woman who often told tales of magic and mystery, had gifted her a small wooden flute carved with intricate patterns. It was said to hold the power to communicate with the creatures of the forest, but Lila had never dared to test its magic until one fateful day. The story begins on a crisp autumn morning when the air was filled with the scent of pine, and the forest floor was a blanket of golden leaves. Lila set out on her usual wanderings, the flute tucked safely in her satchel. As she made her way deeper into the woods, she came upon an unusual sight, a circle of mushrooms unlike any she had seen before. They glimmered with a faint, silvery light, as if touched by moonbeams. Intrigued, Lila stepped into the circle. The air seemed to shimmer around her, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the forest itself was calling out to her. She pulled out the flute, her fingers tracing its familiar grooves, and brought it to her lips. A soft, lilting melody flowed from the flute, a song of the woods, of ancient trees, and the secrets they kept. As the last note drifted into the air, the ground beneath her feet began to glow softly, and the world around her seemed to shift. The trees whispered more urgently, their voices weaving together in a harmonious chorus. Lila blinked in astonishment as the forest transformed, the mundane giving way to the extraordinary. The trees were taller, their trunks a deep, rich green, and the leaves shimmered like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. Before her stood a creature of ethereal beauty, a deer with a coat like spun silver, eyes soft and wise. It was unlike any deer she had ever seen, its presence exuding a gentle magic. The creature regarded her with curiosity, then bowed its head slightly, inviting her to follow. With a heart full of wonder, Lila accepted the invitation, stepping out of the mushroom circle into this hidden world. The deer led her through a path lined with luminescent flowers whose petals glowed with a light of their own. The air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and the soft hum of unseen creatures. As they walked, Lila noticed that the forest seemed alive in a way she had never experienced before. The trees swayed gently, their branches forming arches overhead, and the ground beneath her feet felt warm and welcoming. She was acutely aware of every sound, every scent, as if the forest was speaking to her in its ancient tongue. Eventually, they arrived at a clearing where a small pond reflected the sky like a mirror. In its center stood an island, and upon it, a magnificent tree with a trunk of ivory and branches that dripped with silver leaves. The deer gestured toward the tree, its gaze encouraging. Lila crossed the stepping stones that led to the island, each step resonating with a gentle, musical note. As she reached the tree, she felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. There was a presence here, an aura of wisdom and serenity that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. Tentatively, she placed her hand on the tree's smooth bark. A soft vibration coursed through her, and in that moment, she understood. This tree, this place, was the heart of the forest. It was a guardian of secrets, a keeper of balance. The tree spoke to her, not in words but in feelings and images. It showed her visions of the forest's past, of the harmony that existed between the natural and magical realms. But it also showed her a shadow creeping at the edges, a darkness that threatened to disrupt this delicate balance. Lila realized that she had been chosen as a bridge between these worlds, to protect and preserve the harmony that was so vital. The flute her grandmother had given her was not just a tool, but a key to unlocking this connection. With newfound resolve, she turned to the deer, who watched her with understanding eyes. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady despite the enormity of the task. The deer nudged her gently, guiding her back to the forest path. As they walked, Lila felt the forest imparting its wisdom to her, teaching her the songs and spells that would help maintain the balance. It was a journey of learning and growth, each step deepening her bond with the natural world. Days turned into weeks as Lila honed her craft. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the messages carried by the river. The creatures of the forest became her allies, each offering their unique gifts to aid her quest. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Lila sat by the pond, her heart full of gratitude. She had discovered not only the magic of the forest, but also the strength within herself. The journey had transformed her, revealing a depth of courage and compassion she never knew she possessed. As she played a soft tune on her flute, the forest responded with a melody of its own, a harmonious echo that spoke of unity and peace. It was a song of friendship, of bonds forged in trust and respect. The world beyond the forest seemed distant now, a realm of shadows and worries. Here in this hidden sanctuary, Lila had found her true purpose. She was a guardian, a protector of the ancient magic that wove through the trees and sang in the streams. And so, Lila continued to walk the path of the Whispering Grove, her heart forever attuned to the pulse of the forest. She knew that challenges would come, that the darkness would always seek to encroach upon the light. But she also knew that with wisdom and friendship, anything was possible. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the deer appeared beside her once more, a silent companion in her vigil. Together they watched as the night unfolded its mysteries, secure in the knowledge that this magical world was safe in their care. And so, beneath the watchful boughs of the ancient tree, Lila found her place in the world, a place where magic and reality danced in harmony, and where she, a simple village girl, had become a part of an extraordinary story that would endure for generations to come. With a contented sigh, Lila closed her eyes, the flute cradled in her lap. The gentle lullaby of the forest wrapped around her like a soft blanket, and she drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 46. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a small, unassuming shop known as Tinker's Trove. The shop, with its crooked sign swaying gently in the breeze, was filled to the brim with peculiar trinkets and curiosities gathered from far and wide. The kind old shopkeeper, Mr. Tinker, had a twinkle in his eye and a knowing smile, as if he held the secrets of the world within the dusty shelves of his shop. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden sun sank slowly behind the hills, a young girl named Clara wandered into Tinker's Trove. Her heart was a curious flame, always seeking the stories hidden in the ordinary. Clara's hair was the color of ripe chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled like the nearby brook under the morning sun. As Clara explored the shop, she was drawn to a peculiar item, a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled between old books and brass compasses. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dim light, and it emitted a faint, melodious hum. Clara's fingers tingled with a sense of wonder as she reached out and lifted the lid. Inside the box lay a simple, unassuming key. Yet, as Clara held it in her palm, she felt a warmth spread through her fingertips, and a gentle voice, like a whispering breeze, spoke in her mind. "I am the key of whimsy, and I reveal the hidden magic within the mundane." Curious and enchanted, Clara decided to take the key on a journey through Willowbrook, eager to discover the secrets it might unlock. With each step, the leaves crunched beneath her shoes, and the cool evening air nipped playfully at her cheeks. Her first stop was the village bakery, where the warm scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the sweet aroma of cinnamon. Clara carefully held the key up to the bakery's window, and to her amazement, the loaves of bread began to dance a merry jig, twirling and spinning with joyful abandon. The baker, a jolly man with flour-dusted hair, chuckled heartily and clapped his hands in delight. "Ah, the magic of a good loaf!" he exclaimed, winking at Clara. Next, Clara wandered to the edge of the village, where an old stone well stood, its cool water glistening in the twilight. She held the key above the well's surface, and the water began to shimmer with iridescent colors, swirling like a kaleidoscope. As she peered into the depths, Clara saw visions of laughter and friendship, of shared stories and dreams. The well-keeper, a gentle soul with kind eyes, nodded sagely. "Water holds the memories of all who come to drink," he murmured softly. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Clara found herself at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling with secrets untold. The key, now gently glowing, seemed to pull her deeper into the forest. Guided by its warmth, Clara followed a winding path lit by the silvery glow of the moon. Deep within the woods, Clara encountered a wise old owl perched upon a sturdy branch. Its eyes, like liquid amber, regarded her with curiosity. "What seek you, child of wonder?" the owl asked in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. Clara thought for a moment before answering. "I seek the magic that lies hidden in the world around us." The owl nodded, its feathers rustling softly. "Then you must listen, truly listen, to the whispers of the world." With that, the owl spread its wings and soared into the night, leaving behind a single feather that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Clara picked up the feather, feeling its silken softness, and tucked it carefully into her pocket. She continued her journey, the key guiding her to a small clearing where a circle of stones gleamed softly in the moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching upwards like arms embracing the sky. Clara approached the tree, and as she did, the key began to hum with a gentle melody. She placed the key into a small hollow in the tree's trunk, and the air around her shimmered with anticipation. The tree, awakened by the key's magic, began to speak in a voice as deep and resonant as the forest itself. "Clara, you have journeyed far, and in doing so, you have discovered the true magic that binds us all, friendship, laughter, and the beauty of the world." With a soft sigh, the tree's branches swayed, releasing a cascade of twinkling lights that danced like fireflies around Clara. She felt a profound sense of peace and understanding, as if she was truly a part of the world around her. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara made her way back to Willowbrook, her heart full of the wonders she had discovered. She returned to Tinker's Trove, where Mr. Tinker greeted her with a warm smile. "Did you find what you were looking for, young Clara?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with secret knowledge. Clara nodded, placing the key back into its wooden box. "I found more than I could have ever imagined," she replied, her voice soft and full of wonder. And so, with the gentle wisdom she had gained, Clara returned to her everyday life, carrying with her the enchantment of the world and the understanding that magic is not always found in grand gestures, but often in the smallest, most unexpected places. As she lay in her cozy bed that night, listening to the soothing song of the crickets outside her window, Clara knew that the magic of Willowbrook would always be with her, a comforting reminder that the world is full of wonder, just waiting to be discovered. Story 47. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Clara. Clara's home was a cozy stone cottage with ivy creeping up its walls and a garden full of wildflowers that danced in the breeze. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to the flowers, listening to the birds sing, and watching the sun set behind the rolling hills. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Clara wandered through the forest collecting fallen acorns and brightly colored leaves, she stumbled upon something quite peculiar. Nestled among the roots of a towering oak tree was an old wooden box, ornately carved with swirling patterns and symbols. It seemed to hum gently, as if whispering secrets of a time long past. Curiosity piqued, Clara carefully opened the box. Inside, she found a smooth, round stone that glimmered with a soft, warm light. As she held it in her hand, she felt an unexpected surge of warmth and comfort, as if the stone was alive with a gentle magic of its own. Intrigued by her discovery, Clara carried the stone back home, where she placed it on her bedside table. That night, as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamt of fantastical lands and mystical creatures, guided by the soft glow of the stone. The following morning, Clara awoke with a newfound sense of wonder. She realized that the stone was no ordinary object. It was a key to unlocking the hidden mysteries of the world around her. Determined to learn more, Clara decided to embark on a journey of discovery. Her first stop was the village library, a cozy nook filled with the scent of old books and the gentle rustle of turning pages. There she met the wise and kindly librarian, Mr. Thistle, who had a nose for knowledge and an eye for the unusual. His spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose, he listened intently as Clara recounted her discovery. "Ah, the Stone of Whispers," Mr. Thistle mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "It is said to reveal the true nature of things, but its magic is subtle and requires a discerning heart to understand. You must listen not just with your ears, but with your heart." With Mr. Thistle's advice echoing in her mind, Clara set off into the forest once more, the stone tucked safely in her pocket. As she walked, she noticed the world around her in a way she never had before. The leaves rustled with secrets, the brook babbled with stories, and the very air seemed alive with possibility. Along her journey, Clara encountered a host of delightful characters. There was Oliver, the wise old owl with eyes that seemed to see into one's soul, who perched in the branches of an ancient pine. He spoke in riddles and rhymes, encouraging Clara to think beyond the surface of things. "Remember," Oliver hooted softly, "wisdom is not in knowing the answers, but in understanding the questions." Further along, Clara met Lily, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold and a penchant for collecting treasures. Lily scampered alongside Clara, sharing tales of her own adventures and offering sage advice wrapped in playful antics. Sometimes, Lily chattered, her eyes twinkling, "The most magical things are those we least expect. Keep your heart open, and you'll see wonders." As Clara journeyed deeper into the forest, she came across a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree with branches that reached toward the sky, its leaves shimmering in every color of the rainbow. Clara felt a pull towards the tree, as if it held the answers she sought. Sitting beneath its boughs, Clara closed her eyes and let the gentle magic of the stone guide her thoughts. She realized that the true magic of the stone was not in the stone itself, but in the way it helped her to see and appreciate the world around her. It was then that Clara understood her challenge was not to possess the magic, but to share it. With newfound clarity, she decided to bring the villagers together to share the wonder and wisdom she had discovered. Returning to Willowbrook, Clara organized a gathering in the village square. As the sun set and lanterns flickered to life, she stood before her friends and neighbors, the stone glowing warmly in her hand. She spoke of the importance of seeing the world with open hearts, of listening to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the trees. Touched by her words, the villagers began to see their world anew. They discovered beauty in the ordinary, found joy in simple moments, and learned to cherish the bonds of friendship and community. As the night grew deeper and the stars twinkled above, Clara felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She had embarked on a journey of discovery, and in doing so, had opened not only her own heart, but the hearts of those around her. And so, in the gentle village of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the ancient forest, Clara and her friends embraced the magic of everyday wonders. Their lives were forever enriched by the wisdom of the Stone of Whispers, and they lived happily ever after, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness they shared. With the crackling fire casting a warm, flickering glow in the hearth, and the soft, comforting sounds of the night wrapping around the cottage, Clara drifted off to sleep, her heart full of dreams and her soul at peace. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her days were filled with simple joys like chasing butterflies and splashing in the creek, Willow couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more, something magical, waiting to be discovered. One crisp autumn morning, Willow was exploring the woods near her home when she stumbled upon an old, weathered book, half buried in the fallen leaves. Brushing away the debris, she traced her fingers over the embossed cover, a tingle of excitement running through her. This was no ordinary book. Its pages seemed to hum with ancient power. As Willow opened the book, the most wondrous thing happened. Words began to float off the pages, shimmering in the air like tiny fireflies. Entranced, she reached out to catch one, and gasped as it burst into a flurry of colorful sparks that danced across her fingertips. From that moment on, Willow's world was forever changed. She learned that this remarkable book held the power to bring stories to life, and with each tale she read, new wonders unfolded before her eyes. Willow's first adventure began when a kindly old oak tree who had been listening to her read offered to be her guide in this newfound realm of enchantment. With a warm chuckle, the tree introduced himself as Oakley and assured Willow that he would keep her safe on the journey ahead. Their quest led them deep into the heart of the forest, where they encountered all manner of delightful characters. There was Flitterwing, a mischievous fairy who loved to play tricks, and Burrow, a wise old rabbit whose warren served as a cozy refuge. Each new friend brought their own unique talents and perspectives, teaching Willow invaluable lessons about courage, friendship, and seeing the magic in the world around her. But their journey was not without its challenges. In a shadowy glade, they faced a cunning trickster who sought to steal the book's power for himself. Willow soon realized that brute force would not prevail against such deception. Instead, she relied on her wit and the wisdom of her companions to outsmart the trickster and reclaim the book's magic. As the sun began to set on their adventure, Willow found herself forever changed. No longer was she the same wide-eyed girl who had stumbled upon the book that fateful morning. She had grown in ways she never could have imagined, her heart filled with wonder and her mind open to the infinite possibilities that surrounded her. From that day on, Willow carried the book with her always, its pages brimming with the promise of new tales and new worlds to explore. And whenever she felt the call of adventure, she would open the book, let the words take flight, and embark on another magical journey, her faithful friends by her side. For in that enchanted book, Willow had discovered the greatest magic of all, the power of stories to ignite the imagination, to bring joy and solace, and to remind us that even the most ordinary of days can be filled with extraordinary wonder. Story 49. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village tucked away between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a small cobblestone street lined with houses that seemed to lean into each other as if deep in conversation. Among these was a particularly charming cottage, with a garden overgrown but vibrant with wildflowers and herbs. In this cottage lived a young girl named Lila, whose wide-eyed curiosity was as boundless as the sky above her. Lila had a knack for finding things that others overlooked. Whether it was the tiny beetle with iridescent wings shimmering under a leaf, or the forgotten coin beneath a dusty floorboard, nothing escaped her notice. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lila set off on one of her exploratory walks along the winding path that led into the heart of the forest. The forest was a world of its own, alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle songs of hidden birds. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground. As Lila wandered deeper, she felt a peculiar sensation, as if the forest itself was watching her with a benevolent eye. Her footsteps led her to a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its gnarled branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. At the base of this great tree, half buried in the soft earth, was an object that caught Lila's attention. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling designs that seemed to shift subtly in the light. With careful fingers, Lila lifted the box from its resting place. It was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within. Inside lay a simple key, but there was something undeniably magical about it. The key gleamed with a warm, inviting light that seemed to pulse gently, as if it were alive. Curiosity piqued, Lila decided to take the key back to her cottage. As she walked, she felt a sense of companionship, as if the forest had granted her a special gift. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, Lila dreamt of distant lands and hidden doors waiting to be unlocked. The next morning, she awoke with a sense of purpose. She needed to discover what the key opened. With the key safely tucked into her pocket, Lila set out once more, this time heading towards the village square, where the wise old librarian, Mr. Thistlewood, spent his days surrounded by dusty tomes and ancient maps. Mr. Thistlewood was a kind-hearted gentleman with a twinkle in his eye and a beard as white as freshly fallen snow. He welcomed Lila with a warm smile, the aroma of old parchment and lavender tea enveloping them like a cozy blanket. As Lila explained her discovery, Mr. Thistlewood listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "Ah, a key, you say?" he mused, examining the artifact with a discerning gaze. "It appears to be a key of whispers, very rare and quite special indeed." "A key of whispers?" Lila repeated, intrigued. "Yes, my dear," Mr. Thistlewood replied, his voice as soft as a lullaby. "Such keys are said to unlock not only doors, but also reveal truths and secrets to those who seek them with a pure heart." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement. "But how do I find what it unlocks?" Mr. Thistlewood chuckled gently. "The key will guide you if you listen closely enough. Trust in the journey it wishes to take you on." Thanking Mr. Thistlewood, Lila left the library with renewed determination. She decided to return to the forest, believing the key's secret might be hidden among the trees that had first gifted it to her. As she ventured back into the forest, the air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth. Lila paused now and then, holding the key close and listening to its whispers, a soft, melodic hum that seemed to weave through the air like a gentle breeze. Her path led her to an unfamiliar part of the forest, where the trees stood taller and the light was softer, almost ethereal. In the center of this grove was a circular stone structure, ancient and covered in moss, with a single keyhole set into its surface. With a deep breath, Lila inserted the key. As it turned, the stones shifted and a doorway appeared, revealing a small hidden chamber bathed in a warm golden light. Inside, Lila found herself surrounded by shelves filled with books and scrolls, their pages glowing with an inviting luminescence. As Lila stepped inside, words danced across the pages in a language she had never seen yet somehow understood. The books held stories of wisdom, of friendships forged and challenges overcome through kindness and understanding. It was as if the library itself was alive, sharing its knowledge with her. Lila spent hours there, absorbing the tales and their gentle lessons. She realized that the key had unlocked not just a door, but also a part of herself she hadn't known existed, a yearning for knowledge and a deeper understanding of the world around her. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lila knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with a quiet wisdom and a newfound appreciation for the magic in everyday life. With the key safely returned to its box, Lila left the hidden chamber, the doorway closing softly behind her. The forest seemed to hum with approval, its ancient secrets once again at rest. Back in her cottage, Lila sat by the window, watching the stars appear one by one. She felt a comforting sense of belonging, knowing that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered. And with that thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the key of whispers tucked gently under her pillow, a reminder of the magic that lay within her heart. And so, in the cozy glow of her dreams, Lila learned that sometimes the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, and the most extraordinary secrets are the ones we share with those we love. Story 50. In a galaxy far, far away, there lived a young alien named Zira, whose sparkling scales shimmered like sunlit rainbows. She hailed from the tranquil planet of Aquaria, a world entirely covered in glistening oceans. Zira spent her days gliding effortlessly through the crystal-clear waters, communicating with the melodious whale song that echoed all around her. One fateful day, Zira's curiosity led her to explore an uncharted nebula, where she encountered a strange object hurtling through the cosmos. It was a battered escape pod from the arid planet Zarya, and inside was Rafi, a desert-dwelling creature with fur the color of sun-baked sand. At first, Zira and Rafi eyed each other with suspicion and fear, their forms and ways of life so vastly different. Zira found it hard to comprehend how Rafi could survive without water, while Rafi was bewildered by Zira's fluid movements and ethereal singing. As fate would have it, their escape pod crash-landed on a desolate moon, forcing the unlikely pair to band together for survival. Zira helped guide Rafi to find precious droplets of water, while Rafi used his burrowing skills to create shelters that protected them from the harsh cosmic winds. Despite their contrasting natures, they began to understand and appreciate each other's unique strengths. When a raging sandstorm threatened to bury them alive, Zira's graceful aquatic dance calmed the swirling sands, and Rafi's deep, soothing purrs lulled them both to peaceful rest. As the days turned to weeks, their initial wariness melted away, replaced by a profound respect and fondness. They marveled at each other's stories of their home worlds, painted in vivid detail through Zira's lyrical whale song and Rafi's expressive body movements. One night, as they gazed up at the twinkling stars, Rafi shared his deepest fear, that his desert-dwelling kind would be forgotten, their culture swept away by the shifting sands of time. Zira nuzzled him gently, her empathetic nature soothing his worries, and promised to carry the tales of Zarya's people in her whale songs, so they would echo across the galaxies forevermore. In turn, Zira confided her own heartache. She missed the endless depths of Aquaria's oceans terribly. With infinite tenderness, Rafi curled around her and began purring a low, rumbling melody that reverberated within her scales, filling her with the tranquil peace of a gentle underwater current. In those profound moments of vulnerability and compassion, their bond transcended mere survival. It became a friendship deeper than the vastest ocean, stronger than the mightiest desert wind. They realized that despite their stark differences, they had found an unbreakable kinship in the universe's vast expanse. When at last a passing starliner rescued them, Zira and Rafi parted ways with heavy hearts but unshakable spirits. Rafi vowed to share the wonders of the Aquarian whale songs with his kin, while Zira pledged to weave tales of Zarya's desert nomads into her melodic songs. And though light years might separate them, their friendship would echo through time and space, a shining beacon of unity amidst the cosmos's dazzling diversity. For they had discovered that the true meaning of friendship lies not in outward similarities, but in the unbreakable connection forged between two open hearts and souls. Story 51. In the heart of the tranquil Whisperwood forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the rocks, there nestled a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The cottages in Moonberry Hollow were like something out of a fairy tale, with moss-covered roofs and chimneys that puffed gentle curls of smoke into the crisp starlit sky. Lanterns hung from every porch, casting a warm, golden glow that flickered like the fireflies dancing in the night air. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Leela, whose curiosity was as bright as her smile. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves at dawn. She loved to explore the forest, where she often conversed with her friends, the animals and magical creatures who called Whisperwood their home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and lavender, Lila noticed something peculiar. The usually harmonious symphony of the forest was disrupted by an odd sound, a soft, rhythmic thumping that seemed to echo through the trees. It was a sound she had never heard before, and it stirred her sense of wonder. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious noise, Lila set out into the forest, her path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. She walked past the towering oaks and fragrant pines, her feet crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. As she ventured deeper, she met her dear friend Oliver, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that gleamed with ancient knowledge. "Hoo-hoo," Oliver greeted her, perched on a low branch. "What brings you into the forest at this hour, Lila?" Lila explained the strange sound she had heard, and Oliver nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the thumping," he mused. "I have heard it too, though I know not its source. Perhaps our friend Bramble might have some insight." Bramble, a gentle hedgehog with a bristly coat and a nose that twitched with curiosity, lived in a burrow beneath the roots of an old willow tree. He was known for his cleverness and keen observation skills. Lila and Oliver made their way to Bramble's burrow, where they found him nibbling on a ripe berry. "Bramble, have you heard the strange thumping noise in the forest?" Lila inquired. Bramble looked up, his eyes bright and alert. "I have," he replied. "It's quite puzzling, isn't it? I've noticed it seems to follow a pattern, almost like a heartbeat of the forest." Intrigued by Bramble's observation, Lila felt a thrill of excitement. Together, the three friends set off to follow the sound, each listening intently to the rhythmic thumps that seemed to guide them deeper into the heart of Whisperwood. As they walked, they were joined by others who were also curious about the mystery. Luna, the gentle deer with a coat that shimmered like moonlight, and Tinker, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding hidden treasures. Each added their unique perspective, and their little group buzzed with ideas and theories. The path led them to a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. At the center stood an ancient stone circle, its weathered stones draped in soft tendrils of ivy. It was a place of quiet power, where the forest's magic felt particularly potent. There in the circle they found the source of the thumping, a large, beautifully carved drum, its surface adorned with intricate patterns of leaves and stars. It stood alone, yet it vibrated gently, producing the rhythmic sound that had drawn them all here. Lila approached the drum, her heart fluttering with anticipation. But who or what could be playing it? She wondered aloud. Just then, a shimmering figure appeared beside the drum, a spirit of the forest, with hair that flowed like water and eyes as deep as the night sky. The spirit smiled warmly at the group, and in a voice that was as soft as the rustling leaves, she spoke. "Fear not, little ones," she said. "The drum plays itself, a gift from the forest to remind us of the heartbeat of life, the rhythm that connects us all." The friends listened, entranced by the gentle wisdom of the spirit. They understood now that the drum was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder of the harmony that existed within their world, a world where every creature, every tree, and every stone had its own part to play in the great symphony of nature. With their hearts full of wonder and a newfound appreciation for the magic of Whisperwood, Lila and her friends returned to Moonberry Hollow. The mysterious thumping was no longer a puzzle, but a comforting presence, a lullaby of the forest that soothed their souls. As Lila tucked herself into bed that night, she listened to the gentle thump of the drum in the distance, feeling its rhythm echo in her heart. She drifted off to sleep with a smile, knowing that, in her cozy village and the magical forest beyond, everything was just as it should be. Story 52. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering meadows, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known throughout the village for her curious spirit and her boundless imagination. Every morning, she would rise with the sun and wander through the fields, her heart brimming with dreams of far-off places and hidden wonders. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila discovered a peculiar path she had never noticed before. The path was lined with trees whose branches intertwined like welcoming arms, their leaves shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Intrigued, Lila decided to follow the path, her heart fluttering with anticipation. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the sound of a babbling brook serenaded her journey. The forest was alive with a symphony of bird songs, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Lila felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a feeling of being exactly where she was meant to be. Suddenly, a soft rustling caught her attention. Peering through the bushes, Lila's eyes widened in surprise. There, in a small clearing, was a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a gentle creature, with soft, velvety fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The creature was surrounded by tiny, luminescent butterflies that flitted about like living jewels. "Hello," Lila said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. "Who are you?" The creature tilted its head, regarding Lila with curious eyes. "I am Lumi," it replied in a voice that was as soft as a whispering breeze. "I guard the enchanted glade, a place of wonder and magic." Lila's heart leaped with excitement. She had heard tales of the enchanted glade from the village elders, a place where dreams took flight and the impossible became possible. She had always longed to see it for herself, and now, here she was, standing at its threshold. Lumi smiled, sensing Lila's eagerness. "Would you like to explore the glade?" it asked. "There are wonders here that only the brave dare to discover." With a nod, Lila eagerly followed Lumi into the heart of the glade. As they walked, the air around them shimmered with enchantment. The trees glowed with a soft, ethereal light, and the ground beneath their feet was carpeted with flowers that seemed to hum with their own melody. Lila's eyes widened as they came upon a shimmering pond, its surface reflecting the sky in vibrant hues. Floating above the water were delicate, translucent creatures that danced gracefully in the air. Their wings sparkled like diamonds, casting rainbows in every direction. "These are the dream weavers," Lumi explained. "They gather the dreams of those who visit the glade and weave them into the fabric of the world." As Lila watched the dream weavers at work, she felt a sense of awe and wonder fill her heart. She realized that the glade was not just a place of beauty, but a place where dreams were nurtured and brought to life. As they continued their exploration, Lumi guided Lila to a grove of ancient trees, their bark etched with stories of old. Lila traced her fingers along the patterns, feeling the wisdom and history that pulsed through the wood. "Every tree here holds a story," Lumi said. "They remind us that we are all part of something greater, and that our own stories are worth telling." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in Lumi's words. She realized that her journey into the glade was not just about discovering new wonders, but also about finding the courage to embrace her own story and share it with the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the glade in a warm golden glow, Lila felt a sense of peace settle over her. She knew it was time to return home, but she carried with her the magic and wisdom of the enchanted glade. Before she left, Lumi gifted her a small, iridescent feather, a reminder of her journey and the friends she had made. "Whenever you feel lost or in doubt, let this feather guide you," Lumi said with a gentle smile. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Lila bid farewell to Lumi and the glade. As she made her way back along the path, the stars twinkled above like 1,000 tiny lanterns, lighting her way. When Lila returned to Willowbrook, she shared her tales of the enchanted glade with the villagers, inspiring them to embrace their own adventures and dreams. She had learned that courage was not just about facing the unknown, but also about nurturing the magic within and sharing it with those around her. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the wonders of the enchanted glade. She knew that wherever her adventures took her, she would always carry the magic of that place in her heart, a beacon of hope and courage for the journey ahead. Story 53. Once, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets that only the wind could understand, there existed a world unseen by human eyes. This was a realm where the natural creatures of the forest lived hidden lives, bound by an unspoken agreement with the earth to maintain harmony and balance. The forest, named Elderglen by those who dared to tread its outer edges, was a place where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook could be heard caressing the stones that lined its bed. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting dappled shadows that danced across the forest floor like tiny, flickering specters. In this serene haven, a wise old owl named Orin presided as the unofficial keeper of wisdom. His feathers were a tapestry of earthy browns and soft whites, and his amber eyes held the light of 1,000 sunrises. Perched high in the ancient boughs of a venerable oak, Orin watched over the forest, his heart attuned to its rhythms and whispers. One particularly crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned into fiery hues of orange and gold, the creatures of Elderglen gathered beneath Orin's oak. They came in response to an unusual phenomenon, a shimmering aurora of colors that had begun to dance across the sky even before the first stars had appeared. The creatures sensed that this magical display heralded something important. Among them was Fern, a gentle deer whose coat matched the russet leaves surrounding her. Beside her, perched on a fallen log, was a sprightly squirrel named Thistle, and at their feet, a family of rabbits nibbled quietly on clover. Each creature understood that the aurora was a message from the spirits of the forest, but none knew its meaning. Orin, with a voice as smooth as the rustle of leaves, began to speak. "The aurora is a sign from the oldest of times, a gift from the seasons to remind us of our duties to the forest," he explained, his eyes sweeping over the gathered creatures. "It is said that when the sky paints itself with these colors, the balance of our world must be reaffirmed." Fern, her eyes wide with curiosity, stepped forward. "But how shall we do this, Orin? How do we ensure the balance is maintained?" Orin nodded, pleased by her eagerness. "The answer lies in understanding and respecting the cycles of nature. Each season brings its own magic and challenges. As winter approaches, we must remember the lessons of the past and prepare ourselves to face the cold with wisdom and unity." Thistle, ever inquisitive, twitched his tail. "And what of the magic, Orin? How does it help us keep the balance?" "The magic of the forest is within all of us," Orin replied, his voice a soothing balm. "It is in the way the trees share their roots with one another, how the streams flow to nourish the land, and how the wind carries seeds to new places. We are all connected, and it is through these connections that we find strength." As the creatures listened, the aurora above them seemed to pulse with life, its colors reflecting in their eyes. Orin continued, "We must also pass on our stories, our wisdom, to those who come after us. This is how we honor our ancestors and ensure that the harmony of Elderglen endures." With this, the creatures nodded in understanding. They knew that their lives, though hidden from human sight, were vital to the forest's well-being. They returned to their homes, hearts filled with a renewed sense of purpose. As winter's first frost crept into Elderglen, the creatures worked together to prepare. Fern led her herd to a sheltered glade. Thistle busied himself gathering nuts and seeds, and the rabbits dug burrows deeper into the earth. All the while, Orin watched over them, imparting his wisdom to any who sought his counsel. As snow blanketed the forest, Elderglen transformed into a world of crystalline beauty. The silence of winter was profound, yet within it lay the gentle hum of life, a testament to the creatures' efforts to sustain their world. The aurora was a distant memory, but its message lingered, woven into the fabric of the forest's existence. With each passing day, it became clear that the balance had been preserved. The creatures thrived, and their hidden lives continued to weave the tapestry of Elderglen's magic. And so, as the seasons cycled and the years passed, the wisdom of Orin and his forest kin endured, a legacy as enduring as the ancient trees under which they lived. In time, spring would return, bringing with it the promise of renewal and the gentle murmur of life awakening once more. And in the heart of Elderglen, the unseen world of magic and harmony continued, as eternal as the stars that watched from above. Story 54. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, Nestled between whispering woods and a gentle, babbling brook, there lay a quaint cottage where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Miss Agatha, known throughout the village for her kind heart and gentle wisdom. She was a beloved figure, always ready with a warm smile or a comforting word, and her home was a haven for anyone who needed solace or a cup of chamomile tea. Miss Agatha lived a quiet life, tending to her garden and weaving tapestries that seemed to capture the very essence of the seasons. Her tapestries were not only beautiful, but also magical, though few knew of their true power. Each thread was imbued with a hint of enchantment, a secret Miss Agatha had learned from her grandmother, who had whispered the art to her in hushed tones by the fireside. One particular tapestry hung by the window of her sitting room, depicting a serene forest scene with towering trees, vibrant flowers, and a glistening stream. It was Miss Agatha's favorite, not only for its beauty, but for the secret world it concealed, a hidden realm known only to her and a select few who had stumbled upon its magic. The tapestry was a portal to the enchanted glade, a mystical land where animals spoke in soft, melodic voices, and the air shimmered with a gentle luminescence. It was a place of peace and harmony, untouched by the worries of the outside world. Miss Agatha often visited this realm, her heart light and her spirit rejuvenated by the tranquil beauty that enveloped her. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Miss Agatha sat by her fireplace, the flames casting a warm glow across the room. The air outside was cool, but inside, the cottage was cozy, filled with the comforting crackle of burning logs and the faint scent of apple pie cooling on the windowsill. Her companion, a plump tabby cat named Oliver, purred contentedly at her feet. As she sipped her chamomile tea, Miss Agatha's thoughts drifted to the enchanted glade. She felt a gentle pull, an invitation from the tapestry, as though it sensed her longing for serenity. With a soft smile, she rose from her chair, Oliver following with a curious meow, and approached the tapestry. The moment her fingertips brushed the woven threads, a ripple of magic coursed through the air. The tapestry shimmered, the forest scene coming to life with a gentle rustle of leaves and a distant melody of birdsong. Miss Agatha took a deep breath, savoring the familiar sensation, and stepped through the tapestry, Oliver trotting close behind. They emerged into the enchanted glade, where the soft light of the setting sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering secrets of the wood. Miss Agatha and Oliver were greeted by a small gathering of their friends from the glade, a wise old owl named Horace, with feathers as white as snow, a cheerful squirrel named Rosie, with fur the color of autumn leaves, and a kindly deer named Ewan, with gentle eyes and a graceful stance. "Welcome back, dear Agatha," Horace hooted, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "We've missed your presence." "It's wonderful to see you all again," Miss Agatha replied, her voice warm and full of affection. "How have you been?" Rosie scampered up a nearby tree, her bushy tail flicking with excitement. "Everything's been lovely. Ewan and I found a new patch of wild strawberries just yesterday." Ewan nodded, his eyes twinkling with delight. "They were the sweetest we've ever tasted. We saved some for you and Oliver." Miss Agatha chuckled softly, her heart swelling with gratitude for the kindness of her friends. "Thank you, my dear friends. I'm sure Oliver will be especially grateful." As they settled into the soft grass, Oliver curled up beside Miss Agatha, purring contentedly. The evening unfolded in gentle camaraderie, with stories shared and laughter echoing through the glade. The peace of the enchanted glade enveloped them, a balm for the soul, and Miss Agatha felt her worries melt away like morning mist. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the forest, Miss Agatha felt a gentle tug at her heart, a sense that something was amiss. Her friends noticed her pensive expression and gathered closer, their eyes filled with concern. "Is something troubling you, Agatha?" Ewan asked softly, his voice like a soothing melody. Miss Agatha hesitated, unsure of how to voice the feeling that had settled in her heart. "I'm not certain," she admitted finally, "but I sense a whisper of change in the air, as though the glade is holding its breath, waiting for something." Horace ruffled his feathers, his wise eyes narrowing in thought. The forest has its secrets, and sometimes it stirs with a purpose unknown to us. Rosie leapt down from her perch, landing lightly beside Miss Agatha. Perhaps it's a new friend waiting to be found, she suggested brightly, ever the optimist. Miss Agatha smiled at Rosie's enthusiasm, but her mind lingered on Horace's words. She sensed the truth in them, a subtle undercurrent of magic that thrummed through the glade. It was a mystery, and though she felt a twinge of unease, she knew that the forest would reveal its secrets in time. The days passed with gentle grace, each one filled with the simple joys of the enchanted glade. Miss Agatha visited often, her heart drawn to the tranquility and the companionship of her woodland friends. Yet the sense of anticipation lingered, a quiet hum of magic that grew stronger with each visit. One morning, as the mist hung low over the glade, and the world was draped in a silken hush, Miss Agatha awoke with a curious feeling, a certainty that today would bring something new. She dressed quickly, her fingers deftly tying her shawl as Oliver watched with bright, inquisitive eyes. Together they stepped through the tapestry, the familiar shimmer of magic welcoming them into the glade. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the sky was painted in delicate hues of pink and gold. As they wandered through the forest, Miss Agatha felt the pull of magic guiding her steps, leading her deeper into the heart of the glade. Her friends joined her along the way, their curiosity piqued by the quiet urgency in her stride. They followed a winding path that led to a secluded clearing, where a small pond lay cradled within a ring of ancient trees. The water was still, its surface like polished glass, reflecting the sky above and the vibrant colors of the surrounding foliage. It was here that they found the source of the mystery, a small delicate creature unlike any they had seen before. It was a sprite, with wings as translucent as morning dew and eyes that glimmered with the light of 1,000 stars. The sprite lay curled on the mossy ground, its tiny form shivering despite the gentle warmth of the sun. Miss Agatha knelt beside the sprite, her heart swelling with compassion. "Oh, little one," she murmured softly, her voice filled with tenderness. "What brings you to our glade?" The sprite opened its eyes, meeting Miss Agatha's gaze with a mixture of hope and fear. Its voice was like the tinkling of distant chimes, soft and musical. "I am lost," it confessed, its words trembling with emotion. "I have wandered far from my home, and I do not know how to return." Miss Agatha's heart ached at the sprite's plight, and she felt a fierce determination to help. "Fear not, dear sprite," she said gently, her words a soothing balm. "We shall help you find your way home." Her friends gathered around, their eyes filled with empathy and resolve. "We'll help you too," Rosie chirped, her spirit as bright as ever. Horace nodded solemnly, his feathers rustling softly. "Together we shall uncover the path to your home." Ewan lowered his head, his eyes warm with kindness. "You are not alone, little one. We are here for you." The sprite's eyes glistened with gratitude, and it nodded, a small smile gracing its delicate features. "Thank you," it whispered, its voice a soft caress. "I do not know where my home lies, but I remember the sound of the wind through the willow trees and the gentle lullaby of the brook." Miss Agatha listened intently, her mind weaving the sprite's memories into a tapestry of possibilities. She knew the glade well, every nook and cranny a familiar friend, but the sprite's description spoke of a place beyond its borders, a hidden realm that lay just beyond the reach of everyday sight. With renewed determination, Miss Agatha and her friends set out on their quest, their hearts united by a common purpose. They journeyed through the glade, their path guided by the sprite's memories and the gentle whispers of the forest. As they walked, Miss Agatha shared stories of her own, tales of courage and friendship that wove a web of warmth around them. Her voice was a soothing melody, carrying them forward with a gentle rhythm that matched the pulse of the forest. The journey was not without its challenges, for the forest was vast and its secrets well guarded. But each obstacle was met with wisdom and kindness, their bond growing stronger with each step. They crossed babbling streams and climbed rolling hills, their spirits buoyed by the beauty of the world around them. At last, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in shades of amber and rose, they arrived at a grove of ancient willow trees. The air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of a brook, just as the sprite had described. The sprite's eyes widened with recognition, its heart swelling with joy. "This is it," it breathed, its voice a song of wonder. "This is my home." Tears of gratitude glistened in the sprite's eyes as it turned to Miss Agatha and her friends. "Thank you," it said, its voice filled with emotion. "You have given me the greatest gift of all, the way home." Miss Agatha's heart overflowed with warmth, her spirit lifted by the sprite's joy. "It was our pleasure, dear sprite," she replied softly. "May your heart always find its way back to this place of peace." With a final, grateful glance, the sprite spread its delicate wings and took to the sky, its form a shimmering silhouette against the fading light. It circled above them once, a dance of gratitude, before disappearing into the embrace of the willow trees. Miss Agatha and her friends watched in silence, their hearts full of contentment and peace. The journey had changed them all, deepening their bond and reminding them of the power of kindness and friendship. As they made their way back to the glade, the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, their light a gentle promise of the beauty that lay within the world. Miss Agatha felt a profound sense of fulfillment, her heart aglow with the magic of the day. Back at the cottage, Miss Agatha settled into her armchair by the fire, Oliver nestled at her feet. The tapestry hung beside her, its threads shimmering in the flickering light, a reminder of the hidden world and the adventures that awaited beyond its woven surface. As she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fire and the gentle purr of Oliver lulling her to sleep, she knew that the bond she shared with her friends, and the magic of the enchanted glade, would be with her always, a guiding light in her heart. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit at peace, Miss Agatha drifted into a restful slumber, her dreams filled with the beauty and wonder of the world she cherished so dearly. Story 55. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees grew thick with emerald leaves that shimmered like jewels in the sunlight, there lived a young squirrel named Nibbles. Nibbles was no ordinary squirrel. He had a knack for discovering the secrets of the forest. His bushy tail and bright eyes were always alert, and his small, agile body could dart through the trees faster than the wind itself. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fell like shimmering rain, Nibbles woke to find the forest bathed in a peculiar, magical light. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp leaves. Nibbles sensed something unusual was afoot. He scampered down from his cozy nest high in the oldest oak tree and began his exploration, his paws barely making a sound on the soft, mossy ground. As Nibbles ventured deeper into the forest, he came upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient elm, was a small, glowing acorn. It shimmered with a soft, ethereal light, casting a gentle glow on the surrounding foliage. Nibbles approached cautiously, his whiskers twitching with curiosity. He had never seen anything quite like it. With a gentle touch, he picked up the acorn. As his tiny paws cradled it, a warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and wonder. The acorn was no ordinary nut. It was imbued with a magic that whispered of hidden worlds and untold stories. Nibbles decided to take the acorn to his best friend, a wise old owl named Hoot. Hoot lived in a hollow high above the forest floor, in a tree that towered like a sentinel over the woods. Hoot was known far and wide for his knowledge of the forest and its many mysteries. With the acorn securely tucked in his cheek pouch, Nibbles scurried up the winding path to Hoot's home. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied him like a soothing melody. As he climbed higher, the air grew cooler, and the soft hoot of Hoot reached his ears. "Good morning, Nibbles," Hoot greeted warmly, his large eyes twinkling with curiosity. "You seem to have found something special." Nibbles nodded and carefully placed the glowing acorn before Hoot. "I found this near the ancient elm, just as the sun was rising. It feels magical." Hoot examined the acorn closely, his feathers ruffling with interest. "Ah, this is a rare find indeed. It's an acorn of wisdom, said to reveal hidden worlds and grant the bearer the ability to understand the language of the forest." Nibbles' eyes widened with awe. "Do you think it could show us something new, something we've never seen before?" Hoot nodded sagely. "The forest holds many secrets, my friend. This acorn might guide you to them. But remember, the journey is as important as the destination. With Hoot's blessing and wise words echoing in his mind, Nibbles decided to embark on a journey to uncover the secrets of the Whispering Woods. As he set off, the acorn nestled safely in his pouch. He felt a thrill of anticipation mixed with a gentle hum of excitement. The forest was alive with whispers, the rustling leaves and the soft murmur of the wind carrying stories of the past. Nibbles moved through the trees, his path illuminated by the acorn's soft glow. He felt a connection to the forest he had never known before, as if it were speaking to him, guiding him on his way. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Nibbles found himself at the edge of a sparkling brook. The water babbled merrily over smooth stones, its surface glistening like a ribbon of silver under the waning light. Here, the acorn glowed brighter, casting a warm light that danced on the rippling water. Nibbles paused, sensing that this was a place of significance. He sat by the brook and listened. The gentle babble of the water seemed to take on a rhythm, a melody that spoke to him of time and change, of the endless cycle of life in the forest. As he listened, entranced, he realized he could understand the brook's song. "Brave little squirrel," the brook sang, "the woods hold many wonders, but beware, for not all are as they seem. Trust in the friends you find and let wisdom guide your way." Nibbles nodded, grateful for the brook's sage advice. He felt a deep sense of peace flood through him, as the forest itself were wrapping him in a comforting embrace. He continued his journey, the acorn's glow lighting his path through the gathering twilight. The forest was changing, the trees now a tapestry of shadows and light, whispering secrets as the night creatures began to stir. As he traveled, Nibbles encountered a small hedgehog named Pippin, who was struggling to carry an enormous apple back to his burrow. Pippin's quills were bristling with determination, but the apple proved too large for him to manage alone. "Let me help you, Pippin," Nibbles offered, setting the acorn carefully aside and rolling the apple alongside his prickly friend. "Thank you, Nibbles," Pippin sighed, relief evident in his voice. "I didn't know how I was going to manage this on my own." Together, they rolled the apple through the forest, their teamwork making light work of what had seemed an impossible task. When they reached Pippin's burrow, the hedgehog thanked Nibbles warmly, offering him a share of the apple as a token of gratitude. As Nibbles nibbled on the sweet, juicy fruit, he realized that the journey was already teaching him valuable lessons about friendship and the strength found in helping one another. With a full belly and a happy heart, Nibbles bid farewell to Pippin and continued on his journey. The night had fully settled over the forest, stars twinkling like diamonds in the velvet sky, and the moon casting a gentle glow on the path ahead. The acorn's light seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat, guiding him with unwavering certainty. As he followed its glow, he came to a place where the trees grew so closely together that their branches wove a natural archway, leading into a part of the forest he had never seen before. With a deep breath, Nibbles stepped through the archway and into a hidden grove, where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of night creatures. The grove was bathed in a magical light, the source of which was a large, ancient tree standing proudly at its center. This tree was unlike any Nibbles had ever seen. Its trunk was gnarled and twisted, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as he looked at them. The branches were draped with delicate, glowing vines that shimmered with a light of their own. As Nibbles approached, the acorn in his pouch began to vibrate, as if in response to the ancient tree's presence. He felt a pull, a gentle urging to place the acorn at the tree's base. With careful pause, he set the acorn down, and as he did, a soft musical note filled the air. The vines on the tree began to glow brighter, and the patterns on its bark danced with life. "Nibbles, brave heart," a voice echoed through the grove, warm and resonant. "You have found the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of the woods gathers and flows." Nibbles looked around, awestruck. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear squirrel, have shown the courage and kindness that binds the forest together." The spirit's words filled Nibbles with a sense of belonging and purpose. he realized that the journey had not just been about uncovering hidden worlds, but about understanding his place within the forest and the importance of the bonds he shared with its inhabitants. "You have learned well, Nibbles," the spirit continued. "The acorn of wisdom has chosen you to be its keeper, to share its light and knowledge with those in need." Nibbles' heart swelled with pride and gratitude. He had started his journey with curiosity and wonder, and now he felt a deep connection to the forest and its magic. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with hues of pink and gold, Nibbles knew it was time to return to his friends and share the stories of his journey. The forest was waking, the symphony of birdsong rising to greet the new day. With the acorn glowing softly in his paw, Nibbles made his way back through the forest, his heart full of the wisdom and beauty he had discovered. He knew that the Whispering Woods held many more secrets, and he was eager to explore them, guided by the friendships and lessons that had blossomed along his path. And so, Nibbles returned to his home in the ancient oak, where he watched over the forest with a new understanding and a heart full of magic, ready to share the wonders of the world he had come to love so dearly. Story 56. In a galaxy far, far away, where stars twinkled like diamonds in the cosmic tapestry, two unlikely companions embarked on a journey that would change them forever. Zara was a young Venusian, her skin shimmering with bioluminescent patterns that danced across her delicate features. Born on the lush, cloud-covered planet of Venus, she had always been fascinated by the mysteries of the universe beyond her home world. Grixon, on the other hand, hailed from the rocky, barren world of Kepler 16b. His reptilian scales were as tough as the asteroids that peppered his homeworld's surface, and his eyes shone with a fierce determination that had guided his people through countless hardships. Their paths crossed unexpectedly aboard a distant space station where Zara had come to seek knowledge, and Grixon was merely passing through on his way to a mining colony. At first, the stark differences between their species bred mistrust and misunderstanding. Zara found Grixon's gruff demeanor off-putting, while he saw her gentle nature as a sign of weakness. Yet fate had other plans for them, as a catastrophic systems failure on the station forced them to work together to survive. Trapped in a damaged escape pod, hurtling through the void of space, their initial hostility slowly melted away. As they struggled to navigate the treacherous journey ahead, they began to appreciate each other's unique strengths. Zara's quick thinking and problem-solving skills complemented Grixon's unwavering resilience, and together they overcame one obstacle after another. From navigating asteroid fields to repairing vital systems, their shared challenges forged an unbreakable bond between them. In those quiet moments between crises, they found solace in sharing stories of their homes and cultures. Zara painted vivid pictures of Venus's lush jungles and shimmering oceans, while Grixon regaled her with tales of his people's unwavering spirit in the face of adversity. As they learned more about each other, they realized that beneath their outward differences lay a shared desire for understanding, a yearning to explore the wonders of the cosmos, and a deep respect for life in all its forms. When their pod systems finally failed, leaving them adrift in the inky blackness of space, it was their friendship that kept them going. Zara's gentle reassurances soothed Grixon's fears, while his steadfast determination gave her the strength to keep hoping. In what seemed like their darkest hour, a passing freighter spotted their distress beacon and rescued them from certain doom. As they emerged from the escape pod, battered but alive, they embraced with a newfound appreciation for the bond they had forged. From that day on, Zara and Grixon remained the closest of friends, their adventures spanning the vast expanse of the galaxy. They faced countless challenges together, but their friendship, born from adversity and nurtured by understanding, was a beacon that guided them through even the darkest of times. For in that boundless sea of stars, they had discovered a truth more profound than any scientific discovery or technological marvel. The true meaning of friendship transcends all boundaries, be they physical, cultural, or even interstellar. Story 57. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a sparkling sapphire lake, there was a peculiar little house known to all as the Whistling Willow. It stood on a gentle slope, surrounded by a garden that seemed to hum with life, where colorful flowers bloomed even in the chill of autumn. The air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed lavender and warm cinnamon, a testament to the inhabitants' love for baking and nature. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and charming cottages, each with its own story to tell. It was a place where everyone knew each other, and every corner held a secret waiting to be discovered. But amidst all the familiarity, something strange had begun to happen. Every morning, as the sun's first rays brushed the village awake, a peculiar melody would drift through the air. It was a soft, lilting tune that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The villagers, initially intrigued, now found themselves puzzled. The melody was beautiful, yet no one knew its source or why it had suddenly decided to grace their mornings. In the whistling willow lived a kind-hearted young girl named Leora. Her hair was as dark as a raven's wing, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and warmth. Leora had a knack for noticing the little things others might overlook, a skill that made her an excellent listener and a wise friend. One crisp morning, as Leora sat by her window sipping a steaming mug of herbal tea, she decided it was time to unravel the mystery of the haunting melody. Wrapping herself in her favorite woolen shawl, she ventured out into the village, a gentle determination in her step. Her first stop was the bakery, where the air was rich with the comforting scent of freshly baked bread. Mr. Thistle, the baker, was already at work, kneading dough with practiced hands. Leora greeted him with a smile and asked if he had any thoughts about the mysterious song. Mr. Thistle paused, his eyes twinkling. "Ah, the melody! It's quite enchanting, isn't it? I've never heard anything quite like it. Perhaps it's the wind playing tricks on us." Thanking Mr. Thistle, Leora continued her quest, her heart set on finding answers. She stopped by the cobbler's shop, where Mrs. Primrose was busy repairing a pair of shoes. Mrs. Primrose, a wise and observant woman, suggested that the melody might be connected to the forest, which bordered the village on one side. Intrigued by the idea, Leora made her way to the edge of the forest. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets to the gentle breeze. As she stepped into the cool shade, Leora felt a sense of calm envelop her, as if the forest itself was welcoming her into its embrace. Deeper and deeper she went until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. It was here that she met Rill, a tiny luminescent creature with wings like a dragonfly's. Rill was a sprite, one of the magical beings who called the forest home. "Hello, Leora," chirped Rill, her voice as light as a feather. "What brings you to our woods today?" Leora explained her quest, describing the melody that had captured the village's attention. Rill listened intently, her eyes alight with interest. "I think I can help," Rill said, fluttering closer. "But first, you must listen to the forest." With Rill guiding her, Leora closed her eyes and let the sounds of the forest wash over her. She heard the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft murmur of a nearby brook, and the distant call of a songbird. And beneath it all, she heard the faint echoes of the mysterious melody. "They say the forest has a heart," Rill whispered, "and sometimes it sings." As Leora opened her eyes, she saw a path of shimmering light leading deeper into the woods. With Rill at her side, she followed the trail, her heart filled with wonder and anticipation. The path led them to a glen where an ancient willow tree stood, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Beneath its boughs sat an elder sprite named Elder Moss, whose wisdom was renowned throughout the forest. "Elder Moss," Rill said, her voice respectful and warm. "This is Leora, a friend of the forest. She seeks to understand the melody that has graced the village." Elder Moss nodded, his eyes kind and knowing. "Ah, the Song of Solace," he mused, his voice deep and resonant. "It is a rare gift, sung by the forest when it wishes to offer comfort and peace." "But why now?" Leora asked, her curiosity piqued. "Why has the forest chosen to sing to us?" Elder Moss smiled, a gentle wisdom in his gaze. "The forest senses the hearts of those who dwell nearby. It knows of your kindness, Leora, and the warmth that you and your fellow villagers share. The song is a reflection of that harmony, a reminder of the connection between all living things." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a deep appreciation for the forest's gentle spirit. She realized that the melody was not just a mystery to be solved, but a gift to be cherished, a symbol of the unity and love that bound the village and the forest together. With the mystery unveiled, Leora returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit uplifted. She shared the story of the Song of Solace with her friends and neighbors, who listened with rapt attention. As the days passed, the melody continued to grace the village, a soothing balm for the soul. And so the village and the forest lived in harmony, a testament to the power of friendship and understanding. Leora often visited the forest, her bond with Rill and Elder Moss growing ever stronger. Together they celebrated the beauty of their world, a world where melodies danced on the breeze and whispers of magic lingered in every corner. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora sat by her window once more, her heart full of gratitude. The melody, now a familiar friend, lulled her to sleep, a gentle reminder that in a world of wonders, the greatest magic of all was the love that bound them together. And so, with the forest's song in her heart and the warmth of friendship in her soul, Leora drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the joy of shared mysteries. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Leora. Leora had a spirit as bright as the morning sun and a heart filled with dreams as vast as the starry sky. The village where she lived was known for its lush meadows and sparkling streams that wove through the land like gleaming ribbons. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees busy at work. Leora's days were filled with simple joys. She loved to wander through the fields, her bare feet brushing against the cool grass, or sit by the stream, watching the water dance over smooth stones. But what Leora loved most was visiting the edge of the forest where the village met the mysterious woods. The forest was old, its trees towering like ancient sentinels, their branches weaving a tapestry of green that dappled the sunlight. It was said among the villagers that the forest held secrets, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and an open mind. Leora had always been enchanted by these stories, her imagination painting pictures of magical creatures and wondrous places hidden beneath the forest's canopy. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to shades of gold and crimson, Leora ventured to her favorite spot, a small clearing where the sun painted the ground in patches of light and shadow. As she settled down, leaning against the gnarled trunk of an ancient oak, she noticed something unusual. There, nestled among the roots, was a small silver key glinting in the sunlight. Curious, Leora picked up the key. It felt oddly warm in her hand, and she noticed that it seemed to hum with a gentle energy. Her heart fluttered with excitement. She knew this was no ordinary key. It was as if the forest itself had whispered a secret to her. Determined to uncover the mystery, Leora decided to explore deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The path was winding and narrow, the trees standing silent and watchful. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her, the wind rustling through the leaves, the soft chirping of hidden birds, and the distant call of a brook flowing unseen. After what felt like an eternity, Leora came upon a peculiar sight. There, in a secluded glade, stood an ancient, weathered door set into the base of a massive tree. It was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and flowers, and in the center was a keyhole that matched the size of her newfound treasure. With trembling hands, Leora inserted the silver key and turned it slowly. The door creaked open with a gentle sigh, revealing a soft, shimmering light. Taking a deep breath, Leora stepped through. The world beyond was unlike anything she had ever imagined. She found herself in a realm of vibrant colors and gentle sounds, a hidden world that seemed to pulse with life. Flowers of every hue blossomed underfoot, their petals glowing with an ethereal light. The air was filled with a sweet, melodic song that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. As Leora wandered through this enchanted landscape, she met creatures both strange and wonderful, tiny sprites with wings like dragonflies, gentle deer with antlers of crystal, and wise old owls with eyes that shone like the moon. Each greeted her warmly, as if they had been expecting her arrival. Among these new friends was a small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief and kindness. His name was Finn, and he quickly became Leora's companion and guide in this magical world. Together, they explored hidden valleys and sparkling streams, shared stories beneath the twilight sky, and danced under the glow of 1,000 fireflies. Finn taught Leora the secrets of the forest, how to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stars. One day, as they wandered along a path lined with luminous mushrooms and twinkling flowers, Finn spoke of a tree unlike any other, a grand, ancient tree that stood at the heart of the forest. It was said to hold the wisdom of the ages and the power to grant a single wish to those who proved themselves worthy. Intrigued and eager for adventure, Leora and Finn set off on a journey to find this legendary tree. The path was long and winding, filled with challenges and trials that tested their courage and friendship. They crossed rivers on stepping stones that sang, climbed hills that shifted beneath their feet, and navigated through misty groves where shadows danced in the corners of their eyes. Throughout their journey, Leora and Finn relied on each other, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. They learned the value of trust and the strength that comes from facing challenges together. Leora discovered a resilience within herself she never knew existed, and Finn found joy in sharing his world with someone who saw its beauty as he did. Finally, after many days of travel, they arrived at the heart of the forest. There, towering above them, was the tree of legend. Its trunk was as wide as a house, its bark shimmering with a golden light. The branches stretched high into the sky, laden with leaves that glowed like emeralds in the sunlight. As Leora approached the tree, she felt a sense of peace and wonder wash over her. She closed her eyes and placed her hand against the trunk, feeling the tree's ancient wisdom flow through her. In that moment, she realized she had already found what she was looking for, not a wish granted by magic, but the discovery of her own inner strength and the knowledge that she was never alone. With a heart full of gratitude and joy, Leora turned to Finn, her friend and guide, and smiled. Together, they had journeyed through a world of wonder and mystery, learning and growing along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Leora and Finn made their way back to the door that would lead them home. The forest whispered its farewell, the leaves rustling softly in the evening breeze. Back in her own world, Leora carried with her the lessons of the forest and the memory of her magical journey. She knew that the hidden world was always just a step away, waiting to reveal its secrets to those who dared to dream and believe. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora lay down in her bed, the silver key resting under her pillow, a reminder of the magical adventure she had embarked upon. With a heart full of peace and a mind brimming with dreams, she drifted off to sleep, knowing that the world was a place of endless possibilities and that true magic lay within her own heart. And thus, in the warmth of her cozy room, Leora dreamed of the hidden world, of friendship, and of journeys yet to unfold, secure in the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be, home. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Juniper. She was a curious child, her eyes sparkling with wonder at the world around her. The towering trees that surrounded her home seemed to whisper secrets, and Juniper longed to unravel their mysteries. One crisp autumn morning, Juniper ventured into the forest, following a path she had never explored before. The leaves crunched beneath her feet, and the cool breeze carried the scent of pine and earth. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the trees grew denser, their branches intertwining like the embrace of old friends. Suddenly, Juniper stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a tiny door carved into the base of a towering oak tree. Enchanted, she knelt down and pushed the door open, revealing a winding staircase that descended into the earth. Without hesitation, Juniper began her descent, her curiosity leading the way. As she climbed down, the world above seemed to fade away, replaced by a soft, ethereal glow. The staircase finally opened into a vast underground cavern, and Juniper gasped in awe. Before her lay a hidden realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The cavern was a breathtaking wonderland, filled with luminescent mushrooms that cast a warm, gentle light. Crystalline streams trickled over moss-covered stones, and delicate ferns swayed in the gentle breeze. It was as if nature had crafted a secret sanctuary deep within the earth. Juniper wandered through this enchanting world, her senses heightened by the magic that permeated every corner. She marveled at the intricate patterns etched into the cavern walls, telling stories of ancient civilizations that once thrived in this underground realm. As she explored further, Juniper encountered creatures she had only heard of in fairy tales. Tiny glowing fairies that flitted from flower to flower, and gentle forest sprites that tended to the delicate ecosystems of the cavern. At first, they shied away from the human visitor, but Juniper's kind and gentle nature soon put them at ease. One particular sprite, a wise old fellow named Oakleaf, took a liking to Juniper and became her guide through this hidden world. He taught her about the intricate balance that sustained the cavern's ecosystem, and how every living thing played a vital role in maintaining its harmony. Juniper learned that the cavern was a sanctuary for all manner of magical beings, a place where they could live in peace, away from the prying eyes of the human world. She also discovered that her newfound friends possessed extraordinary abilities, like the power to communicate with plants and animals, or to shape the very elements around them. As the days turned into weeks, Juniper found herself increasingly drawn to this wondrous realm, spending more and more time exploring its secrets and learning from its inhabitants. She felt a deep connection to the magic that pulsed through the cavern, as if it had been a part of her all along, just waiting to be discovered. However, Juniper's frequent absences did not go unnoticed in the village above. Her parents grew concerned, and the whispers of the townsfolk grew louder with each passing day. They feared for her safety, unaware of the extraordinary world that lay beneath their feet. One fateful day, Juniper's father ventured into the forest to search for his missing daughter. Guided by a strange force, he stumbled upon the same tiny door that had led Juniper into the cavern. Without hesitation, he followed the winding staircase, determined to find his child. When he emerged into the hidden realm, he was struck with awe and disbelief. Juniper, sensing her father's presence, rushed to greet him, her eyes shining with joy and excitement. She introduced him to her newfound friends and showed him the wonders of the cavern, hoping he would understand the magic that had captivated her heart. At first, Juniper's father was skeptical, unable to comprehend the existence of such a place. But as he witnessed the unity and harmony of the beings that called the cavern home, and the profound respect they held for the natural world, his doubts began to fade. Juniper's father realized that his daughter had not been lost, but rather she had found a path that had opened her eyes to the beauty and wonder that surrounded them all. He saw how her time in the cavern had nurtured her spirit and deepened her connection to the world around her. From that day forward, Juniper's father became an ally to the hidden realm, helping to protect its secrets and ensuring that the delicate balance of the cavern remained undisturbed. Juniper, now a bridge between the human world and the magical realm, worked tirelessly to foster understanding and appreciation for the natural wonders that surrounded them. And so, Juniper's journey into the heart of the forest had not only revealed a hidden world of magic, but had also sparked a transformation within herself and those around her. She had discovered the true power of wonder, curiosity, and respect for the intricate web of life that bound all beings together. As the years passed, Juniper's tale became a cherished story, passed down from generation to generation. It was a reminder that magic often lies just beyond the boundaries of what we think we know, waiting to be uncovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. Story 60. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum lullabies and the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming moonflowers, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was nestled snugly between two gentle hills that embraced it like a cradle, and a sparkling brook danced through its center, whispering secrets to anyone who cared to listen. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in soft hues of lavender and rose, the villagers began to notice something peculiar. The lanterns that lined the cobblestone paths flickered with an unusual intensity, casting playful shadows that seemed to skip and twirl as if they had a life of their own. It was as if the village itself was caught in a quiet, magical dance. This curious phenomenon did not go unnoticed by young Clara, a bright-eyed girl with a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Clara had an insatiable curiosity and a knack for noticing the little details that others might overlook. She lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods with her grandmother, a wise woman known throughout Willowbrook for her deep knowledge of the forest and its mysteries. Clara was not frightened by the flickering lights. Rather, she was intrigued. As the moon rose high and bathed the village in its gentle glow, she decided to seek the guidance of the forest's ancient guardian, an old owl named Sage. Sage had lived in the Whispering Woods longer than anyone could remember, and his wisdom was revered by all. With a soft woolen shawl wrapped around her shoulders, Clara ventured into the woods, the path softly lit by the glowing mushrooms that lined her way. The air was cool and filled with the comforting chorus of crickets. As she approached Sage's perch, high in a majestic oak tree, she could see his silhouette against the moonlit sky. "Good evening, Sage," Clara called softly, mindful of the peacefulness of the night. The owl turned his head, his golden eyes gleaming with a gentle wisdom. "Ah, Clara," he hooted warmly, "what brings you to my tree this fine evening?" Clara explained the strange occurrences with the lanterns and the shadows, her voice a blend of wonder and curiosity. Sage listened intently, his feathers ruffling slightly in the evening breeze. "It seems," Sage began thoughtfully, "that the village is experiencing the playful mischief of the mirthful sprites. They are tiny, invisible creatures who delight in bringing harmless joy and laughter. They mean no harm, but sometimes their playfulness can be a bit too spirited." Clara nodded, understanding the nature of the sprites. "Is there a way to calm their play, Sage? The villagers are a bit unsettled." Sage closed his eyes for a moment, as if recalling ancient lore. "The mirthful sprites are fond of stories and music. Perhaps if you share a gentle tale or play a soothing melody, they will listen and quiet their exuberance." Inspired by Sage's suggestion, Clara thanked the wise owl and made her way back to Willowbrook. She stopped by her grandmother's cottage and retrieved her flute, a cherished instrument that had been in their family for generations. Under the soft glow of the lanterns, which still flickered with that peculiar liveliness, Clara began to play. The melody was sweet and lilting, weaving through the night air like a gentle breeze. As she played, she told a story of friendship and harmony, her words mingling with the notes in a seamless dance. Slowly, the flickering of the lanterns began to settle, the shadows calming into a gentle sway. The villagers, drawn by the enchanting music, gathered around, their worries dissipating like mist in the morning sun. And there, under the starry sky, Clara continued to play, her heart filled with the warmth of knowing she had helped bring peace to her village. The mirthful sprites, soothed by the melody and story, settled into a quiet slumber, their mischievous energy transformed into a serene rest. As the night wore on, the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts light and dreams sweet. Clara, her task complete, walked back to her cottage, the flute resting softly by her side. Before she fell asleep, she looked out at the tranquil woods and whispered a thank you to the mirthful sprites for reminding her and the villagers of the joy that could be found in the unexpected. And so, as the Whispering Woods sighed gently in its sleep, Willowbrook settled into a peaceful night, cradled by the hills and watched over by the wise old owl who smiled in his dreams, knowing that harmony had been restored once more. Story 61. In a quaint village nestled by the edge of a sprawling, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Nia. Nia had always been known for her serene presence, her eyes reflecting the tranquil pools of the nearby lake, and her heart as warm as the golden rays of the sun setting behind the hills. Nia, however, had been feeling a restlessness within her. Although her days were filled with the comforting rhythms of village life, tending to her garden where the scent of lavender and chamomile wafted through the air, and visiting the bustling market where laughter and chatter mingled with the rich aroma of freshly baked bread, there was a quiet longing for something more. She dreamed of adventure, yet feared the unknown roads beyond the familiar paths she walked each day. One crisp autumn morning, with leaves crunching beneath her feet and the cool breeze whispering secrets through the trees, Nia ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The forest was a place of magic, or so the village elders had told tales, where the trees were said to be alive with stories of old, and the streams sang songs to those who would listen. As Nia wandered, she came upon a glistening pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the vibrant tapestry of the forest canopy above. In the center of the pond stood a solitary willow tree, its branches trailing gracefully into the water. Drawn to its serenity, Nia sat by the pond's edge, her reflection gazing back at her, a vision both familiar and foreign. It was then that she noticed a shimmer like a ripple of moonlight dancing across the water. From the depths of the pond, a figure emerged, a small, luminous creature with wings like spun silver and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. It was a water nymph, gentle and ethereal, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not, dear Nia," the nymph spoke, her words wrapping around Nia like a warm embrace. "I am here to guide you on your journey." Nia's heart fluttered with a mix of wonder and apprehension. "A journey?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," the nymph replied, her smile as bright as the morning sun. "For within you lies a seed of change, ready to bloom. But first, you must learn to embrace the unknown." With the nymph's guidance, Nia embarked on a path of discovery, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the forest and into herself. Along the way, she met other creatures who offered their wisdom and companionship. There was Thistle, a wise old fox with a coat the color of autumn leaves, who taught Nia the art of patience and the value of quiet observation. And there was Lark, a spirited bird with feathers like the sky at dawn, who encouraged Nia to trust in the winds of change and to soar beyond her fears. Through her adventures, Nia learned that change, much like the seasons, was a natural part of life. She discovered that by embracing the uncertainty of the journey, she could uncover hidden strengths and unimagined possibilities within herself. The forest mirrored her transformation, as vibrant blossoms unfolded in places that were once barren, and streams that had run dry now flowed with renewed life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Nia returned to the village. She was greeted by her friends and neighbors, their faces alight with warmth and welcome. Though the village remained the same, Nia saw it now with new eyes, her heart brimming with gratitude for the paths she had walked and the lessons she had learned. As the years passed, Nia became a beloved storyteller, sharing her tales of the forest and the magic of transformation with those who would listen. Her stories were woven with the gentle wisdom she had gathered, offering comfort and inspiration to all who heard them. And so, in the heart of the village by the whispering forest, Nia continued to grow, her life a testament to the beauty of personal discovery and the power of embracing change. In the quiet moments, beneath the starlit sky or by the crackling hearth, her stories were a reminder that within each of us lies the courage to transform and the grace to welcome the unknown. Story 62. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, peculiar things began to happen. The morning dew glistened with hues never seen before, soft pinks, vibrant violets, and shimmering silvers. Strange melodies drifted through the trees, like the giggles of unseen sprites. And at night, glowing orbs danced among the branches, leading the curious on a merry chase. One little girl named Willow noticed these oddities right away. With eyes bright and curious, she observed every twinkling light, every unusual sound. Her dearest friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, assured her that magic was afoot. "The forest is full of wonders," Oakley's branches creaked. "Why don't you see if you can unravel this delightful mystery?" So Willow set off on her quest, her feet carrying her along the winding, mossy paths. She met all sorts of forest folk, chattering squirrels who shared their nutty observations, fluttering fairies with tinkling laughs, and even a kindly old wizard with eyes that twinkled like the stars themselves. With each new clue, the mystery deepened. The wizard mentioned an ancient ritual to awaken the forest's magic. The fairies spoke of lighting the way with their glowing dance, and the squirrels chattered about strange runes carved into the ancient trees. Willow's mind worked tirelessly, piecing together this enchanting puzzle. One warm evening, as the sunset painted the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, the answer dawned on her like the rising moon. The very next morning, Willow woke before first light and followed the squirrel's directions to a great hollow tree. There, she traced her fingers over the runes, speaking the words the fairies had taught her. Like magic, the entire forest seemed to awaken with a breathtaking radiance. Willow gazed in wonder as the trees themselves began to glow, their leaves a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors. Sparkling orbs materialized, bobbing merrily through the air. A sweet, echoing song filled the forest, one of joy and renewal. As Willow turned, she saw her friend Oakley beside her, old bark glowing warm and golden. "You've done it, my dear," he murmured. "You've renewed the ancient magic that protects our home." From that day on, the forest remained a place of enchantment and delight. Willow visited often, basking in the splendor, her heart filled with the same wonder she'd felt unraveling its mystery. For she knew that magic surrounds us always. We need only stop, observe, and let it unfold like the petals of a blossoming flower. Story 63. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and the air was perfumed with the scent of wildflowers, there lay a quiet village named Willoughby. This village was known for its serene beauty, where the gentle murmurs of the river acted as a lullaby at dusk, and the stars twinkled like 1,000 lanterns in the night sky. It was a place where time seemed to slow, allowing the villagers to savor each moment like a precious gift. At the edge of the village stood a quaint little cottage with a roof covered in moss and walls adorned with climbing ivy. It belonged to a wise old woman named Seraphina, whose gentle eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many lifetimes. Seraphina was known far and wide for her herbal remedies and stories that could weave the most intricate tapestries of imagination. But what truly set her apart was a magical object she possessed, a small, intricately carved wooden box that was passed down through generations. The box was no ordinary keepsake. It held within it a wondrous ability. It could reveal the hidden worlds within the natural environment. When opened, it would create a shimmering portal, unveiling realms teeming with creatures and wonders unseen by ordinary eyes. Seraphina, with her deep understanding of the balance between these worlds, used the box with great care, always ensuring that its magic was respected and never taken for granted. One fine morning, as the sun cast its golden beams across the village, painting everything in hues of amber and warmth, a young boy named Theo wandered into Seraphina's garden. Theo was a curious soul with a heart full of dreams and eyes that always seemed to be searching for something more. He had heard tales of the magical box from his grandmother and was eager to learn more about it. Seraphina greeted Theo with a warm smile, her hands cradling a steaming cup of chamomile tea. "Come in, dear Theo," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine morning?" Theo hesitated for a moment, his cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. "I was wondering if you could tell me about the magical box, the one that reveals hidden worlds," he said, his voice a mix of excitement and trepidation. Seraphina chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, the box," she mused, nodding thoughtfully. "It is indeed a treasure, but a treasure of responsibility. Would you like to see it?" Theo nodded eagerly, his heart pounding with anticipation. Seraphina led him to a cozy corner of her cottage where the box rested on a shelf, surrounded by dried herbs and jars of potions. She gently lifted it, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings that seemed to swirl and dance under her touch. "This box," she began, "is a gateway to the worlds that exist within our own. But remember, Theo, not all things hidden are meant to be found, and not all journeys are meant to be taken without thought." With a flick of her wrist, Seraphina opened the box, and a soft ethereal glow filled the room. Theo watched in awe as the air shimmered, and before him appeared a portal, its edges flickering with hues of lavender and silver. He could see glimpses of a lush, vibrant forest beyond, where creatures of all shapes and sizes frolicked in harmony. "Would you like to step through?" Seraphina asked, her voice gentle yet firm. Theo hesitated, feeling a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. But his curiosity won over, and he nodded. Seraphina took his hand, and together they stepped through the portal into the hidden world. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the gentle hum of nature. Theo's eyes widened as he took in the sight of creatures he had only ever dreamed of: deer with antlers woven from vines, birds with feathers that shimmered like rainbows, and tiny, luminescent fairies flitting about. They walked along a path that wound through the forest, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns. Theo marveled at the beauty around him, his heart swelling with wonder. As they journeyed deeper, they came upon a clearing where a crystal-clear stream babbled merrily over smooth stones. Serafina knelt by the stream, her fingers trailing through the cool water. "This world is a reflection of our own," she said softly, "a reminder of the magic that exists in every leaf, every drop of rain, and every breath we take." Theo listened, captivated by her words. He realized that the hidden world was not just a place of fantasy, but a mirror that reflected the beauty and complexity of life itself. As they continued their exploration, they encountered a peculiar creature, a small furry ball with bright, inquisitive eyes and a bushy tail. It watched them with a mixture of curiosity and caution, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Theo said gently, crouching down to get a better look. "What's your name?" The creature blinked, its eyes wide and expressive. Serafina chuckled, her laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. "This is a whiffle," she explained. "They are gentle creatures, known for their kindness and wisdom." The whiffle approached cautiously, its eyes fixed on Theo. It seemed to sense his gentle nature, for it soon nuzzled against his hand, its fur soft as silk. Theo's heart warmed at the creature's trust, and he felt a connection that transcended words. As they sat together, Serafina spoke of the balance between the worlds, of the need to protect and cherish the magic that lay within and around them. Theo listened intently, absorbing her wisdom with a newfound appreciation for the world he lived in. Eventually, the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in shades of twilight. It was time to return. Theo felt a pang of reluctance, but knew that the hidden world would always be a part of him now, a secret garden within his heart. As they stepped back through the portal, Theo turned to Serafina, his eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with sincerity, "for showing me the magic that exists all around us." Serafina smiled, her heart full of warmth. "Remember, Theo, the true magic lies not in the box, but in the way we see the world. Cherish it, nurture it, and it will always be with you." With those words, the portal closed, and the glowing light faded, leaving them standing once more in the cozy embrace of Serafina's cottage. Theo felt changed, enriched by the journey he had taken, and he carried the lessons of the hidden world with him as he made his way home under the twinkling stars. And so, in the village of Willoughby, where the river sang its gentle lullaby and the stars watched over with tender light, a young boy named Theo learned to see the magic in every moment, guided by the wisdom of a kind-hearted woman and the wonders of a hidden world. Story 64. Once upon a whispering breeze, in a village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a sparkling stream, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of life, gathering wildflowers, skipping stones across the stream, and listening to her grandmother's stories of wonder and magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled and danced in shades of gold and crimson, Lily set out on her usual path toward the meadow. The air was crisp and carried the scent of earth and wood smoke, a signal of the changing seasons. As she wandered along, she noticed something peculiar glimmering beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down to investigate. There, cradled by the gnarled roots, was an exquisite silver bell, no larger than a thimble. It shimmered with an inner light, casting soft, dancing reflections on the surrounding leaves. Intrigued, Lily gently picked it up and gave it a tentative ring. The sound was unlike anything she had ever heard, a gentle, harmonious chime that seemed to echo through the very fabric of the world. As the bell's song faded into the crisp air, a soft rustling came from the branches above. To Lily's amazement, a small, wise-looking squirrel with a bushy, cinnamon tail appeared. His eyes sparkled like polished chestnuts, and he wore a tiny vest made of woven leaves. "Ah, dear child," the squirrel chattered in a voice as soft as the fall breeze, "you have found the Bell of Echoes. It is a rare gift, and with it comes the responsibility of discovery." Lily, her eyes wide with wonder, asked, "What does it do?" "The bell," the squirrel explained, "reveals the hidden secrets and magic within ordinary things. but its power can only be unlocked through kindness and understanding. Excited yet mindful of the squirrel's words, Lily decided to explore the possibilities of the bell. She thanked the squirrel, who introduced himself as Thistle, and invited him to accompany her on this new journey of discovery. Together, they wandered through the village, where autumn leaves carpeted cobblestone streets and laughter drifted from cozy homes. Lily rang the bell beside a small, seemingly ordinary stone near the edge of the stream. To her delight, the stone shimmered and revealed a hidden path, one that wound through the heart of the forest, a place she had never dared to explore before. The path led Lily and Thistle to a hidden glade, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the ground with patches of light and shadow. In the center of the glade stood an ancient, twisted tree, its branches heavy with fruit that glowed like lanterns in the dim light. As they approached, a gentle, melodic voice called out from the tree. It was Willow, the guardian of the glade. Her form was elegant and graceful, her eyes deep pools of wisdom. "Welcome, seekers of truth," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have come to a place of rest and reflection." Willow explained that the fruit of her tree contained the essence of dreams and memories. Each one held a story, a lesson from the past, or a vision of the future. But only those with pure hearts and open minds could see the truths within. Lily, feeling the warmth of the bell still in her hand, gently rang it once more. The air around her shimmered, and one of the glowing fruits detached from the tree, floating gently into her hand. It pulsed softly, inviting her to look deeper. As she closed her eyes and took a bite, Lily was enveloped in a vision. She saw her village from above, nestled peacefully among the hills. She saw the faces of her friends and family, and she felt their hopes and dreams. She realized that every person, every creature, every tree and stone held a story, a secret waiting to be discovered and cherished. When the vision faded, Lily opened her eyes, her heart filled with a newfound understanding. She thanked Willow for her wisdom and promised to cherish the lessons she had learned. Willow smiled gently, her branches swaying in a silent blessing. With Thistle by her side, Lily made her way back to the village, the bell safely nestled in her pocket. She knew that her journey was just beginning, and that there were many more secrets to uncover and stories to share. From that day forward, Lily looked at the world with fresh eyes, seeing magic in the mundane and finding joy in the simplest of things. She shared her experiences with her friends and family, teaching them to appreciate the hidden wonders around them. And as the years passed, Lily's village became a place where wisdom and kindness bloomed like the wildflowers she had always loved. The Bell of Echoes remained a cherished treasure, a reminder that true magic lies not in power, but in understanding and friendship. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the twinkling of stars, Lily's story was woven into the tapestry of time, a tale of discovery, of wonder, and of the boundless magic within us all.